War is often remembered through names. Midway, Pearl Harbor, Italy. They sound close together when spoken in a single breath. But in reality, they were separated by oceans, by climates, by months of travel. Distance shaped this war in ways maps cannot easily show. An order given in Washington might take weeks to reach a jungle clearing in the Philippines. A naval decision made in the Pacific could ripple across campaigns thousands of miles away. A division fighting in Arctic snow might never see the front lines of Normandy, yet still alter the balance of the conflict. The Second World War was not a single front. It was a web of distant struggles unfolding at once. Some were decisive, some were overlooked, and yet all were connected. In this film, we travel across those distances, from the wide horizon of the Pacific at Midway, where aircraft carriers drifted beyond sight of land, to the humid forests of the Philippines, where the 25th Division advanced step by measured step. We move north into the frozen quiet of Lapland, where former allies turned against one another beneath Arctic skies. And finally to the mountains of Italy, where the 92nd Division, the Buffalo Soldiers, fought on steep ridgelines far from home. Ocean, jungle, snow, stone, different landscapes, different conditions, but part of the same war. This is not a story of one battlefield. It is a meditation on distance, on how far the war stretched, and how those distant fronts slowly shaped the same ending. Let us begin. Part 1. The Battle of Midway. What it was like to command the Pacific turning point. The Pacific is calm this morning. Not peaceful, just quiet in the way deep water often is, when nothing yet disturbs its surface. The horizon lies unbroken in every direction. A thin blue seems stitched between sea and sky. There are no coastlines here, no cities, no landmarks to hold on to, only distance, measured not in miles, but in hours, fuel, and uncertainty. Below the surface, the ocean moves as it always has. Slow currents slide past one another, indifferent to borders and flags. Light fades quickly with depth. Sound travels farther than sight. Everything important happens out of view. Far above, the air is already warming. The sun climbs, pale and unhurried, casting long reflections across steel decks that seem too small for the emptiness around them. Aircraft carriers ride low in the water, their hulls dark against the glare. They are islands of human intention drifting in a space that does not belong to them. Deck crews move quietly, checking cables, folding wings, wiping salt from metal that will soon be tested. Engines are still. Propellers do not turn. The sky has not yet decided what it will allow. There is a sense of waiting here, not the nervous kind, but the heavy, suspended kind that settles in before something irreversible begins. The ocean does not announce what it knows. It simply holds it. Somewhere beyond the curve of the earth, other ships move through the same water. They cannot see each other. They cannot hear each other. Yet their paths are already converging. This is not a battlefield you can point to. It is a vast, moving space where timing matters more than strength, and absence can be as deadly as presence. The Pacific breathes in, and for a moment, everything remains still. In early June of 1942, the war in the Pacific has reached a fragile balance. Neither side fully understands how close it stands to losing control of the ocean entirely. Maps mark Midway as a small, an atoll barely rising above the sea, a refueling point, a listening post, a place that seems insignificant when measured against fleets and empires. But significance, in naval war, is rarely about size. It is about position, about timing, about what happens when ships never meet face to face, and decisions are made by men staring at empty horizons, trusting instruments, reports, and instinct. Here, battles unfold across hundreds of miles. Aircraft vanish into the sky and return hours later, or not at all. Messages arrive late, incomplete, or wrong. A single sighting can alter the fate of thousands. Steel decks grow hot under the sun. Pilots wait beside their machines, helmets resting on wings, listening for orders that have not yet come. Below them, sailors count minutes, check watches, and scan the water as if the sea itself might betray a secret. Everything depends on what is seen first, and what is missed. Before the first bomb falls, before the first ship is struck, the Battle of Midway exists mostly in silence, in calculations, in distance, in the long, patient watching of the ocean. The water stretches on, unchanged in appearance, carrying beneath its surface the weight of choices already made. Soon, the quiet will end. But for now, the Pacific waits. The logic of the trap. The plan begins far from Midway, in rooms where the air is still and the maps are already worn soft at the edges. Japan's naval leadership does not see the Pacific as empty space. They see it as a board, vast, yes, but structured by distances, fuel limits, and timing. Every island is a square, every carrier a piece that must be placed with care. Since Pearl Harbor, the Imperial Navy has moved with confidence. Victories have come quickly. Enemy fleets have retreated. The ocean has seemed wide enough to absorb risk. But confidence carries its own momentum. Admiral Yamamoto believes the war must be decided soon, before American industry can fully awaken. The solution, as he sees it, is not defense, but provocation, a strike that forces the US Navy to respond, and respond badly. Midway becomes the answer, not because it is valuable in itself, but because it is visible. It lies close enough to Hawaii to demand attention, yet far enough from the American mainland to isolate any response. The logic is simple on paper. Draw the enemy out. Lure the carriers into range. Destroy them in a single, decisive engagement. The Japanese fleet is divided accordingly. One force will strike Midway itself. Another will wait beyond the horizon, positioned to deliver the killing blow when American carriers arrive. It is a plan built on coordination, on precise timing, on the assumption that the enemy will behave as expected, and on one more belief: that surprise still belongs to Japan. Across the ocean, American commanders read the same map differently. They do not see a trap waiting to be sprung. They see a pattern, a familiar tightening of space, a pressure moving eastward. Signals have been intercepted. Fragments of intent gathered from radio traffic, incomplete but suggestive. Nothing is certain, but enough is known to change how the board is read. Midway, for them, is not bait. It is a point of focus, a place where forces can be positioned quietly, without revealing how much is already understood. Carriers move under radio silence. Orders are brief. Adjustments are made without explanation. The ocean conceals these movements easily. Steel hulls vanish into blue distances without leaving tracks. What both sides share, without fully realizing it, is reliance on assumption. Each believes they understand the other's limits. Each trusts their own interpretation of incomplete information. The trap, it turns out, is not a single device. It is a shared uncertainty, stretching across thousands of miles of water, waiting for a moment to collapse. As the fleets move, the ocean remains unchanged in appearance. Waves break against hulls with the same rhythm they always have. Wind lifts spray and carries it away. Sunlight glints off antennae and gun barrels. indifferent to the calculations being made below. On Japanese carriers, air crews rehearse routines refined over months of combat. Aircraft are checked and rechecked. Bombs are stacked, then moved again as plans adjust. The decks feel crowded with potential energy. Below, in briefing rooms and ready spaces, officers trace routes with fingers, marking distances that cannot be shortened. Every decision here is a compromise between speed and safety, between exposure and readiness. The plan demands flexibility, but allows little room for error. On the American side, the mood is quieter. There is no sense of advantage yet, only preparation shaped by caution. Pilots are briefed with limited information. They are told where to fly, not what they might find. Below decks, sailors perform familiar tasks. Fuel is transferred. Ammunition is moved. Messages are logged and sealed away. Nothing outward suggests that this will be different from other days at sea. Yet beneath the routine runs a thin current of tension. Not fear, exactly. More the awareness that decisions are being made far beyond the reach of any single person aboard. That when contact comes, it will arrive suddenly, without warning, and demand everything at once. Here, before the first sighting report, before the first engines roar into the sky, the battle is already underway. It exists in separation, in distance, in the quiet confidence of planners who believe the ocean will behave as expected. The Pacific offers no confirmation. It simply waits. Dawn over Midway. Dawn reaches Midway Atoll gently, as it often does. Light spreads low across the reef, touching sand, antenna masts, and concrete in equal measure. The ocean glows pale blue beyond the lagoon, calm enough to suggest nothing is wrong. The island is already awake. Generators hum steadily. Boots cross coral paths worn smooth by repetition. Coffee is poured into chipped mugs and swallowed without ceremony. There is no drama here, only routine shaped by isolation. Midway is small. Everything feels exposed. There is nowhere to disappear into, nowhere to retreat when the horizon becomes important. Along the shoreline, lookout posts scan the water with binoculars that have learned the shape of emptiness. The sea offers nothing back. It never does, until it does. At the radar station, the room is dim even as the sun rises. Dials glow softly. A screen pulses with a slow, patient sweep. Operators sit forward, elbows close, eyes trained not on what is, but on what might appear. The machine listens farther than any human eye can see. Outside, aircraft sit lined up on rough runways, wings folded and waiting. Some are already fueled. Others still sleep under canvas covers streaked with salt and dust. Ground crews move between them quietly, checking tires, tightening bolts, wiping moisture from glass. There is a sense of expectancy here. Not excitement, not fear, but attention. The kind that settles in when repetition breaks just enough to suggest that today may not unfold like yesterday. On the beach, waves slide in and retreat again, leaving patterns that vanish almost immediately. The ocean gives nothing away. It never marks what it knows. Men glance at the sky more often than necessary. They check watches without learning anything new. Time feels suspended, stretched thin between habit and interruption. Radar operators lean closer to their screens. Lookouts adjust their stance. Engines remain silent. The island holds its breath, not because it understands what is coming, but because everything here has learned to wait. And somewhere beyond the edge of sight, the distance between waiting and knowing is already shrinking. The first contact arrives quietly. At the radar station, A shape forms where there should be none. It is faint at first, a hesitation in the sweep, easy to dismiss as interference. The operator watches it return, steady enough to demand attention. Numbers are called out. Bearings, distance, height guessed, not known. The room tightens without raising its voice. Messages move quickly now, carried by routine rather than urgency. Phones ring once, twice. Pencils mark maps already crowded with possibilities. No one says attack yet. No one needs to. Across the island, the effect is subtle but immediate. Lookouts adjust their binoculars upward. Conversations end mid-sentence. Ground crews pause, then resume their work with sharper focus. Canvas covers are pulled back. Propellers are turned by hand, tested against resistance. The sky remains clear, empty. Orders arrive without explanation. Aircraft are armed with what is available. Bombs meant for ships are swapped for those meant for land, then swapped back again. Decisions are made with imperfect information, under a sun that has barely cleared the horizon. There is no time for certainty here. Pilots gather near their planes, helmets under arms, listening to briefings that last only minutes. Routes are traced quickly. Fuel limits are emphasized. Return is mentioned without guarantee. Engines cough, then catch. One by one, aircraft come alive, their noise spilling across the island and out over the lagoon. The stillness breaks, not violently, but completely. As planes lift off, they pass low over the water, shadows sliding across the reef before vanishing toward the open sea. Those left behind watch until there is nothing left to see. The radar screen continues its slow rotation. More shapes appear now. Closer, clearer, no longer in doubt. The waiting ends without ceremony. What comes next will unfold too fast for reflection. But for this brief stretch of morning, between the first signal and the first impact, Midway exists in a narrow space where awareness arrives before destruction. The island does not move. It does not resist. It simply stands exposed beneath the widening sky. And far above the calm surface of the Pacific, paths that have never crossed before begin to converge. Carriers beyond the horizon. Beyond the reach of the island's radar, the carriers move through open water with their own quiet discipline. The sea here looks no different than it did at dawn. Long swells, pale reflections, nothing to mark importance. Distance hides everything. It always has. On the flight decks, work resumes in cycles. Aircraft are brought up from hangars one by one, their wings unfolded carefully, as if the motion itself needs permission. Chocks are set. Lines are checked. Nothing is rushed, but nothing pauses for long. The deckhands move with practiced economy. Each task is small on its own. Together, they hold the deck in balance. Bombs are rolled into position and then pulled back again. Orders change. Loadouts are reconsidered. What was meant for ships becomes meant for land, and then uncertain once more. The metal waits patiently on its carts, indifferent to purpose. Fuel hoses snake across the deck, lifted and lowered, connected and disconnected. A man wipes his hands on a rag already dark with oil and salt. Another marks a clipboard, then glances toward the sky, not looking for aircraft, but for time. Below deck, engines are tested. The sound rises through steel and fades again. It is not the roar of launch yet, only the reminder that power is ready when summoned. Pilots wait nearby, close enough to hear the work, far enough to stay out of it. Helmets rest on wings. Goggles hang loose. Conversation is minimal. There is nothing useful to say while waiting shares the space. The carriers maintain radio silence. They move unseen, trusting that separation is protection. The horizon offers no confirmation either way. What matters now is readiness, the ability to respond when uncertainty becomes instruction. The deck feels crowded, not with people, but with possibility. Every inch is spoken for. Every movement has consequence. Once the launch cycle begins, there will be no room left for correction. Hands continue to work. Metal warms under the sun. The sea rolls on, unbroken. Somewhere ahead, aircraft will soon rise into a sky that looks calm enough to accept them. For now, the carriers hold steady beyond the horizon, doing what they can with the time they have been given. Orders arrive without flourish. They are brief, practical, stripped of anything that might suggest consequence. Bearings, headings, fuel limits, return times stated as if they are expectations, not hopes. On the flight deck, the rhythm tightens. Engines start one by one, their sound layering into something heavier than noise. The deck crew steps back in practiced unison, hands raised, eyes fixed on spinning propellers that turn air into force. Among the pilots moving toward their aircraft are men assigned to fly low. Very low. Their planes carry torpedoes slung beneath narrow frames, weapons designed for ships that may never appear where expected. They do not climb quickly. They are not meant to. Their work begins far from spectacle, over open water that offers no cover and no witnesses. The sea will be close enough to touch for most of the flight. As engines warm, a pilot adjusts his straps, then checks his fuel gauge again. The number does not change. It will only move in one direction from here. A deckhand gives a final signal. Another pulls chocks clear. The aircraft lurches forward, gathers speed, and lifts, not into the open sky, but into a narrow corridor between air and sea. One by one, the torpedo planes follow, settling low, their shadows briefly skimming the water before stretching into nothing. Those left behind watch until there is nothing left to see. Then they return to the deck, already preparing for the next cycle. Out there, the pilots fly on instruments and instinct. The horizon remains empty. Radio silence stretches. Fuel ticks down in small, measurable increments. There is time to think during this kind of flight. Too much time, perhaps. Enough for doubt to form and dissolve, replaced by focus on altitude, speed, and the thin line of water passing beneath the wings. The carriers behind them recede into abstraction. Ahead, nothing yet announces itself as destination. This is the nature of distance in naval war. Hours of motion without contact. Commitment made long before certainty arrives. The torpedo planes continue forward, low and exposed, carrying not momentum, but intention. Above them, the sky remains wide and untroubled. For now. The shape of the sky. Chapter 4, Part A. As morning advances, the sky begins to divide itself. At higher altitude, the air is cooler and steadier. Visibility stretches farther. The curvature of the earth becomes perceptible not as shape, but as absence, a horizon that feels more distant than it looks. Here, aircraft climb with intention. Engines strain briefly, then settle. The sea below loses texture, becoming a single, moving surface without detail. From this height, the ocean appears manageable. Pilots flying high rely on sight and timing. They search for shadows that do not belong to clouds, for lines that break the pattern of water, for movement that suggests structure rather than chance. Navigation feels cleaner here. Bearings align. Formations hold. The distance between aircraft can be measured and corrected. Far below, none of this is visible. Low over the water, the torpedo planes experience a different sky entirely. Wind shifts without warning. Spray lifts and stings. The horizon feels closer, heavier, as if pressing inward rather than opening outward. Altitude separates more than position. It separates experience. Those above will see first. Those below will be seen first. Between them lies an invisible ladder of air where minutes matter, where one group searches while the other advances unseen or exposed, depending on who looks down at the right moment. Messages cannot bridge this gap cleanly. Reports arrive delayed by motion and distance. What is seen from one height does not always match what is felt at another. The sky, once uniform, becomes layered. Above, confidence grows with clarity. Below, focus narrows to speed, altitude, and survival. The ocean remains the same to both. Vast, patient, unmarked. Yet it tells different stories depending on how close one flies to its surface. As aircraft move deeper into open space, these differences begin to matter. Soon, altitude will decide not just what is seen, but who arrives too early, who arrives too late, and who arrives at all. What the sky divides, timing makes permanent. High above, search planes stretch their range. They scan wide arcs, trusting altitude to compensate for distance. When something finally appears, a glint, a shadow, a suggestion of structure, it arrives without context. Is it smoke or cloud? Is it movement or reflection? Reports are formed quickly, but they travel slowly. Bearings are estimated, distances guessed. By the time words reach the carriers behind them, the sky has already shifted. Below, the torpedo planes continue on courses set hours earlier. They do not know what has been seen above them, or whether anything has been seen at all. Their world remains narrow and physical, speed held steady, altitude kept low, fuel quietly diminishing. The gap between heights becomes a gap in knowledge. Above, aircraft begin to adjust. Courses bend slightly. Formations tighten or spread, responding to partial information that feels urgent precisely because it is incomplete. Below, there is no adjustment yet, only continuation. This is where misalignment takes shape, not as error, but as separation. Each group moves with logic that makes sense in isolation. Together, they drift out of sync. Minutes pass. Then more. The sea below reflects the sky without comment. No sign marks where paths should have crossed. Eventually, the high-altitude aircraft turn toward what they believe is contact. Their engines respond. The sky opens ahead of them, wide and expectant. The torpedo planes remain unseen from above. Their low profiles blend into the water's surface. They advance without cover, without confirmation, committed now by distance alone. What follows will depend on which altitude reaches the enemy first, and on whether those who arrive later will find anything left to strike. The sky has finished dividing the day. From here on, it will begin to decide it. Searching empty water. The longest part of the battle passes without contact. Aircraft move across wide arcs of ocean that refuse to offer confirmation. From above, the water looks uniform, broken only by clouds whose shadows resemble ships just long enough to demand a second look. Pilots adjust course slightly, then correct back again. Compass needles settle. Drift is recalculated. Nothing resolves. Fuel gauges begin to matter more than bearings. Each minute aloft reduces the margin for error, tightening choices that were once theoretical into something measurable. Below, the torpedo planes hold their altitude with care. Too low invites spray and engine trouble. Too high risks detection. The line between the two is narrow and constantly shifting. The sea offers no landmarks, only motion. In the absence of targets, attention turns inward. Instruments are checked again. Hands rest on controls that feel heavier than before. Conversation, where it exists at all, stays clipped and practical. There is no sense yet that something has gone wrong, only the awareness that time is being spent without result. Above them, search aircraft continue to widen their sweeps. They push outward, trusting that patience will eventually be rewarded. Distance accumulates quietly, unnoticed until it cannot be reclaimed. Reports arrive sporadically. Some contradict each other. Others confirm nothing at all. The carriers receiving them must decide whether to wait or act, knowing that either choice consumes fuel and opportunity. The ocean absorbs all this effort without response. Hours stretch thin. The sky remains open. The water remains empty. This is the unseen weight of naval warfare, the cost of searching where nothing appears, and the quiet erosion of advantage that comes with every mile flown without contact. By the time something finally breaks the pattern, it will do so suddenly, and by then, many decisions will already be irreversible. The sighting comes without clarity. A search aircraft breaks radio silence with a message that feels both urgent and unfinished. Shapes have been seen. Movement where none should be. The report is brief, stripped of detail by distance and motion. Numbers follow. Bearings. Approximate speed. No composition. No confirmation of carriers. It is enough to end waiting. On the carriers, officers gather around maps already marked with guesses. The new information does not resolve uncertainty. It sharpens it. Decisions must be made now, using fragments that may already be outdated. Orders shift. Aircraft being prepared for one purpose are redirected toward another. Bombs are swapped again. Fuel calculations are redone quickly, under pressure that no one names out loud. Flight deck hands respond without pause. Carts roll. Cranes swing. Hands move faster now, not because panic has arrived, but because time has begun to close. Pilots are called back to briefings already in progress. Routes are adjusted mid-sentence. The sky ahead is described in terms that feel conditional rather than certain. Below the horizon, the torpedo planes continue forward, unaware that confirmation has finally reached those behind them. Their fuel has already dropped past the point where easy return is possible. They fly on. Above, dive bombers climb and turn toward the reported position. Their altitude gives them reach, but also delay. They will arrive later, if they arrive at all. The battle begins to compress. Paths that once ran parallel start bending inward, drawn together by information that has traveled too slowly to coordinate them cleanly. What follows will not unfold as a single, unified strike. It will arrive in pieces. The ocean below remains unchanged, absorbing shadows as aircraft pass overhead, carrying with it the knowledge that the moment of contact is no longer a question of if, but when and who. As rearming continues, the deck grows denser. More aircraft are brought forward than expected. Some are positioned temporarily, waiting for space to clear. Others remain where they landed, their return folded into the next operation without pause. Fuel hoses cross one another. Ordnance waits beside aircraft not yet cleared to receive it. Each element assumes the others will move soon. The system still holds. Crews step carefully now, navigating tighter pathways. Signals are exchanged with gestures rather than voice, reducing confusion amid the noise of generators and moving equipment. The smell of fuel becomes constant. It is not alarming, simply present, woven into the air like heat or salt. No one reacts to it. It belongs to this stage of work. Below deck, elevators rise and fall steadily, bringing more aircraft upward. Each arrival adds to the surface load. Timing remains important, but still manageable. The deck feels busy, not dangerous. From the bridge, the situation reads as progress. Aircraft are being readied. The strike cycle advances. Nothing suggests interruption. The window remains open. Information begins to arrive unevenly. Reports are incomplete, relayed through channels that introduce delay rather than clarity. A sighting here, an uncertainty there. Nothing definitive enough to halt the cycle. Orders are adjusted slightly. Some aircraft are reconfigured. Ordnance is exchanged. Fueling pauses briefly, then resumes. The changes are absorbed without friction. The deck adapts. This adaptability reinforces confidence. The system responds as designed, accommodating variation without breaking rhythm. Aircraft wait longer than expected, engines still silent. Pilots remain nearby, standing or seated in shade where possible. Helmets are set aside. Gloves are loosened. The delay does not yet register as risk. Time feels available. The sea continues to slide past the hull. Formation remains intact. The sky above shows no immediate threat. This is still preparation. The deck reaches its most crowded state. Aircraft stand wing to wing. Bombs are staged close to multiple planes. Fuel hoses lie across the deck in looping arcs that must be stepped over carefully. Movement slows, not because of urgency, but because space has become limited. Each action requires coordination. Each repositioning must be deliberate. The deck crews adapt again. Paths are rerouted. Equipment is shifted inches at a time. Nothing is dropped. Nothing collides. Heat builds gradually, trapped by metal and machinery. The air feels heavier now, though still manageable. Smoke from earlier operations has cleared completely. Everything necessary for flight is present. Everything necessary for catastrophe is present as well, but unrecognized because it exists only in combination, not in isolation. The system has not failed. It has reached capacity. No warning sounds. There is no siren, no announcement that marks the end of preparation. The deck remains engaged in its work cycle, unaware that the window is closing. Aircraft are nearly ready. Fueling continues. Ordnance waits for final placement. Pilots glance upward occasionally, more out of habit than concern. The sky above appears unchanged. The carriers maintain speed. Course corrections are minor. Nothing in motion suggests urgency. This moment does not feel fragile. It feels productive. The deck exists in a state of readiness that assumes time will continue to behave as it has so far. Seconds remain. They are not counted. The first strikes. The aircraft reach Midway before the carriers are found. From a distance, the island appears unchanged, a pale shape in blue water, ringed by reef, too small to deserve the attention now bearing down on it. As the planes descend, details sharpen. Runways, antennae, fuel tanks, places where men have been standing since dawn. The first bombs fall without ceremony. Explosions walk across the airfield in measured steps, lifting coral dust and smoke that spreads low before rising. Hangars shudder. Antennae bend and snap. The sound arrives in waves, layered and overlapping, until the island seems wrapped in its own echo. Anti-aircraft fire responds immediately. It is uneven, improvised, but persistent. Bursts bloom in the sky, dark flowers that appear and vanish without pattern. On the ground, routines fracture into motion. Men run toward cover already damaged by previous blasts. Equipment is dragged clear of flames. Orders are shouted, then repeated, then ignored as survival narrows attention to what is closest. Aircraft on the ground are struck where they sit. Others survive long enough to be pushed into the air through smoke and debris, lifting from runways already marked by craters. The island absorbs the attack without resistance in depth. There is nowhere else for it to go. Above, the attacking aircraft pass over and turn away, already thinking ahead. Their mission is disruption, not occupation. They leave smoke rising behind them, a signal meant as much for distant carriers as for those below. Midway burns, but it does not fall silent. Radar stations continue to function where they can. Lookouts remain at their posts, eyes stinging, vision blurred by haze. Messages are sent upward, outward, into the wide space that holds the real decision. The island has done its part. It has drawn attention. It has revealed intent. It has taken the first blow. As the last of the attackers pull away, the smoke drifts slowly across the lagoon. The sea reflects the fire without comment. Above it all, the sky clears again, already making room for what is still on its way. The strike on Midway ends quickly, but its effects do not. As the attacking aircraft turn back toward their carriers, reports begin to flow, fragmented, breathless, shaped by smoke and motion. Damage assessed in seconds. Fires noted. Runways believed cratered. Resistance described as stubborn, but manageable. None of it is complete. By the time these messages are received, they are already behind the aircraft that carry them. Distance stretches their meaning thin. What was true in one moment may no longer be true by the next. On the carriers, officers listen and adjust. The island has been struck, but not silenced. A second attack is considered, then reconsidered. The question is no longer whether Midway can be neutralized, but whether time allows for certainty. Flight deck hands feel the shift immediately. Aircraft that had been prepared for one task are redirected again. Bombs meant for ships are exchanged for those meant for land, then paused in mid-change as new information interrupts the process. Carts stop. Cranes hold. Hands wait for instructions that hesitate. This waiting is heavier than before. The deck grows crowded with indecision. Planes armed but not launched. Crews standing by. Engines warm but silent. The rhythm that once felt controlled now presses inward, demanding resolution. Below deck, signal officers track incoming transmissions that do not align cleanly. Timings overlap. Bearings contradict. The picture refuses to settle. Somewhere out ahead, American carriers are still unfound. That absence begins to matter more than the damage inflicted on the island. The decision to strike Midway again would consume time. To delay risks being seen first. To act now risks acting blind. In this narrow space between certainty and commitment, the battle pauses, not in reality, but in intention. Above the carriers, the sky remains clear. The sea continues its slow motion beneath them. The island smokes behind, still alive. The enemy remains somewhere ahead, unseen, and with each passing minute, the cost of choosing wrong increases. Messages that arrive late. Information does not arrive all at once. It comes in pieces, fragments carried by radio waves stretched thin across distance. Each message holds part of a picture, but never the whole. In signal rooms, operators listen carefully, writing as they hear. Static interrupts sentences. Bearings blur. Timings overlap. What should be sequential arrives layered instead, forcing meaning to be assembled rather than received. A sighting is reported without certainty. Another confirms movement, but not direction. A third contradicts both. Maps fill with pencil marks that must be erased and redrawn. Lines bend. Arrows are softened. Nothing holds still long enough to be trusted. Those listening understand the danger of delay, but also the danger of speed. To act too slowly risks being found. To act too quickly risks acting on error. Messages meant to clarify instead create motion. Orders are revised mid-transmission. Instructions are shortened to avoid distortion. A single word, missed or misheard, can tilt decisions already balanced on narrow margins. Below deck, the atmosphere tightens. There is no shouting, no visible alarm, only concentration sharpened by the sense that the window for clean choices is closing. On the flight deck, the effects ripple outward. Crews pause with equipment in hand, waiting for confirmation that does not arrive. Aircraft sit armed and ready, their presence filling space meant for movement. Pilots listen to updates that change before they can settle. Routes shift slightly, then again. Fuel limits are recalculated, each adjustment reducing flexibility. Somewhere beyond the horizon, events continue to unfold without regard for these delays. Aircraft already in the air move closer to contact. Others remain grounded, waiting for clarity that will come too late to guide them cleanly. This is how misalignment becomes momentum, not through error alone, but through the accumulation of small delays that no one can see all at once. By the time certainty begins to form, it will arrive attached to urgency, and urgency will no longer allow for careful correction. At low altitude, the air behaves differently. It presses harder against the aircraft, thicker, less forgiving. Control inputs register immediately. There is no delay between correction and consequence. The plane exists in constant conversation with the water beneath it. Spray rises intermittently from the surface, lifted by speed and proximity. It flashes briefly against the canopy, then disappears. The sea feels close enough to touch, not visually, but spatially, as if one mistake would close the distance entirely. Engines are tuned for endurance, not speed. Their sound settles into a steady note that becomes part of the pilot's awareness, neither loud nor quiet, simply present. Any change in pitch would stand out immediately. Flying this low demands attention without intensity. Eyes stay forward. Hands remain light on the controls. Feet adjust constantly, almost unconsciously. The aircraft does not want to climb. It wants to remain here, close to the surface where detection is less likely and escape routes fewer. There is no view from this height, only water and sky, meeting at a line that rarely changes. Clouds feel distant and irrelevant. The world compresses into a narrow band of visibility measured in seconds rather than miles. Fuel matters more here. Every minute spent searching at low altitude carries cost. The aircraft burns fuel faster than it would higher up, but climbing would expose it. The trade-off is accepted without discussion. The pilots do not know where the dive bombers are. They do not know if fighter cover will arrive. What they know is that the approach continues, and that distance already flown cannot be reclaimed. From this height, the enemy fleet, when it finally appears, will not arrive gradually. It will emerge suddenly, close enough that decisions must be immediate. The torpedo planes move on, committed to a path shaped by altitude alone. On the carrier decks, work resumes with precision. Aircraft are rolled into position carefully, wings folded or extended according to space. Bomb carts move along familiar paths. Fuel hoses are laid out methodically, avoiding tangles that could delay the next phase. Nothing here feels hurried. The crews have done this many times before. Each task follows a practiced sequence, refined through repetition rather than urgency. Orders arrive clearly and are carried out without debate. Engines remain off. Propellers are still. The deck is crowded, but organized. Aircraft sit close together, positioned to maximize efficiency. Space is managed carefully, not wasted. Fuel and ordnance share the deck without conflict. Not yet. Each belongs here, briefly, as part of a process that assumes it will complete. From above, the carriers move steadily, maintaining course and formation. The sea offers no resistance. Wind conditions remain favorable. This is a moment designed for transition. Between the low world and the high world lies an altitude that does not matter. Here, nothing decisive occurs. Aircraft pass through it briefly, climbing or descending, but no one stays. It offers neither concealment nor clarity. It is too high to hide, too low to see. This space is defined by absence. No aircraft search here. No decisions are made at this height. It exists only as transition, a zone where the sky feels wide but unhelpful. Cloud layers drift slowly through this middle band, thin enough to see through, thick enough to obscure. Light scatters unpredictably, softening outlines without revealing detail. From here, the ocean is distant but still dominant. The surface loses texture. Waves flatten into pattern. Ships, if present, dissolve into indistinct shapes easily mistaken for shadow. This altitude tempts misinterpretation. A glint might be reflection. A line might be wake. A shadow might be cloud. Nothing confirms itself. The middle altitude holds time without progress. Aircraft that pass through it do so quickly, aware that lingering here would only consume fuel without improving understanding. It is the least dramatic space in the battle, and yet it contributes to everything that follows, because this is where misalignment lives. Information cannot travel cleanly through this band. Signals weaken. Sightings blur. Timing slips. What is happening below remains invisible. What is happening above remains delayed. The middle holds neither truth nor safety. It holds only distance. Above the clouds, the air thins. Engines work differently here, laboring against altitude rather than proximity. Control becomes lighter, less resistant. Movements require anticipation rather than reaction. From this height, the ocean appears calm. Its surface smooths into a single plane of color. The violence below, spray, fire, motion, does not register yet. Smoke, if present, is thin enough to resemble weather. The view is expansive. Search arcs widen naturally. Pilots scan with patience rather than urgency, trusting height to provide advantage. The sky feels generous here, open enough to allow reconsideration. Fuel burns more slowly at altitude. Time stretches. Decisions feel less immediate. This creates distance, not just spatial, but emotional. The battle below has not announced itself yet. The torpedo planes have already committed, but their presence is unknown here. The absence of contact feels like delay rather than danger. Cloud layers move beneath the aircraft, carrying with them fragments of shadow and light that can be mistaken for activity. Pilots learn to distrust first impressions. When the enemy fleet is finally sighted, it appears suddenly, not because it has arrived, but because alignment has finally occurred. From this height, the carriers look orderly. Decks are visible. Aircraft are clustered. Movement is apparent, but its urgency is not. Only when the dive begins does clarity collapse into speed. Altitude, once a buffer, becomes a weapon. The descent erases distance in seconds. Air thickens rapidly. Control tightens. The world accelerates. What was delayed above becomes immediate below. By the time the dive bombers arrive, the low-altitude world has already been spent. The misalignment resolves, but only after cost has been paid unevenly. The battle at Midway is not fought on a single plane. It unfolds in layers that rarely touch, each governed by its own physics, its own tempo, its own risks. Low altitude demands endurance and exposure. High altitude rewards patience and timing. Between them lies a space where nothing resolves cleanly. This vertical separation does not announce itself as error. It emerges naturally, shaped by aircraft design, fuel constraints, and the logic of search. No one chooses it deliberately. No one controls it completely. And yet, it determines everything. When the layers finally align, the moment feels sudden, even inevitable. But it is built from minutes spent apart, from worlds that moved forward without awareness of one another. Altitude becomes destiny. The messages do not stop. They simply lose their usefulness. What arrives now confirms what should have been known earlier, that enemy carriers are closer than expected, that movements have converged faster than plans allowed. The information is clearer, but the moment for clean response has passed. In command spaces, officers study maps that no longer represent the present. Lines drawn minutes ago are already obsolete. Bearings that once suggested caution now demand action. There is no time left to wait. Orders are issued with finality. Aircraft already armed are committed as they stand. There will be no perfect configuration, no second chance to align altitude, timing, and approach. At this height, the ocean stops being scenery and becomes reference. The surface is no longer distant or abstract. It moves in detail, small crests, shifting reflections, the faint lines of wind crossing water at shallow angles. Every correction made at the controls has an immediate effect. There is no delay, no forgiveness. Flying low means flying continuously. Hands do not rest. Feet remain alert on the rudder. The aircraft asks for constant attention, not because it is failing, but because it exists so close to the margin that stillness is not an option. Spray lifts occasionally from the waves, fine enough to blur the air ahead for a moment before vanishing. The smell of salt seeps into the cockpit, mixing with fuel and oil. It is not unpleasant, but it is persistent. There is no room here for imagination. The horizon remains empty, and yet the sense of approach deepens. Distance shrinks without offering confirmation. Every mile flown feels deliberate, irreversible, as though the aircraft is slowly exchanging safety for purpose. The engines hold their tone. The water holds its shape. Nothing announces what is coming. On the flight deck, the pause ends. Hands move quickly now, not with panic, but with urgency stripped of optimism. Launch crews signal. Engines rise to full power. The deck empties in stages, each aircraft lifting away into a sky that has begun to narrow. Pilots receive their last updates as they taxi. Some hear of sightings they will never reach. Others are given bearings that will change before they arrive. Fuel margins shrink to calculations made in seconds. Below deck, signal officers continue to listen, though they know the shape of events has moved beyond them. Messages still arrive, but now they trail the action rather than guide it. This is the moment when coordination gives way to commitment. Each group moves forward on its own logic, aware that convergence may happen only briefly, or not at all. Success and failure will depend less on planning than on timing that cannot be controlled. Above the carriers, aircraft climb and scatter, filling the sky with paths that cross without meeting. The sea below remains wide and empty, waiting to receive whatever falls from above. By the time the next messages arrive, they will no longer ask what should be done. They will describe what has already happened. Fuel, time, and distance. For the torpedo squadrons, the battle narrows to numbers. Fuel gauges sink steadily, indifferent to intention. Each mark passed removes an option that cannot be recovered. Turning back becomes a calculation, not a choice. Fuel is no longer a background concern. The needle's movement is subtle, but it is noticed. Each downward shift carries weight not because it surprises, but because it confirms what was already understood. The aircraft was never meant to loiter. It was designed to arrive, release, and leave. Now, arrival has occurred only in distance. Pilots calculate without numbers. The margin is felt rather than measured, in how long the engine can be pushed, in how much reserve remains if the return is not direct, in how many minutes can still be spent searching before turning back becomes theoretical rather than practical. No one speaks. Radio silence holds not because of discipline alone, but because there is nothing useful to add. Each aircraft carries its own diminishing margin. Sharing it would not improve the situation. The ocean below offers no landmarks. It does not mark progress. It only reflects the passage of time through repetition. The needle drops again. Turning back would still be possible, but only just, and only if what lies ahead does not appear soon enough to justify what has already been spent. The sea remains close beneath the wings, textured now by wind and wake. Flying low demands constant correction. A moment of inattention risks contact with water that will not forgive it. Radio silence holds. What has been seen elsewhere is unknown here. There is only course, speed, and the slow erosion of margin. Engines maintain a steady note, tuned for endurance rather than power. The aircraft carry their weight heavily, torpedoes slung low, fuel tanks nearing limits that were never generous to begin with. Time stretches in this space. Minutes pass without change. The horizon offers nothing but repetition. Pilots check instruments again, then again. The readings do not improve. They were never meant to. Somewhere ahead, contact must exist. The alternative, that the enemy is elsewhere, becomes harder to accept with every mile flown. Commitment deepens with distance. The sky above remains clear, but empty of reassurance. No friendly aircraft appear. No signals break the silence. Below, the ocean gives scale to the risk. A forced landing here would mean waiting, alone, visible, exposed, if rescue comes at all. Still, the squadrons continue. This is not momentum. It is persistence. They fly on because turning back would make the long flight meaningless. because endurance itself becomes a form of purpose once uncertainty has consumed everything else. Fuel drops past the point where return can be assumed. Distance hardens into fact. Ahead, the horizon finally begins to change, not with certainty, but with suggestion. A shape that might be smoke. A line that does not belong to water. The torpedo planes press forward, low and exposed, carrying with them the full cost of time already spent. The first sighting does not arrive as revelation. This is the longest part of the flight, not in distance, but in perception. Time stretches unevenly here. Minutes lose distinction. The sound of the engine becomes constant enough to disappear, replaced by a kind of internal rhythm shaped by vibration and airflow. The body adjusts to the posture. Shoulders settle. Jaw tightens. Eyes remain forward, scanning a horizon that refuses to change. There is nothing to respond to. No fire. No signal. No confirmation. And yet, commitment deepens. Each mile flown narrows the range of acceptable outcomes. What began as a search is now something closer to obligation. The aircraft continues not because it must, but because stopping would retroactively undo the purpose of everything that came before. Altitude is maintained carefully. Too high, and the aircraft becomes visible. Too low, and the margin for error collapses completely. The sea passes beneath in steady motion, indifferent to trajectory or intention. It does not reveal what it carries on its surface until distance is already gone. Somewhere ahead, the enemy must exist. The alternative is harder to accept with every passing minute. It appears gradually, a smudge on the horizon, a dark line interrupting the water's uniform motion. At first, it could be anything. Smoke, weather, reflection. Then it holds its shape. The first suggestion of change does not arrive cleanly. It appears as irregularity, a line that does not quite match the water, a shift in tone near the horizon that resists immediate classification. At first, it could be shadow, or cloud reflection, or nothing at all. Attention sharpens. Eyes narrow. Heads tilt slightly, as though angle alone might resolve uncertainty. The formation tightens without instruction. Aircraft drift closer together, instinctively reducing space as if proximity might compensate for what remains unknown. Engines maintain speed. No one accelerates yet. Doing so would spend fuel without confirmation. The horizon holds its silence. Then, gradually, shape replaces suggestion. Vertical elements interrupt the line of water. Movement becomes distinguishable from reflection. What has been searched for finally allows itself to be seen. Not dramatically, not suddenly, but with the inevitability of something that has been waiting to be noticed. There is no relief in the sighting, only clarity. As the torpedo planes draw closer, structure emerges. Hulls, wakes, the unmistakable geometry of ships moving with purpose. There is no time to announce what has been found. No altitude to spare for signals. The radio remains silent, not by rule now, but by necessity. The formation tightens instinctively. Aircraft settle lower, skimming the surface. Speed increases slightly, enough to feel the strain in engines already near their limits. Anti-aircraft fire begins before the ships are fully resolved. Tracers reach outward, stitching lines through air that moments ago felt empty. Water erupts in short, violent bursts beneath the wings. The sky contracts. Planes break formation, then reform lower still, each pilot choosing a path that offers seconds rather than safety. The distance to release point collapses quickly, measured now in heartbeats rather than miles. Above them, nothing intervenes. No cover arrives from altitude. No diversion draws fire away. The torpedo squadrons have reached contact alone. Torpedoes are released at ranges that feel both too far and too close. Aircraft pull away hard, engines pushed beyond comfort. Some do not pull away at all. Once seen, the distance feels wrong. Too far for certainty. Too close to turn away. Anti-aircraft fire has not yet begun, but its absence no longer reassures. The ships ahead move with purpose, already responding to something the torpedo squadrons cannot see from this height. There is no time now to question alignment, escort, or timing. Those considerations belong to earlier phases of the battle, already past. What remains is execution. The aircraft descend slightly, pressing closer to the surface. The sea tightens beneath them. Spray rises more frequently now, marking speed and proximity. This is the last moment in which return is theoretically possible. No one takes it. The approach continues, not driven by momentum, but by the quiet recognition that distance has already been converted into commitment. The sea absorbs what falls into it without pause. Wreckage vanishes. Fuel spreads. The horizon closes again. Those who survive turn back along routes that no longer matter. Fuel gauges approach empty. Bearings feel irrelevant. Behind them, the ships continue moving, damaged or intact, their decks already preparing for the next wave. Above, the sky remains wide, still waiting for aircraft that have not yet arrived. The torpedo planes have done their part. They have revealed the enemy, and in doing so, they have spent themselves. Low and slow over open water. For those still in the air, survival becomes procedural. Engines run rougher now, pushed beyond the margins they were designed to tolerate. Gauges hover near empty. The sea below feels closer than before, its surface broken by debris that marks where others did not pull away in time. There is no room left for formation. Aircraft scatter naturally, each pilot following a path shaped by damage, fuel, and instinct rather than plan. Anti-aircraft fire fades as distance opens. The sky loosens its grip. What remains is the long return over water that offers no guidance. Some planes fly on damaged controls. Others trail smoke that thins and disappears. Navigation becomes estimation again, guided by sun position and memory. Below, the ocean carries signs of what has just passed. Oil slicks widening, fragments drifting without direction. The surface closes over them slowly, erasing detail. The absence of friendly aircraft is notable now. The sky that felt empty earlier feels expectant instead, as if something has been delayed rather than denied. Those still airborne do not know what has followed them. They focus on holding altitude, on keeping engines alive long enough to reach something solid. Land is no longer a certainty, only a hope that gains urgency with each passing minute. Fuel drops into its final measures. Turning back is no longer a decision. It is a necessity that has arrived late. Some aircraft disappear quietly, settling into the water beyond sight of anyone else. Others continue on, reduced to little more than motion and endurance. Above them, unseen and still distant, a different kind of aircraft begins to descend. The change arrives from above. At altitude, dive bombers finally reach the area where smoke marks the sea. From their height, the scene resolves quickly. Ships in motion, decks crowded, formations disrupted by the attack that arrived earlier and alone. Timing, delayed until now, collapses into alignment. Pilots roll their aircraft over and begin the descent. Engines howl as gravity takes hold. The sky narrows into a steep corridor where speed replaces uncertainty. Below, ships react too late. Guns swing upward. Fire thickens. The air fills with fragments that trail past diving aircraft without time to track them properly. What had been ordered chaos moments earlier becomes confusion. The distance closes in seconds. Bombs release cleanly, pulled away by force and momentum. Aircraft pull out hard, wings shuddering under strain that leaves no room for correction. On the decks below, the impact is immediate. Explosions tear through aircraft being refueled and rearmed. Flames spread faster than orders can counter them. Metal twists. Smoke thickens, turning clear morning into a ceiling of black and grey. The deck crews, moments ago preparing for another launch, scatter into emergency routines they know too well. Fire hoses uncoil. Ammunition is shoved overboard. Hands move without waiting for instruction. The carriers lose coherence almost at once. What had been balanced systems become unstable spaces where every second compounds damage. Aircraft meant to fly become obstacles. Fuel ignites where it pools. Above, the dive bombers climb away, leaving behind a scene that no longer requires their presence. Below, the torpedo squadrons are already gone, reduced to absence, to fuel slicks and drifting wreckage that mark where exposure met delay. The sky, divided earlier by altitude, has finally converged. Not cleanly, not evenly, but decisively. The ocean receives what falls next without preference. Fire reflects on water. Smoke drifts outward, thinning as it spreads. What remains afloat will not remain unchanged, and what has been lost will not return. 6 minutes. The turning of the battle fits into a narrow span of time. It is not marked by a single blow, but by accumulation, a sequence of impacts so closely spaced that separation becomes meaningless. What matters is not order, but overlap. On the damaged carriers, fire spreads faster than coordination can contain it. Flames find fuel lines. Heat ignites aircraft that have nowhere to move. Smoke thickens, reducing visibility to shapes and motion. Deck crews work against instinct now, running toward danger rather than away from it. Hoses are dragged across metal already too hot to touch. Ammunition is forced overboard by hand. Orders dissolve into gesture. The decks tilt slightly as damage accumulates. Balance becomes something to be managed, not assumed. Below deck, compartments fill with smoke and heat. Systems designed to function independently fail together. Ventilation carries fire where it was never meant to go. There is no pause for assessment. Each moment demands response before understanding can catch up. Aircraft still airborne search for places to land that no longer exist. Signals meant to guide them are lost in the noise. Decisions are made in seconds that will not allow for revision. The sea around the ships begins to change color. Oil spreads outward, widening with every passing minute. Debris drifts, marking the surface with what has already been lost. From a distance, the scene compresses into something deceptively simple. Ships burning in open water. Up close, it is fractured and relentless. This is where planning ends. The change does not announce itself. There is no clear signal that marks the beginning of what will later be counted as decisive. Orders are still being given. Engines are still running. Deck crews are still performing tasks that made sense moments earlier. What shifts first is coordination. Messages arrive out of sequence. Information overlaps itself. Decisions are made using partial confirmation and carried forward before they can be corrected. From a distance, nothing appears broken yet. From within, alignment begins to slip. Aircraft return to decks that are no longer ready to receive them. Others circle above, waiting for clearance that cannot arrive fast enough. The deck, once a system, starts to behave like a surface reacting to stress rather than command. This is where time begins to compress, not because it moves faster, but because it stops offering pauses. What follows is not maneuver, but endurance measured in minutes that no longer feel distinct. 6 minutes become indistinguishable from the hour that will follow. The first minute is confusion. Fires begin where they were never expected. Fuel ignites in places assumed to be safe. Aircraft meant to launch sit immobilized, blocking paths that must now remain open. Deck crews respond immediately, without waiting for orders. Hoses are dragged into position. Ammunition is pushed away from heat. Men run toward danger with the practiced speed of routine. What cannot be moved is left where it is. The ship absorbs impact unevenly. Shock travels through metal, loosening fittings, dislodging equipment, turning small failures into obstacles. Smoke thickens quickly, not yet overwhelming, but persistent enough to reduce clarity. Signals become harder to read. Gestures replace speech. This minute ends without resolution. Nothing is under control yet, but nothing has been abandoned either. The second minute brings realization. Fire spreads beyond its point of origin, carried by fuel lines and ventilation. What had been isolated now connects itself. The deck becomes a network of risk rather than a grid of tasks. Men begin to understand that some aircraft will not move. This recognition arrives quietly, through repeated failure rather than announcement. An engine that will not start. A wheel that will not turn. A path that remains blocked no matter how many times it is cleared. Smoke thickens enough to change movement. Breathing becomes deliberate. Visibility narrows to immediate space. Below deck, heat builds faster than it can be vented. Compartments fill unevenly, forcing reroutes that lengthen response time. The ship still functions, but it no longer behaves predictably. By the third minute, systems begin to fail together. Fire control competes with damage control. Electrical systems fluctuate. Communications break intermittently, then return altered, incomplete. Orders shrink in scope. What began as contain the fire becomes hold this section. What was save the aircraft becomes clear the deck. Aircraft are pushed overboard not because they are expendable, but because they are now liabilities. Metal slides into the sea with heavy finality. The deck tilts slightly, not enough to alarm, but enough to require compensation. Movement becomes careful. Balance is tested before it is trusted. This is the minute when recovery ceases to be the goal. The objective shifts, quietly, toward survival. The fourth minute is acceptance. Not formal, not spoken, but felt. Some spaces are no longer entered. Some fires are allowed to burn because reaching them would cost more than it would save. Men begin to work around the damage rather than against it. The ship's shape changes subtly. Heat warps metal. Smoke pools in areas that were once clear. The air itself becomes something that must be managed. Aircraft still airborne circle above decks that no longer resemble landing surfaces. Signals are improvised. Some pilots commit to land anyway. Others turn away, understanding what the deck cannot offer. This minute does not end in collapse. It ends in narrowing. The fifth minute removes alternatives. Flooding increases where fire suppression has succeeded. Water collects unevenly, affecting stability. Corrections lag behind cause. Below deck, men retreat upward, abandoning compartments that can no longer be ventilated or reached. On deck, heat radiates constantly. Touch becomes dangerous. Tools are dropped, picked up with gloved hands, dropped again. The ship still floats, but it no longer belongs to those aboard it. This minute is not loud. It is heavy. The 6th minute settles everything, not through destruction, but through inevitability. What remains functional continues. What does not is left behind without ceremony. Movement slows, not from exhaustion, but from recognition. The battle has already moved elsewhere. Here, the outcome is no longer being decided. It is being absorbed. Fire burns where it will. Water rises where it can. Men complete tasks that no longer change direction, only timing. When this minute ends, nothing new begins. The 6 minutes do not conclude with silence. They conclude with continuation, a damaged system still operating, but no longer recoverable. From this point forward, the ship's future will be measured in hours. The battle's future has already moved on. The battle has turned. What remains is the work of survival, and the slow recognition that nothing here will return to how it was. The fires do not subside. They reorganize. On the carriers, control gives way to containment. Sections are abandoned to save others. Flooding is used where flame cannot be reached. The ship becomes a series of compartments rather than a single, coherent space. Orders narrow in scope. Save what can still move. Clear what can still be cleared. Accept what cannot. The flight deckhands who once prepared launches now work to dismantle what remains. Aircraft are pushed over the side, not because they are useless, but because they have become dangerous. Metal disappears into the sea with a sound too small to match its cost. Pilots who manage to return circle above smoke they barely recognize as home. Some land on decks already damaged, guided by signals improvised from urgency. Others turn away, searching for somewhere else to put down, knowing fuel will decide before choice does. Below, water lines creep higher. Stability calculations replace navigation. The ship's future is measured not in miles, but in minutes before systems fail completely. The sea closes in. Lifeboats are lowered where possible. Rafts are cut loose. Men enter the water carrying nothing but what they can keep afloat. Oil coats the surface, thick and reflective, clinging to skin and fabric alike. From the air, the picture simplifies again. Smoke columns rise. Ships slow. Some stop altogether. There is no moment that announces defeat. Only the realization that continuation is no longer possible. The battle does not end with silence. It ends with sound fading unevenly, engines failing, fires consuming what remains, radios falling quiet one by one. What floats drifts. What sinks disappears. The 6 minutes have done their work. From here on, the outcome will unfold slowly, measured in hours rather than seconds, as the ocean resumes its steady motion around what remains. Ships that cannot be saved. Some damage cannot be stabilized. On the worst-hit carriers, efforts shift from recovery to assessment. Engineers report flooding that cannot be contained. Fire control teams exhaust options that no longer apply. The ship's structure itself begins to fail. Orders change accordingly. What had been hold the line becomes prepare to leave. This transition happens quietly. There is no announcement, No signal that marks the moment when a ship is no longer considered viable. The understanding spreads through routine, through tasks reassigned, through equipment abandoned, through glances that linger longer than necessary. Men begin to gather what they can carry. Not valuables, but items that make water survivable. Flotation gear, knives, rations pulled from emergency lockers. Helmets are removed. Boots loosened. On deck, smoke thins in places where fuel has burned out. Fire still crackles, but it has lost momentum. What remains is heat and structural damage that cannot be cooled fast enough. The ship slows further. Steering becomes erratic. Power fluctuates. Lists develop that make movement uncertain. Each degree of tilt reshapes how the deck is used. Those still aboard move carefully now, aware that balance is no longer reliable. Handholds are tested before being trusted. Pathways narrow. Lifeboats are lowered where possible. Rafts are cut loose and slide into the water unevenly. The sea receives them with indifference, rising and falling as if nothing has changed. Some men hesitate at the rail, looking back at spaces that had defined their lives for months. Sleeping quarters, mess areas, the familiar geometry of corridors now warped by damage. Leaving is not fear. It is recognition. The ship has crossed a threshold where effort no longer improves outcome. Around it, the ocean waits. The act of leaving is uneven. Some step down ladders into rafts already crowded. Others jump when decks tilt too far for patience. The distance to the water feels greater than it should, stretched by hesitation. The sea is warm, but heavy. Oil spreads across its surface, coating skin and fabric, turning movement into effort. Men keep their faces clear with slow, deliberate strokes. Around them, the ship continues its slow collapse. Metal groans as heat weakens structure. Smoke leaks from openings that no longer have purpose. The vessel settles deeper, its outline changing as water claims spaces that once held air. Those in the water drift apart almost immediately. Waves separate rafts. Voices carry briefly, then fade. Survival becomes solitary even when others are near. Some cling to debris, planks, crates, anything buoyant enough to pause sinking. Others rely on vests and exhaustion-balanced motion, floating when they can, swimming when they must. From this level, the ship no longer looks like a machine. It becomes a mass of shadow and sound, rising and falling unevenly, shedding fragments as it goes. There is no ceremony when it finally gives way. The hull slips lower. The angle sharpens. Water pours in through openings that no longer resist it. Then the ship disappears, pulled under with a force that feels sudden only because it had taken so long. The sea closes over the space it occupied. What remains is scattered. Rafts drift. Wreckage spreads. Oil thins and widens, reflecting smoke that continues to rise from elsewhere. Above, the sky is quiet again. Those still afloat look outward, not for the enemy, but for signs of retrieval. Aircraft, ships, anything that suggests this moment will not last forever. For now, there is only waiting. The battle has moved on. The ocean has not. Survivors and silence. After the noise fades, time reasserts itself. Those afloat settle into positions dictated by fatigue and flotation. Rafts drift without pattern. Debris spreads wider as currents pull gently but persistently. Once afloat, movement becomes optional. Some men swim briefly, testing direction, then stop. The effort costs more than it gains. Floating is easier. Remaining visible feels sufficient. The water holds the body unevenly. Oil coats skin and fabric, changing buoyancy in small but noticeable ways. Life vests rub at the neck. Sleeves cling. Hands emerge blackened, slick, unfamiliar. The sun climbs without urgency. Heat settles in gradually, pressing down rather than burning. Thirst arrives early, announced by dryness rather than pain. Mouths remain closed. Breathing slows. Sound behaves differently here. Voices carry oddly across the surface, clear for a moment, then gone. Small splashes seem loud. Larger movements disappear into the rhythm of waves. No one knows who else remains. Looking around requires effort. Turning the head shifts balance. Eyes return to the sky, where nothing approaches yet. Waiting becomes physical. Hope thins without vanishing. It becomes quieter, more conditional. Men stop scanning continuously. Instead, they listen. For engines, for the rhythm of propellers that would not belong to wind or wave. Every sound is evaluated. Some are dismissed quickly. Others linger longer before being recognized as nothing. The body begins to conserve without instruction. Movements slow further. Speech becomes rare. Attention narrows to immediate sensation. The water cools slightly as the day shifts. Gooseflesh rises beneath oil-coated fabric. The warmth that once pressed down now recedes, replaced by something closer to neutrality. Still, the surface remains gentle. There is no storm here, no violence, just continuation. Waiting becomes the work. The sea resumes its ordinary motion. Small waves rise and fall, lifting survivors together and then easing them apart again. Nothing in the water suggests urgency. Hours pass without structure. Men ration movement instinctively. Arms are kept still when possible. Heads rest against inflated collars. The effort shifts from action to conservation. Oil clings to skin and clothing, making heat oppressive. Eyes sting. Throats dry quickly under the sun. Conversation fades into occasional words offered more for reassurance than information. There is little to observe. Smoke thins as fires exhaust themselves. The horizon returns to an unbroken line. The ships that remain move slowly, distant and indistinct, their purpose now altered. Waiting becomes the dominant experience. Not the charged waiting of battle, but the passive kind, marked by listening for engines that may or may not return. Each sound is tested against hope, then dismissed. Some count time by the sun's movement. Others stop counting altogether. The sea holds them gently, but without promise. What mattered minutes ago, position, speed, coordination, no longer applies. Survival is reduced to breath, buoyancy, and the endurance to remain visible just long enough. The battle has ended elsewhere. Here, it lingers only as memory and consequence, floating quietly on the surface of an ocean that has already begun to forget. Rescue does not arrive all at once. It comes in fragments, the distant sound of engines, the brief shadow of an aircraft passing overhead, a ship appearing slowly at the edge of vision. Each sign raises attention, then tests it. Some are seen quickly, others wait longer. The first sign of rescue does not arrive as certainty. It begins as sound, distant, uneven, difficult to place. A rhythm that does not belong to the sea. Heads lift slowly. Eyes strain toward a point that may not be real yet. No one signals immediately. Doing so would spend energy prematurely. The sound grows clearer. Engines. Relief does not rush in. It settles gradually, cautiously, as if unsure whether it is permitted. Men remain still until confirmation replaces suggestion. When shapes finally appear on the horizon, they are small, almost abstract, but they hold their shape. Waiting ends not with celebration, but with adjustment, bodies preparing to move again after long stillness. The water releases them slowly. Rafts are pulled alongside hulls that still bear smoke stains and damage. Hands reach down, steady and practiced. Men are lifted aboard, one at a time, weighed down by oil and exhaustion. There is no celebration, only relief expressed through stillness. Those rescued are guided away from the rail, wrapped in blankets, given water measured carefully. Words are exchanged quietly. Names are asked, sometimes answered, sometimes not. Elsewhere, the sea remains occupied. Not all are found at the same pace. Some drift beyond initial search patterns. Others disappear beneath the surface without witness, leaving nothing to mark the moment. Distance increases without intention. Rafts that were close moments ago drift apart on gentle currents. Debris separates slowly, as though deciding which direction to take. The spacing grows until voices no longer reach. This separation is not dramatic. It simply happens. Men adjust to solitude without comment. Some turn their bodies to keep the sun at their backs. Others face it directly, squinting through glare that reflects off oil-slicked water. Time loses structure. There are no markers here, no tasks to complete, no sequence to follow. Minutes stretch or collapse unpredictably. The body registers change only through sensation. Heat, stiffness, thirst. Thoughts drift as freely as the rafts. Memory surfaces in fragments, unconnected to urgency. A detail from earlier that morning. A routine left unfinished. A sound from the deck that now feels distant. The water accepts everything equally. Fatigue arrives quietly, not as exhaustion, but as heaviness. Muscles relax into the water's support. Keeping the head above the surface becomes automatic, requiring less effort than expected. Some men close their eyes briefly, trusting the vest. Others keep them open, unwilling to risk missing the first sign of rescue. The sky offers nothing. Clouds drift without pattern. Sunlight shifts slowly, barely perceptible except through warmth. The horizon remains unchanged. Thirst sharpens. Saliva thickens. Swallowing becomes deliberate. Lips dry, crack, then numb slightly. Water surrounds them in all directions, unusable. The smell of fuel lingers. It settles into hair and clothing, becoming part of the body rather than something external. Hands move less often now, resting at the surface or clasped together. Occasionally, someone speaks. A word, a name, a question without expectation of answer. The sound hangs briefly in the air, then dissolves. Waiting deepens, not with anxiety, but with resignation. Rescue may come, or it may not. The water does not indicate preference. Aircraft circle where fuel allows, scanning wide arcs that feel suddenly small. Ships adjust course repeatedly, responding to reports that thin as time passes. Eventually, the rhythm slows. Searches widen, then narrow. Hope contracts into procedure. Decisions are made that balance risk against diminishing return. The ocean absorbs what remains. What is recovered is recorded. What is not is accounted for differently. By late in the day, the water looks as it did before. Calm, reflective, unmarked. Only those aboard the ships know how much space has been emptied. Silence settles again, not as absence of sound, but as the absence of urgency. The battle has finished writing itself. What follows will be memory. The ocean reclaims the wreckage. When the ships are gone, the ocean closes in quietly. Wreckage drifts for a time. Pieces of deck, fragments of aircraft, scattered equipment that once belonged to ordered systems. The water moves them without preference, spreading them outward until they lose relation to one another. Oil thins as it travels. What had been dark and reflective becomes translucent, then disappears entirely. The surface returns to its ordinary texture, broken only by wind. Fire dies last. Smoke lingers low over the water, then lifts and disperses. The sky reclaims its clarity in stages, cloud by cloud, until nothing remains to suggest violence ever passed through it. Below the surface, heavier things settle. Metal sinks slowly, turning as it descends. Light fades quickly. Shapes soften, then vanish. What was once engineered for speed and power becomes inert, claimed by pressure and depth. The ocean does not preserve intent. It holds weight, not meaning. By nightfall, the battle is already becoming something else. No longer an event, but a location. Coordinates written down. Positions logged. Distances measured from places that no longer exist. Those who remain afloat move on. Carriers alter course. Aircraft land or divert. The machinery of war resumes motion elsewhere, already shaped by what has happened here. The water keeps nothing visible. Only those who pass through this place carry what remains. The memory of fire on steel, of waiting in open water, of the moment when systems failed and survival narrowed to breath. The ocean resumes its long work. What lies beneath will not be seen again. What floats away will lose its story. And yet, this quiet surface now covers a turning point, one that will echo far beyond the horizon, long after the sea has erased every sign it can reach. What remains is not immediately understood. In the hours after the battle, reports are gathered and compared. Losses are counted. Survivors are accounted for. The scale of what has occurred resists clarity at first, not because information is missing, but because its weight is difficult to absorb. Ships that once shaped plans are gone. Air groups that defined capability no longer exist. Names that filled rosters now appear only on lists. The consequences move faster than comprehension. Commanders adjust posture. Routes are reconsidered. Assumptions that held since the beginning of the war loosen quietly, without ceremony. What had seemed inevitable days earlier now feels uncertain. The ocean, indifferent to these recalculations, continues its steady motion. Far from this stretch of water, factories will continue to produce. Training fields will fill with new men. Strategies will be rewritten to reflect a balance that has shifted without warning. Here, the shift is invisible. No marker rises from the sea to announce its importance. No sound carries across the surface to signal that something fundamental has changed. Only coordinates on a chart distinguish this place from any other. For those who were here, the meaning arrives more slowly. It settles into memory as absence, the gap left by ships that will not return, by routines that ended without transition, by voices that fell silent in the space between decisions. The battle does not linger as spectacle. It persists as awareness, an understanding that the ocean can hold vast machines and still remove them completely. That timing, once lost, cannot be reclaimed. That endurance and exposure, when misaligned, carry unequal cost. Midway becomes a reference point not because of what is seen, but because of what is no longer there. The sea gives no sign of this. It remains open, reflective, and unchanged, carrying beneath its surface the quiet proof that wars can turn without announcement, and that their deepest marks are often the hardest to see. When flight operations pause, the deck feels larger, not because it has changed, but because it is no longer full. Spaces open where aircraft once stood. Tie-down points sit unused. The grid that had been crowded hours earlier now shows its structure clearly. Deck crews move without urgency. Tasks still exist: cleaning, securing, accounting, but they arrive one at a time rather than all at once. Tools are returned to lockers. Hoses are coiled carefully. Debris is gathered and carried away. Nothing here feels provisional anymore. The air smells different now. Less fuel, less heat. The lingering trace of oil remains, but it no longer dominates. Men pause occasionally, standing still longer than necessary. Not resting, just standing, hands at sides, eyes moving across spaces that feel unfamiliar. The deck does not demand attention. It waits. Names are checked against rosters. Aircraft numbers are compared against expected returns. Reports arrive gradually, some complete, some unresolved. There is no single moment when loss becomes clear. Understanding accumulates through absence. A pilot who should have returned by now has not. An aircraft is logged as missing without comment. Another line is drawn through a designation that will not be reused. The process is procedural. It does not invite reaction. Officers speak quietly, often leaning close to one another. Decisions are recorded carefully. Corrections are made where uncertainty remains. The ship continues to move. Its course does not change in response to these calculations. Speed remains steady. Navigation continues as before. Only the lists grow longer. For some, work runs out. They remain nearby anyway, waiting for instructions that may not come. Others are reassigned temporarily, filling gaps left by absence rather than need. Conversation is minimal, not because of shock, but because there is nothing that needs saying. Questions have no immediate answers. Statements feel unnecessary. Men sit where they can, on crates, on deck edges, against bulkheads. Helmets are set down. Gloves are loosened. The ship sounds different now. Fewer engines. Less movement. A steadier rhythm replaces urgency. The hum of machinery becomes more noticeable in the quiet. Life resumes in fragments. Meals are taken. Watches are stood. Lights change with the hour. But something has shifted. The ship continues forward with fewer voices, fewer footsteps, fewer routines than it carried into the battle. Some find their way to the rail. From here, the ocean looks unchanged. The surface reflects sky and cloud without reference to what has passed through it. Wakes stretch behind the ship and dissolve. There is no marker, no sign that this water has held fire or wreckage or men waiting to be seen. The horizon remains open. It offers direction, not meaning. Looking outward becomes a way to avoid looking inward, where accounting continues and lists remain incomplete. The ship moves on. It does not slow to acknowledge what has been lost. It does not alter course in recognition. It carries forward what remains and leaves the rest behind. The quiet holds, not as silence, but as space, wide enough now for memory to begin forming. By evening, routine settles fully. The deck is secure. Reports are filed. Watches rotate. The ship returns to a rhythm that feels sustainable rather than urgent. This is where the battle ends for those aboard. Not with celebration, not with closure, but with continuation. The knowledge of what has happened does not press itself forward yet. It stays peripheral, waiting for stillness to deepen enough to receive it. Night approaches. Lights come on. Shadows lengthen. The ocean darkens without resistance. The ship moves steadily through it, carrying forward a version of itself altered in ways that will not be discussed openly, at least not yet. The battle has passed. The quiet remains. When motion resumes. After the battle, movement returns first. Not suddenly, not dramatically, just enough to remind everyone that the world has not stopped. Ships adjust course. Engines maintain their rhythm. The sea continues its long, indifferent roll beneath steel hulls. There is no rush now. The hours that follow are shaped by continuation rather than decision. Navigation proceeds as planned. Watches rotate. Meals are prepared and eaten without ceremony. The battle recedes without retreating. Smoke thins and disperses. The horizon clears. What had felt enclosed by urgency opens again into distance. The ocean widens, offering nothing to respond to and nothing to resist. Time stretches. Minutes begin to separate from one another again. The compression that held them together loosens. Breath deepens. Movements slow. The machinery of war resumes its background presence. Steady, functional, no longer demanding constant attention. It hums rather than shouts. On deck, the air cools. Metal releases the heat it absorbed earlier. Surfaces that were too warm to touch grow neutral again. Shadows lengthen as the sun lowers, tracing familiar lines across spaces that now feel altered only by what is missing. The sea does not reflect memory. It reflects light. Waves move in patient repetition, unaffected by what has passed through them. Wakes form and dissolve. Nothing remains to indicate where aircraft descended or ships burned. If someone were to arrive here now, there would be no sign, no marker, no boundary, no interruption. Just water. Below deck, the ship settles into its nighttime rhythm. Lights dim and brighten in sequence. Corridors empty, then refill with the next watch. Doors close softly. Voices drop. Conversation does not disappear, but it changes shape. Words are fewer. Statements are practical. Explanations are unnecessary. There is no impulse to revisit the moment. Not yet. Memory requires stillness to form, and stillness has not arrived fully. The body remains occupied with routine, with motion, with a simple act of continuing. Even fatigue behaves differently now. It no longer carries urgency. It spreads slowly, evenly, pressing downward rather than pulling attention inward. Sleep comes more easily than expected, not because the day was light, but because the mind has not yet assembled what it will eventually need to carry. Outside, night approaches. The ocean darkens gradually, losing detail until it becomes a single, moving surface. Stars emerge without reference to what lies below. The sky regains its depth. From this distance, nothing distinguishes tonight from any other. The ships move through it quietly. They do not announce themselves. They do not pause. They do not look back. What remains behind is already dissolving. Wreckage sinking, oil thinning, sound fading. The sea accepts this without resistance, as it always has. The battle is no longer present here. It exists elsewhere now, in reports being finalized, in lists being checked, in gaps that will be noticed later when routine makes room for them. For now, the space between past and memory holds. It is not empty. It is quiet. A quiet shaped by motion, continuing without meaning attached yet. A quiet that allows the body to rest before the mind begins its work. The ocean breathes steadily beneath the ships, and somewhere between wake and horizon, history loosens its grip just enough to let reflection arrive next. Aftermath. What the ocean keeps. When the last reports are filed and the ships alter course, the ocean remains where it has always been. It does not change color to mark what has passed through it. It does not carry scars that can be revisited. Waves rise and fall in the same rhythm they did before the first aircraft lifted from its deck. If you were to pass through this place days later, you would see nothing unusual. No wreckage, no smoke, no trace of urgency. Only water stretching outward, uninterrupted, reflective, calm enough to invite forgetting. This is how the sea remembers. What it takes completely. For those who lived through Midway, memory does not arrive all at once. It settles slowly, returning in fragments rather than narratives. The smell of oil that clung to skin. The sound of engines overhead that meant rescue, or meant nothing at all. The feel of heat radiating through steel that could no longer be cooled. Some memories attach themselves to routine, to hands that once moved with purpose and now rest idle, to decks that were once crowded and now feel too open. Others remain unspoken, because there is no shape that fits them comfortably. The war moves on quickly after Midway. New battles form elsewhere. New names enter reports. New plans are drafted that quietly assume what was learned here, without ever naming it. But for those who were present, time does not compress so easily. They remember how much depended on minutes that could not be stretched. How altitude separated men who never saw one another. How persistence carried some forward long enough to be seen, and carried others too far to return. Midway does not stand as a monument. It offers no single image to hold on to. It exists instead as a realization that power can vanish in silence, that momentum can break without warning, that survival is often uneven and undeserved. The ocean does not judge this. It holds survivors and wreckage with equal indifference. It absorbs fire and reflection alike. What remains on its surface is temporary. What sinks is final. In time, even coordinates lose their urgency. The battle becomes a chapter, then a paragraph, then a line remembered only by those who seek it out deliberately. Yet something quieter endures. An understanding that war is not always decided by force meeting force, but by alignment, or its absence. By who arrives early, who arrives late, and who arrives alone. By systems that fail not because they were weak, but because they were human. If you linger here, in imagination, there is nothing dramatic left to witness. Only water, sky, and distance. But beneath that calm lies the knowledge that entire futures shifted here, unseen by those who would inherit them. The ocean carries that knowledge without expression. It does not speak of courage or loss. It does not distinguish between error and inevitability. It simply moves forward, as it always has, making space for what comes next. And perhaps that is the final truth Midway leaves behind. Not a lesson, but a condition. That history can turn quietly. That meaning does not announce itself. That endurance often looks like waiting, and consequence often looks like absence. The ocean fades first. At Midway, the horizon was endless. Steel floated against blue emptiness. Distance was measured in miles of open water. But war does not remain at sea. It moves inland. Beyond the carrier decks and flight paths lay islands, humid, uneven, resistant to quick resolution. Here, distance narrowed. No longer ships separated by miles, but men separated by trees, by ridgelines, by heat that pressed close against the skin. The Pacific War was not decided in a single battle. It unfolded slowly, island by island, from open ocean to jungle interior. The distance changed, but the war continued. Part 2. Tropic Lightning. What it was like to fight from Pearl Harbor to Japan. The Pacific opens in a long sweep of muted blue, the water rising and falling in gentle folds beneath a sky softened by early light. The horizon barely separates sea from air, giving the impression that the world is still deciding how to define its edges. Here, the illusion of peace rests lightly over the ocean, fragile in a way that becomes clear only when memory presses against it. The Hawaiian Islands emerge from this stillness, their volcanic shapes washed in a warm, hazy glow, carrying beauty that feels almost unaware of what has already taken place. Oahu lies quiet in the morning light. Palm-lined roads, training fields, and clusters of military buildings form an ordered pattern across the landscape. The cantonments of the 25th Infantry Division rest within this calm, their structures reflecting the habits of a peacetime routine. Soldiers move through familiar motions, boots scuffing gravel, kitchen lights flickering on, voices rising in soft exchanges. Everything appears steady, and yet beneath the surface, the air holds a muted tension, as though the island itself remembers the shock that tore through it days earlier. That moment lives in the landscape still. The attack on Pearl Harbor arrived without warning, reshaping the island's identity in minutes. Smoke had risen in black spirals from the harbor. Ships burned where they sat. Aircraft had struggled to climb through a sky thickened with flame and confusion. Men raced from barracks with half-buttoned uniforms, pulled into a storm they had never expected to face on their own soil. The violence of that morning impressed itself onto Oahu in ways that would not fade easily. Now the remnants of that day linger not in smoke, but in atmosphere. Within the 25th Division's grounds, barracks hold a quieter purpose. The men prepare for their duties with steadier hands, their movements shaped by the understanding that the world they inhabit has shifted. Some pause at their windows, not in alarm but in reflection. Others take an extra moment to tighten a strap or check a piece of gear. The routine remains familiar, but the reasoning behind it carries new weight. Outside the barracks, the island's transformation is visible in calm, practical adjustments. Observation posts rise along the coastline, each manned with fresh vigilance. Anti-aircraft emplacements, hastily installed in the aftermath of the attack, stand ready beneath the brightening sky. Roads that once carried leisure traffic now host military convoys and civilian advisories. Beaches that once felt carefree now serve as defensive boundaries, the sand marked by patrol tracks and perimeter lines. The island breathes differently now, more slowly, more aware. The training grounds reflect this new posture. Formations gather with focused discipline, the men standing slightly straighter, listening with more intent than before. Non-commissioned officers speak with a clarity sharpened by purpose. Drills that once felt routine now carry the sense of practice for real contingencies. Maps spread across portable tables show not hypothetical plans, but realigned defensive sectors and emergency routes. Even the air around these moments feels more concentrated, holding an awareness that preparation is no longer optional. Small scenes across the division reveal the deeper change. Mechanics lean closer to engines, listening for subtle inconsistencies. Supply sergeants check inventory with reinforced attention. Scouts rehearse hand signals with quiet confidence, absorbing skills they may soon rely upon under harsher conditions. These acts are not dramatic, but they create a steady undercurrent of determination. The division is learning how to live inside vigilance rather than around it. Nature continues its usual rhythm around these efforts. Waves break along the shoreline in calm repetition. Birds cross the sky in unhurried arcs. Rain drifts from the mountains and evaporates on sun-warmed ground. Yet even these familiar cycles seem touched by the recent upheaval. The island's beauty has not diminished, but it now exists beside a sharpened awareness, a kind of collective inhalation that has not yet been released. By midday, a steady sense of resolve shapes the atmosphere across the division. The men move through their tasks with calm focus, cleaning rifles, checking vehicles, preparing equipment for extended rotations. Conversations during brief rests carry an undercurrent of thoughtfulness. Jokes still rise, but softer now, shared in shorter bursts. You sense how these moments hold the men together, offering small anchors of familiarity as the wider world shifts around them. Officers walk the training grounds with deliberate steps, their posture carrying the weight of responsibility rather than anxiety. They observe formations, listen to reports, and adjust schedules with care. Their choices reflect an understanding that the division's future will stretch far beyond Oahu. Even without full orders, they recognize the direction that events are pointing. The Pacific is no longer a distant boundary. It is a vast arena waiting just beyond the horizon. The island absorbs this growing certainty with the same quiet endurance that shapes the division. Its ridges, fields, and coastline begin to merge with the preparations of the men who train upon it. No single moment marks the transformation. No ceremony announces it. The shift unfolds gradually through the discipline of everyday actions, through the simple tightening of a strap, the focused repetition of drills, the way soldiers glance toward the sea without speaking. By evening, the island settles into a calmer rhythm. The residue of smoke from earlier days has long dispersed, replaced by a stillness that feels reflective rather than fragile. The division rests in this moment of transition, no longer a peacetime force, not yet a battle-tested one, but standing firmly in the space between. The path ahead remains partially obscured, but its direction is unmistakable, and as night settles over the island, the stillness carries a soft acknowledgement of what is coming. The beginning of a long journey is already unfolding, carried not by sudden action, but by the quiet, deliberate readiness of the men who stand in its first chapter. The island that woke first. The first light over Oahu spreads in muted tones, softening the island's edges as morning takes shape. Palms sway gently in the early breeze, their fronds catching the gold of a sun that rises with deliberate calm. The ridgelines of the Ko'olau Range still hold pockets of shadow, as if the night has been slow to release its grip. At a glance the scene looks familiar, yet the atmosphere beneath it carries a tension that settles quietly across the island, a reminder of the shock it has absorbed. The cantonments of the 25th Infantry Division rest within this hush. Barracks stand in ordered rows, their windows glinting softly under growing light. Training fields stretch outward in measured lines, still imprinted with the footsteps of soldiers who walked them during calmer days. The division stirs into motion with a steady rhythm of early routines, boots on gravel, tools shifting in hands, voices rising in low exchanges. These movements reflect habit, but the air around them feels different, carrying the weight of new awareness. Inside the barracks, the change becomes visible in the small choices the men make. Uniforms are adjusted with more care. Straps are tightened with deliberate hands. Some soldiers pause near their bunks a moment longer than before, gathering their thoughts before stepping into the day. Others glance through windows at the quiet outside, measuring this brief calm against memories that still press against their minds. The shock of Pearl Harbor has settled inside each man differently, but all understand that the world they inhabit has irrevocably shifted. You sense the unspoken resolve forming beneath their movements, quiet but steady. The island beyond the division mirrors this internal shift. Civilian roads hold a cautious rhythm. Observation posts rise along the coastline, their silhouettes watching the horizon with renewed vigilance. Anti-aircraft emplacements, installed rapidly after the attack, reflect the sharpening light. Beaches once marked only by footprints now serve as defensive boundaries, the sand scoured by patrols rather than tides. The beauty remains, but it now stands beside a layer of watchfulness woven into the landscape. Training grounds come alive with a posture more focused than before. Formations gather with tighter alignment, the men's attention settling quickly on their instructors. Non-commissioned officers speak with a clarity shaped by recent events, their instructions measured and firm. Drills that once felt routine now carry purpose that resonates beneath each repetition. Maps unfold across portable tables, displaying defensive positions with new precision. The air around the training fields holds a quiet concentration, as though every step taken here is part of a larger preparation. Across the motor pool and supply areas, small scenes reveal how the division has internalized this moment. Mechanics lean closer to engines, listening not only for obvious faults, but for subtle variations. Supply sergeants double-check manifests with sharpened attention. Scouts run through field signals with practiced assurance, absorbing skills they may rely upon under harsher conditions. These actions form the unseen backbone of readiness, the quiet discipline that takes root long before deployment. Nature continues its usual rhythm around these efforts. Waves break along the shoreline with calm repetition. Birds trace gentle arcs across the sky. Rain drifts from the mountains, landing softly on the warm ground before fading into mist. Yet even this familiar cycle feels touched by the island's transformation. The landscape has absorbed the shock, and in doing so, has begun to hold a new vigilance within its stillness. By midday, the division's atmosphere feels grounded. Soldiers move through tasks with deliberate focus, cleaning rifles, checking vehicles, preparing gear that may soon be needed far from Oahu. Conversations during short breaks carry a thoughtful tone. Laughter surfaces occasionally, subdued but genuine, offering brief release from the weight of the moment. You sense how these small exchanges keep the men anchored, giving them familiar points of connection amid shifting ground. Officers walk the training fields with steady pace, their faces marked not by fear but by responsibility. They observe drills, exchange quiet words with NCOs, and adjust schedules as needed. Their posture reflects an understanding that the division's future will stretch beyond the island. Even without formal orders, they read the direction of events, knowing the Pacific is no longer a distant frontier. The decisions they make now will shape the unit's ability to endure what lies ahead. As afternoon deepens, the division continues its work in calm, measured rhythms. Packs are checked. Weapons are reassembled and inspected. Maps are rolled and re-rolled as routes and contingencies are considered. The soldiers of the 25th are not yet the hardened force history will come to know, but the early shaping of that identity unfolds quietly here, through repetition, discipline, and the acceptance of a changed world. The island absorbs these efforts with a kind of steady grace. Its ridges, fields, and shorelines blend with the soldiers' preparations, forming a landscape where vigilance and resilience coexist. No announcement marks this shift. No single moment defines it. It grows through the simple, deliberate actions carried out under the unwavering Hawaiian sun. By late afternoon, the path ahead feels closer, though still partially obscured. The division stands at the beginning of its transformation, no longer a peacetime force, not yet a battle-tested one, but firmly rooted in the readiness that will carry it far across the Pacific. The island that woke first holds this moment quietly, as though recognizing the journey its soldiers are preparing to undertake. First steps into a harder world. In the days following the attack, a new rhythm settles across the 25th Infantry Division. Steady, disciplined, and shaped by a deeper sense of responsibility. The familiar spaces of the island remain the same, but the intention behind every movement shifts. Barracks, motor pools, and drill fields no longer represent routine. They have become the foundation on which readiness must be rebuilt. The shock of Pearl Harbor has not faded, but it has solidified into a quiet, deliberate resolve. Reports circulate through division headquarters with calm urgency. Officers gather over maps that chart the ridgelines, beaches, and vulnerable corridors of Oahu. Their conversations remain measured, but the undertone has changed. Defensive sectors are redrawn. Patrol routes expand. Quick response drills become part of the daily schedule. The men understand that preparation is no longer hypothetical. You sense how this recognition blankets the camp, not with fear, but with a clarity that steadies the division's purpose. Training intensifies before any formal deployment orders are issued. Soldiers practice identifying aircraft silhouettes against changing light, learning to distinguish friend from foe by profile alone. Blackout drills sharpen their ability to move confidently without relying on sight. Machine gun crews rehearse setting up positions on uneven terrain, adjusting their stance to match the rugged ground. Artillery units practice rapid displacement, moving equipment with precision rather than speed. The men absorb these lessons with focused determination, as though each skill might one day anchor their survival. Inside the barracks, conversations reflect a blending of emotion and discipline. Letters home are written more often, the handwriting slower, the phrasing more considered. Some men share quiet thoughts about their families, their fears, or the sudden shift in their world. Others remain silent, finding steadiness in routine rather than words. The atmosphere carries a thoughtful weight, the kind that forms in the space between acceptance and anticipation. You feel how these private reflections shape the men just as much as the drills outside. The mess hall, a place of noise and familiarity, takes on a subdued hum. Laughter still rises occasionally, but with softer edges. The taste of food, the scrape of utensils, the warmth of shared tables. These small details become anchors, reminders that normality still exists within the widening frame of war. The men notice these moments even if they do not speak of them. They understand, in quiet ways, that the ordinary comforts of the island may not accompany them to the places they will eventually go. Beyond the division, civilian life adapts to the new reality. Air raid drills become part of school routines. Windows are covered for blackout requirements. Roadside checkpoints grow more frequent. Residents see soldiers training deep in the island's interior and understand, without explanation, what this preparation means. The presence of the 25th Infantry Division has become woven into civilian life, a symbol of vigilance and protection. Leadership carries the strain of this transition with quiet responsibility. Officers walk the barracks at late hours, checking in on their men without intruding. They review readiness reports again and again, unwilling to overlook any detail that might matter later. Their expressions are steady, grounded by duty rather than anxiety. They know their decisions will shape how well the division weathers the challenges ahead. You sense the burden they carry, a weight not spoken aloud, but visible in the way they study maps and the measured tone they use when addressing their companies. Over time, the division's cohesion strengthens. Shared uncertainty binds the men rather than divides them. Mistakes during drills are corrected with patience rather than frustration. Advice flows naturally between experienced soldiers and newer ones. Equipment is shared and adjusted without complaint. These small gestures form the backbone of the division's identity, a foundation that will support them long before they reach their first battlefield. Oahu's terrain becomes an unspoken instructor. The steep trails near the mountains build endurance. Thick undergrowth teaches patience and communication. Fast-moving showers challenge their equipment and attention. Humidity presses against their lungs and uniforms, forging early familiarity with the climates they will encounter later. Even the sound of the ocean becomes part of their conditioning, a constant reminder that much of their future will unfold across seas and islands. As weeks pass, a quiet understanding settles over the division. They are no longer waiting for another attack. They are preparing to leave the island. The Pacific campaign begins to take shape in their minds even before it arrives on paper. Rumors circulate softly. Names of distant islands, terrain descriptions, whispered fragments of operations unfolding elsewhere. The men do not rely on certainty. They rely on readiness. And it shows in the way they move, work, and carry themselves. Logistical preparations deepen the sense of transition. Supplies are accounted for with meticulous care. Ammunition is checked, sealed, and stored. Vehicles are lined up in perfect rows, engines tested until their hum becomes a familiar heartbeat across the motor pool. Medical kits are packed and repacked, ensuring nothing essential is missed. These efforts unfold without fanfare, each one a quiet promise to the future. Evenings on Oahu take on a reflective tone. The sun drops behind the ridges, leaving a warm glow across the camp. Lanterns illuminate walkways. Low conversations drift through the air, shaped by acceptance and calm. Some soldiers sit outside their barracks, letting the breeze cool their thoughts. Others review equipment for the third or fourth time, ensuring everything is precisely where it should be. You sense an awareness in these moments, the acknowledgement that their time on the island is changing, their horizon widening. These early steps into a harder world are not marked by dramatic events. They unfold through repetition, discipline, and the collective choice to face the uncertain arc ahead with steady resolve. Before they ever leave Hawaii, the identity of Tropic Lightning begins to take shape, not through combat, but through vigilance, adaptation, and the quiet conviction shared across the division. By nightfall, the island rests under a dim sky, its coastline glinting softly. The men of the 25th are not yet on the move, but everything in their posture, their training, and their silence suggests they soon will be. The transformation has begun, not through force, but through acceptance of what lies ahead. Orders on the horizon. The weeks following the attack settle into a steady rhythm across Oahu, but beneath the familiar tasks and the predictable flow of days, something begins to change. The island carries a quiet tension, not sharp or alarming, but deep and growing. It is the kind of shift that first appears in atmosphere rather than words, a felt signal that preparation is no longer an end in itself. You sense this before anything official is spoken, an intuition shaped by the altered cadence of drills, the more focused expressions among officers, and the subtle tightening of routines across the division. Morning arrives the same way it always has. Palm shadows drift across the parade grounds. The warm wind comes down from the Ko'olau Range with its familiar scent of wet soil and salt. Soldiers form up in neat lines, their boots settling into the dust in patterns shaped by countless previous mornings. Yet the tone differs. Movements fall into place more sharply. Instructions are received with deeper concentration. The men stand with a posture that reflects not anxiety, but anticipation, as though bracing for an announcement they already feel approaching. Around division headquarters, maps begin to carry new shapes and markings. The Pacific stretches wider across the tables than before. Islands once spoken of only in passing now appear with clear labels. Guadalcanal, Tulagi, New Georgia. Colored threads mark potential operations. Notes are added in the margins. Lines are redrawn and adjusted with each briefing. The transformation is quiet but unmistakable. The ocean no longer represents distance. It represents direction. A sense of clarity settles over the officers as they study these maps, careful and committed. Training adjusts in parallel with this shift. Jungle acclimation drills intensify, sending soldiers deeper into the island's interior. Trails wind through thick undergrowth, forcing tighter formations and steady communication. Mud clings to boots. Dense vegetation presses close. The air grows heavier as the day warms, wrapping itself around the men like a preview of conditions they will soon face on distant islands. The division accepts these drills with disciplined focus, recognizing that every hour of familiarity gained here may spare hardship later. Within the barracks, conversations echo this growing awareness. Soldiers speak more often about the Pacific, though always in low tones. Some discuss the places they might be sent, others speak of family or unfinished letters, and a few remain silent as they polish gear or fold uniforms with steady hands. The emotional landscape inside the barracks has shifted into a form of quiet readiness, grounded, reflective, shaped by the knowledge that the division will not remain on Oahu much longer. You understand how these inner adjustments mark the true beginning of their transition. Supplies arrive in greater quantities as the days continue. Crates stack neatly in storage buildings. Tools are sorted, labeled, and checked again. Medical units prepare with methodical hands, assembling kits with precision. Radios are tested repeatedly, their crackling signals echoing through the communication tents. Engines hum across the motor pool as mechanics tune them with heightened concentration. The sound of coordinated effort fills the air, calm but relentless, carrying the unmistakable rhythm of preparation for movement. Officers carry the weight of this evolution with deliberate composure. Their briefings grow longer. Their decisions grow sharper. They review terrain reports and climate notes from distant islands, assessing risks and requirements. The responsibility they feel is visible not through tension but through focus, their movements measured, their speech steady. The shift in their demeanor tells as much as any formal announcement could. They see the path ahead forming, even if the orders remain unwritten on paper. Across Oahu, civilian life reflects this progression. Rumors travel through markets and along roads, speaking of troop movements and upcoming operations. Families see the men training in the island's forests and understand what these efforts imply. The presence of the 25th Infantry Division has become something the island leans on, a reassurance and a reminder at the same time. Cars slow as they pass convoys. Children wave. Elder residents nod quietly from porches, aware of the gravity behind these days. Even the natural landscape seems to participate in the division's transition. The thick forests where soldiers practice silence offer lessons in patience and coordination. Rainfall sweeps over the trails in sudden bursts, forcing adjustments and testing resolve. The shoreline, once a boundary of comfort, begins to feel more like the edge of a wide and uncertain future. The island prepares them without speaking, shaping endurance through terrain and weather rather than instruction. As the days lengthen, the emotional shift within the division reaches a point of collective understanding. The men do not need direct confirmation to know what is coming. Their training, their routines, the movements of their officers, all of it points to the same conclusion. A new phase draws closer. Their confidence deepens not because they know the specifics, but because they trust their readiness. These early steps toward departure shape them more quietly than any battle will later. You sense how the division's identity strengthens here, in the space between expectation and action. When evening settles across the camp, the air cools slightly, carrying a calm that feels transitional rather than restful. Lanterns glow through windows. Soft conversations drift along walkways. Equipment clicks into place as it is stored for the night. The atmosphere holds a suspended breath, as though the island itself is waiting for the next message to arrive. Everything in the posture of the men, in the rhythm of their work, in the silence between their words suggests that orders are near. The division stands at the threshold of motion, steady, prepared, aware. The horizon may still be quiet, but its message is clear. Movement is coming, and the men of the 25th will meet it with the resolve they have been building since the morning the island first awoke to war. The call to move. The confirmation arrives quietly, carried through the chain of command with a calm precision that has become the division's new rhythm. There is no fanfare, no dramatic shift in tone, only a subtle tightening in the air as officers deliver the information that has lingered just beyond expectation. Orders are set. Movement is coming. The 25th Infantry Division will leave Oahu. Their next destination lies across vast waters, part of a wider campaign unfolding far beyond the familiar mountains and beaches that have shaped their training. You sense the realization settle across the soldiers, not as shock, but as the fulfillment of an inevitability they have been preparing for. The morning briefing gathers the men in tight formation under a rising sun. The field is bathed in soft light, helmets catching the glow, shadows stretching long across the packed soil. Officers speak clearly, outlining only what must be known. The division will join operations aimed at resisting the Japanese advance across the Pacific. Guadalcanal becomes the first landmark on this path, a place that had entered conversations only through rumor, but now stands as a defined point on their future map. The soldiers absorb the news with quiet discipline, their posture reflecting a collective readiness formed over weeks of intensified training. When the formation breaks, movement sweeps through the camp in steady waves. The supply depots come alive as crates and equipment move from shelves to staging areas. Logistics teams take careful inventory, confirming quantities of ammunition, rations, medical supplies, and engineering tools. Mechanics work in rows, leaning into engines with focused attention, listening for inconsistencies that might complicate operations later. The motor pool vibrates with a steady hum of engines being tested and retested, the sound forming a kind of heartbeat across the grounds. Inside the barracks, personal preparations unfold with quieter tones. Letters are written with deliberate hands, words chosen to offer comfort without revealing uncertainty. Some men pack their kits slowly, folding uniforms with the familiarity of routine, but the awareness that this journey marks a new chapter. Others sit in brief silence before gathering their belongings, letting the moment settle around them. The emotional landscape is varied: steady determination, muted apprehension, a desire to remain composed. Yet beneath it all lies a shared understanding. They are ready to move forward. Communication units prepare with particular intensity. Radios crackle through long tests as frequencies are confirmed. Spare parts are sorted with meticulous care. Signal flags and wiring kits are checked, folded, and sealed. These soldiers know the weight their role carries in unfamiliar terrain where visibility shifts and the dense Pacific environment may obscure movement. Their attention is unwavering, shaped by the knowledge that communication will be the thread holding many lives together. Training continues even as preparations accelerate. Jungle navigation drills reinforce skills needed for tight formations and silent movement through dense foliage. The men practice navigating steep, slippery slopes and managing equipment under oppressive humidity. Weapons training intensifies, with rifle teams practicing until their motions become instinctive. Machine gun crews reposition across uneven ground, learning to adjust not only their aim but their awareness. Mortar crews rehearse calculations by feel as much as by measurement, building instincts that may later determine survival. The discipline shaping these moments reflects a quiet realism. The men are not chasing heroics. They are preparing for endurance. Behind the scenes, officers pore over transport schedules, loading plans, and operational forecasts. They coordinate the movement of supplies to the harbor in measured waves, accounting for every crate and container. Their posture holds the weight of responsibility rather than anxiety. They speak to the men with steady voices, aware that clarity matters more than reassurance. The complexity of the upcoming operation is immense, yet the division's leadership handles it with calm precision. You understand the care behind their decisions, the way each action reflects commitment to keeping their soldiers as prepared as possible. The island responds to these preparations in its own quiet way. Civilians gather near roads to watch convoys pass, offering gestures of support or simple nods. Markets hum with subdued conversation about the approaching deployment. Children wave at trucks rolling toward the harbor. Elder residents stand quietly at fences or porches, their expressions carrying the gravity of memory. The 25th Infantry Division has become a presence woven into the island's daily life, and the community feels the weight of their impending departure. The day before embarkation unfolds with a stillness that settles over the camp like a thin layer of mist. Soldiers move through their final checks with a calm that borders on ritual, aligning straps, securing packs, ensuring every item is exactly where it needs to be. Some wander briefly to the shoreline, letting the sight of the waves steady them. Others find quiet corners of the camp, absorbing the details of the place that has shaped their readiness. The island has been their shelter, their training ground, and the first witness to their transformation. That awareness lingers in the air. Evening casts a warm glow across the barracks. Equipment rests in ordered lines. Soft conversations drift through open windows, carrying a mixture of anticipation and reflection. The island's night feels suspended, as though holding breath for what tomorrow will bring. Lanterns illuminate small pools of light across the walkways, and the sounds of packing, sorting, and final adjustments blend into a gentle, rhythmic backdrop. Within this calm, the men steady themselves, not through bravado, but through acceptance. When dawn arrives, the division moves toward the harbor with quiet determination. Trucks rumble along the roads in disciplined lines. Packs sit firmly on shoulders. Helmets catch the first rays of sunlight. The air hums with purpose, not urgency. Every step reflects the training, the adaptation, and the resolve that have carried them from the morning of the attack to this moment of departure. You feel the weight of their readiness, not heavy, but grounded, as though the division knows exactly who it has become. The long journey across the Pacific begins in this understated march, defined not by spectacle, but by discipline and commitment. Before they ever reach their first battlefield, the identity of tropic lightning is already forming, shaped by the lessons, routines, and quiet convictions forged on the island that prepared them to leave. The wide water crossing. The harbor at dawn holds a muted glow as the 25th Infantry Division begins to leave Oahu behind. The water lies still near the piers, touched by the faint shimmer of early light. Ships line the docks in heavy silhouettes, their hulls rising like patient giants preparing for a long, quiet task. The air carries a mixture of salt, engine fumes, and the soft murmur of last-minute coordination. The island, which has shaped the division's transformation, feels both close and distant, familiar in every detail, yet already fading into the background of what lies ahead. As the men board the transport ships, the atmosphere settles into a steady rhythm. Footsteps echo across steel ramps. Packs shift under controlled movements. Voices rise just enough to convey instructions before dissolving back into silence. No one rushes. No one hesitates. The pace reflects acceptance, a collective understanding that this departure marks the true beginning of their journey into war. You sense the layered emotions beneath each step: anticipation, resolve, and a quiet recognition that uncertainty will follow them across the ocean. Once aboard, the interior of the ship becomes a new environment to absorb. Narrow passageways lead to crowded bunks stacked 3 or 4 high. The air thickens quickly, carrying the scent of oil, metal, and close quarters. Floors vibrate with the hum of machinery below. Soldiers stow their gear in compact spaces, adjusting to the confined layout with a quiet efficiency they've learned from months of preparation. This ship, one among several in the convoy, will be home for days that stretch into weeks. Its steel corridors hold the first chapter of a new kind of endurance. When the ships pull away from Oahu, the island recedes with slow, deliberate grace. The buildings shrink, the green ridges soften, and the familiar coastline becomes a thin line between sea and sky. Some men watch for a moment, committing the view to memory. Others turn inward, focusing on what comes next rather than what was left behind. The division has trained, adapted, and prepared. Now the ocean itself becomes the path forward. The horizon widens into a vast expanse of blue, carrying them toward unknown shores. Life aboard the convoy adopts a different rhythm from anything experienced on land. Days stretch out in long, measured intervals. The sound of the engines becomes constant, vibrating through metal walls and floorboards. The ship sways with the push and pull of open water, a motion that becomes its own quiet language. Meals are taken in brief rotations, lines forming and dissolving with quiet efficiency. Sleeping quarters fill with the low murmur of conversation or the steady breathing of men trying to rest. You feel the monotony settling in, not oppressive, but steadying, a reminder that transition often unfolds through patience rather than action. Training continues where possible, though shipboard limitations shape its form. Soldiers gather on open decks for lectures, weapon maintenance, navigation briefings, and discussions of terrain they will soon confront. Officers speak about climate challenges, enemy patterns, and the demands of jungle warfare. The men listen with the disciplined focus they have carried since leaving Oahu. Every detail feels relevant now, every instruction an anchor against the uncertainty of the future. During the quieter hours, the ocean becomes its own presence. The water stretches endlessly in all directions, rising and falling in gentle patterns that blur time. Clouds gather and thin across the sky, their shadows moving over the surface like slow, wandering thoughts. The wind shifts in temperature and tone. Some men find solace staring out at the rolling waves. Others avoid the railings, seeking steadiness in familiar tasks below deck. The vastness of the Pacific creates space for reflection, even if few speak of it openly. You feel how the silence wraps around the division, giving room for quiet fears and quiet strength to coexist. Nights aboard the convoy carry a different weight. The darkness at sea feels deeper, more absolute, the horizon disappearing into a seamless expanse. Lanterns glow dimly on the decks. Conversations soften to whispers. Footsteps sound heavier against steel. The occasional creak of the ship or distant clang from below deck becomes magnified in the stillness. Men lie in their bunks listening to the pulse of the engines, trying to ease their minds into rest. Some sleep easily, worn from the day's monotony. Others stare into the dimness, letting the uncertainty of the future settle over them like a slow tide. Even amid the routine, small moments stand out. A brief glimpse of flying fish rising from the water in the morning light. A sudden downpour sweeping across the deck, leaving everything glistening. A letter read again and again during the quiet hours. A shared joke exchanged between friends to break the stretch of silence. These fragments form the emotional landscape of the crossing, reminders that even in confinement, humanity persists in small, grounding gestures. As the days progress, the Pacific begins to shift. The heat grows heavier. Humidity thickens. The clouds gather more frequently, releasing bursts of warm rain that vanish into steam. The ship feels warmer, the air inside closer, the nights more restless. But the men adapt as they always have, adjusting their routines, keeping their focus steady. The convoy pushes forward with unwavering direction, its course set through waters that have carried generations of vessels engaged in wars, trade, and exploration. By the time the faint outlines of distant islands begin to appear on the horizon, the division has settled fully into the rhythm of the crossing. The men feel the approach of land before it becomes visible, a subtle alertness rising through the decks. Their long preparation on Oahu and the quiet endurance of the voyage merge into a single sense of readiness. Whatever waits on those islands, jungles, heat, hardship, confrontation, will meet a division shaped not only by training, but by the patience and clarity formed on open water. The wide water crossing, slow and unadorned, becomes the threshold between who they were and who they will need to become. Edge of the jungles. The first sight of land after days at sea carries a quiet gravity. Pale outlines rise from the horizon, blurred by heat and distance, giving the impression of something half-formed, a place emerging slowly from the vastness of the Pacific. As the convoy draws closer, those shapes sharpen into islands dense with green, ridges layered in shadow, coastlines edged with reefs and narrow beaches. The Solomons do not announce themselves loudly. They simply appear, steady and immovable, as though waiting for the men aboard the ships to understand what this new world will demand. You feel a shift settle through the decks, a tightening of focus, an acknowledgement that the long crossing has ended and the harder journey is beginning. The approach to the anchorage unfolds with controlled precision. Ships adjust their positions under the guidance of calm orders passed over radios. Landing craft bob near the waterline, engines rumbling in low, restless tones. The air thickens with heat the moment the Pacific breeze gives way to the heavy atmosphere radiating off the land. The scents change too, salt giving way to damp foliage, earth, and something sharp and humid that clings to the skin. The division absorbs these details silently, knowing the island will test them long before the enemy does. Disembarkation begins in organized phases. Ramps lower with metallic groans. Men descend with careful steps, their boots striking unfamiliar ground for the first time. The soil feels softer here, thick with moisture. The air presses close, turning even small movements into reminders of the climate's weight. Geckos dart across sun-warmed surfaces. Insects hum in dense clouds. Every sense heightens, adjusting to a landscape that offers no softness, no easy welcome. The jungle looms beyond the shoreline, vast, layered, impenetrable at a glance. And yet it will become the division's environment, its constant companion for the duration of the campaign. The landing areas bustle with controlled urgency. Supplies move off the ships in steady streams. Crates thud against the ground. Ration boxes, ammunition cases, radio equipment, and medical kits pass from hand to hand in a deliberate chain of motion. The division works with practiced coordination, shaped by training and sharpened by the long crossing. The heat slows no one. It simply adds weight to every gesture. Officers stand by maps pinned down with stones, adjusting plans, marking staging areas, and directing units toward temporary encampments. Initial impressions of the island deepen as the men begin to move inland. The terrain shifts quickly from sandy shoreline to thick, tangled undergrowth. Trails are narrow and uneven. Fallen branches, roots, and vines create obstacles with every few steps. The air feels heavy enough to taste, thick with humidity that settles on skin and clothing. Light filters through the canopy in broken shafts, revealing a landscape of layered green, leaves, ferns, moss, all woven together. You sense how the environment demands immediate adaptation, its challenges physical and psychological in equal measure. The encampments take shape in clearing spaces carved from the dense vegetation. Tents rise in staggered rows. Equipment stacks form around them. Water cans, medical supplies, and radio gear are arranged with methodical care. The sounds of work blend into a steady hum, shovels striking earth, canvas tightening under hands, the distant thrum of engines near the shoreline. Even in these early hours, sweat runs freely. Uniforms cling to skin. Breathing grows heavier, shaped by the wet heat that lingers through the day's rise and fall. As night approaches for the first time on the island, the world changes quickly. Darkness arrives not gradually, but as a sudden shift, swallowing the landscape in thick shadows. The temperature remains warm, the air still heavy. The only relief comes from brief breezes that pass through the trees like whispers. Insects intensify their chorus until the sound becomes a living backdrop, unbroken and insistent. Men settle into their tents or onto makeshift bedding, listening to unfamiliar noises echoing from the jungle's depths. You sense the weight of those sounds, not threatening, but enveloping, a new environment asserting itself. Sleep comes unevenly. Some drift off, exhausted from the day's work. Others lie awake, adjusting to the strangeness of the night. The tropical darkness carries its own kind of pressure, one that turns the mind inward and expands small worries into larger ones. The men are not afraid, but they are acutely aware that the Pacific campaign will unfold in a world nothing like the one they trained in on Oahu. This awareness settles in the quiet spaces between breaths. Morning brings no coolness. The day begins with heat already present, rising from the soil, clinging to every surface. Light filters through leaves that drip from the night's moisture. The encampment comes alive with movement. Equipment checks, rations distributed, radios tested, medical officers reviewing supplies. Sweat forms even during simple tasks. Every action requires adaptation. Hydration becomes essential. Pace becomes measured. The division learns quickly that endurance here is not only a matter of strength, but of rhythm, learning when to conserve energy and when to push through. Training resumes, modified for the environment. Patrols navigate narrow pathways, moving slowly through undergrowth that obscures visibility. The men practice communication through gestures, learning how sound behaves differently in this dense setting. They adjust their footing constantly, mindful of roots, mud, and uneven ground. Officers review terrain maps marked with new notes about clearings, water sources, and potential defensive positions. The jungle becomes an instructor, revealing both its dangers and its necessities. Emotional adaptation unfolds in parallel. Some men face the new conditions with steady acceptance. Others struggle quietly, finding the transition more taxing than expected. Letters are written in brief pauses, their pages sometimes marked by sweat rather than ink smudges. Meals offer moments of small relief, though even eating carries its challenges in the wet heat. Conversations shift from speculation to lived experience. The weight of the air, the demands of the terrain, the relentlessness of humidity. Through all of it, camaraderie becomes essential. It holds men together when the environment presses hardest. The division's identity continues to form in these early days on the island. Training, logistics, and readiness merge into a unified effort shaped by the reality of the terrain. The men do not yet face the enemy, but they face a landscape that tests them in ways no drill could replicate. You sense the beginnings of a deeper resilience, a recognition that endurance in the Pacific will be measured not only by battles, but by the constant negotiation with climate, ground, and silence. As the chapter of arrival settles into routine, the division stands on the threshold of its first operations. The environment has introduced itself fully. The men understand its weight, and the long arc of the Pacific campaign begins to reveal its first genuine challenges, not through conflict, but through the land itself. First steps into the unknown. The morning after the encampment has taken shape, the jungle reveals more of its character. A low mist rises from the ground, drifting between the trees like a slow-moving breath, softening the outlines of trunks and leaves. The air carries a weight that settles on the skin, warm even before the sun clears the canopy. Sounds echo differently here, sharper in some places, muffled in others, forming an uneven chorus of insects, distant birds, and the occasional crack of branches shifting under their own weight. Nothing about the environment feels hostile, but nothing feels welcoming either. The land simply exists, immense and indifferent, waiting for the men to learn its rhythms. Patrols are organized during the early hours, when the heat has not fully pressed itself into the day. Small squads move out in staggered intervals, venturing into terrain that twists and narrows with every few steps. Vines hang low across paths. Roots spread like veins beneath the soil, catching at boots. The ground alternates between mud and packed earth, never matching the expectations of those walking across it. Every movement requires consideration. Every sound triggers heightened awareness. You sense the unease beneath the surface. Not fear, but the kind of tension born from stepping into the unknown with only limited guidance. The Marines already stationed in the region share what knowledge they can. Their uniforms carry the marks of longer exposure to the island's demands. Sweat stains, scrapes from branches, mud that seems fused into fabric. Their voices keep a low, steady cadence as they describe the dangers. Hidden ravines, sudden rainfall that transforms paths into torrents, pockets of heat dense enough to blur vision. They speak of movement discipline, of conserving energy, of how the jungle punishes anyone who tries to rush. The men of the 25th listen carefully, absorbing the advice not as lecture but as survival. It becomes clear that patience, not strength, is the skill the jungle demands first. As patrols advance deeper, the landscape shifts in mood. Light becomes fractured as it filters through layered leaves. Birds call in sharp bursts before disappearing into silence. Openings in the canopy allow sunbeams to strike the ground with sudden intensity, heating the air by degrees. The terrain forces single-file movement along narrow tracks, with visibility shrinking to a corridor only a few feet wide. Sweat drips steadily before midday. Breath grows heavier. The jungle does not fight the men. It simply refuses to yield to them. You understand how this realization settles into their thinking, that mastery here will not come quickly. Even the simplest tasks become studies in adjustment. Crossing streams requires careful footing, as slippery stones and shifting water test balance. Ascending small ridges means pushing through tangled undergrowth while trying to stay quiet. The sound of gear brushing against branches cannot be fully avoided. Soldiers learn to recognize the noises that belong to the jungle and those that signal movement different from wind or wildlife. The sensory load grows dense, pressing into awareness with every step they take. When patrols return to camp, they bring back not just information, but the first impressions of what sustained operations will require. Maps begin to fill with notations. Steep inclines, potential observation points, patches of dense vegetation that could serve as cover, areas where movement slows to a crawl. These details matter. They form the early blueprint of how the division will position itself, how it will navigate supply routes, and how it will manage the constant pull of the jungle's resistance. Officers gather around these maps with steady concentration, adjusting plans in response to the day's observations. During these early days, the men experience fatigue in ways they did not expect. The humidity strains their energy. Equipment grows heavier with moisture. Uniforms cling tightly, soaked through by sweat long before the sun reaches its peak. Meals taste different in this climate, muted, lacking the comfort they carried back on Oahu. Hydration becomes an anchor of discipline. Medical teams remind the men to conserve strength, to adapt their pace, to recognize the signs of exhaustion before it spirals into danger. The jungle slows them, shaping their progress not through opposition but through its sheer density. Even rest feels different here. The camp offers structure, but the air remains hot and close. Nights bring only partial relief. The sounds of insects and shifting foliage never cease, creating a continuous backdrop that becomes part of sleep and waking alike. Some men adapt quickly, closing their eyes and letting the noise become a kind of rhythm. Others struggle, lying awake as the dark presses close and thoughts wander to what lies ahead. You sense the quiet reflection in these moments, the awareness that they have stepped into an environment that will test them at every turn. Still, amid the unfamiliarity, small points of stability appear. The bond among the men grows stronger as they share the experience of adjusting to the terrain. A brief laugh over a misstep, a shared canteen on a steep ascent, a hand offered to steady someone crossing a slick patch of ground. These gestures reinforce their cohesion, reminding them that even as the jungle challenges each individual, the division faces it together. Officers observe these dynamics with steady eyes. They walk the perimeter, speak with squad leaders, and review the day's findings. Their posture reflects both responsibility and quiet respect, not only for the men adapting to the jungle, but for the landscape itself. They understand that the environment shapes strategy as much as any enemy. Their decisions carry that truth, balancing caution with the need to push forward. By the end of the first days, the division has not yet encountered direct conflict, but it has met the first real measure of the Pacific campaign: the terrain. The soldiers feel it in their bodies: the heat, the weight, the endless rustling of unseen movement. The land has introduced itself thoroughly, and in this introduction, the division begins to understand that endurance here will mean more than strength. It will require humility, adaptation, and a willingness to move at the jungle's pace. The unknown lies ahead, but the first steps have been taken. The land has spoken its terms, and the men have started to listen. Shadows beyond the tree line. The days that follow the first patrols deepen the division's understanding of the island. The jungle's initial shock gives way to a more complex awareness, a recognition that every part of the environment carries both challenge and instruction. Heat becomes constant. Humidity clings like a second uniform. The air grows thick even in the early hours, pressing against lungs and settling across the skin. Yet the men continue their tasks with quiet persistence, learning to adjust their pace, their expectations, and their sense of distance. You feel the quiet resilience forming through repetition, the kind that grows not from triumph but from continuous adaptation. As the division expands its presence, supply routes take shape out of necessity. Paths carved through the foliage become lifelines between the shoreline and the inland positions. Engineers move steadily through the undergrowth, clearing debris, marking routes, and reinforcing patches of unstable ground. Their tools strike earth with rhythmic precision. Logs are cut, lifted, and placed to anchor makeshift bridges. Rope lines appear along steep inclines for stability. These efforts may seem small, but they form the foundation on which the entire division's mobility depends. Transport teams follow closely behind, carrying crates of rations, ammunition, water, and medical supplies. The work is exhausting under the relentless weight of the climate, but it is carried out with a kind of discipline that has already become second nature. Sweat darkens uniforms before the morning has fully arrived. Packs bite into shoulders. Yet the men move with steady steps, the knowledge of necessity guiding their endurance. The jungle offers no shortcuts, and so the division advances through it one measured action at a time. Along these routes, signs of past engagements appear quietly. abandoned trenches left by other units, spent casings half submerged in mud, a rusted fragment of equipment caught in the roots of a fallen tree. These artifacts remind the men that they are not the first to pass this way. The island carries its own history of conflict, threaded through the soil and hidden beneath layers of vegetation. Nothing here announces danger loudly. It reveals itself in subtle markers that require attention and steady nerves. Information from the Marines sharpens the division's awareness further. Briefings describe enemy movements, not direct attacks, but indications of presence. Footprints discovered near streambeds, distant glints of metal seen through gaps in the foliage, the faint echo of machetes cutting undergrowth far off in the hills. These reports spread through the camp not as alarm but as reminders. The enemy is near, unseen but present. You sense how the men internalize this truth, holding it quietly as they continue their preparations. Patrols grow more cautious as a result. Squads move at slower paces, scanning the terrain with heightened attention. Stops become more frequent. Silence stretches longer between whispered signals. The jungle absorbs these adjustments, indifferent to the tension moving through its layers. Light filters through the canopy in narrow beams, illuminating particles of dust and moisture that drift like small falling stars. Every rustle of leaves carries meaning. Every sudden quiet triggers a tightening in the chest. The men learn quickly that the jungle amplifies uncertainty. Back at camp, routines develop to counter the strain. Weapons are cleaned with methodical precision. Radios are inspected before each patrol. Canteens are filled again and again as the air drains moisture from body and mind alike. Medical teams monitor hydration and exhaustion carefully, aware that the environment itself can become an enemy if not respected. Meals are simple but grounding. Brief moments of rest are cherished. A letter read slowly. A conversation shared in low tones. A glance exchanged that needs no words. These small acts bind the men together as they settle deeper into the island's reality. Nightfall introduces its own set of challenges. Darkness arrives quickly, descending with a weight that seems thicker than the air itself. Shadows stretch into impenetrable shapes. The jungle sounds intensify. Insects in constant chorus, branches shifting, distant calls that echo strangely through the trees. The men learn that night on the island is a world with its own rules. Flashlights stay dim. Voices stay low. Fires remain small and shielded. Even the metal of equipment is handled carefully to avoid unwanted noise. During these nights, warnings circulate quietly. A patrol hears movement beyond a ridge, but cannot identify its source. Another reports a faint glimmer of reflected light deep in the trees. A third describes distant rustling that stops abruptly when attention shifts. These signs do not confirm enemy presence, but they suggest it. The tension settles into the camp like a low hum, not overwhelming but persistent. You feel the atmosphere tightening, not with panic but with awareness, the sense that something unseen has begun to watch from beyond the tree line. Sleep becomes shallow for many. Some drift off quickly, their bodies too exhausted to resist rest. Others lie awake, listening to the endless sounds of the jungle, letting their minds trace the line between alertness and imagination. The darkness presses close, and thoughts stretch into the space it creates. Yet even in these moments of vulnerability, there is a steadiness in the division's collective posture. They have expected this tension. They have prepared for it. The unknown does not crush them. It sharpens them. By the following days, the division begins shaping its positions with growing confidence. Trenches are dug in defensive perimeters. Observation points are established on small rises, offering lines of sight through gaps in the foliage. Machine gun placements are reinforced with sandbags. The camp evolves from a temporary settlement into a structured foothold. The psychological shift is subtle but significant. They have stopped feeling like guests on the island. They are becoming anchored to it, learning to coexist with its demands. Officers walk these positions with calm diligence. Their conversations reflect a balance between caution and momentum. They understand that engagement may come suddenly or not at all for days, perhaps weeks. The unpredictability demands patience, not haste. Their focus rests on preparing the men to meet that uncertainty with steadiness, not speculation. The jungle remains quiet during these preparations, as if watching without revealing its intentions. Nothing threatens the camp directly, yet nothing allows ease either. The island holds its breath in a way the men can feel but not name. You sense how this atmosphere becomes part of their mental landscape, an awareness they carry like another piece of gear. The shadows beyond the tree line are not empty. The men know this. They know the enemy is somewhere within that layered green, moving through the same heat, the same silence, the same hum of insects. This understanding shapes every step they take, every watch they stand, every breath they steady. Their readiness grows not from confrontation, but from listening. The division stands on the boundary between preparation and action. The jungle has tested them. Now it waits for what comes next. When the silence changes. In the days that follow the divisions settling into new positions, the atmosphere undergoes another quiet shift. The jungle does not grow louder. It grows more precise. Sounds that once blended into a single backdrop begin to separate into identifiable layers. Insects in steady waves, birds moving through treetops, distant branches settling under their own weight. But beneath this expected chorus, something else begins to surface. It is not a sound at first, but a sensation, the subtle change that occurs when the land is no longer holding its breath, but adjusting to a presence deeper within its shadows. You feel that adjustment like a faint pressure across the senses, a warning without a voice. The Marines stationed farther forward bring back reports that sharpen this awareness. They speak of movement at the edges of their observation lines, shapes slipping between trees, silhouettes vanishing before they can be clearly seen. They describe distant metallic clicks that could be equipment or could be imagination. The enemy remains elusive, choosing concealment rather than confrontation. But the pattern is clear. Somewhere out there, in the thicket of layered foliage and steep ravines, the Japanese forces have begun to probe the edges of the perimeter. These reports circulate through the division with measured calm. The men respond not with fear, but with heightened focus. Equipment checks become more deliberate. Every buckle, every strap, every magazine, every bandage is reviewed again and again. The jungle has already taught them that mistakes grow heavier in this climate than anywhere else. Now the possibility of contact adds another layer of weight. Packs are thinned of non-essential items. Rifles are cleaned even when they do not need it. The quiet confidence forged through weeks of adaptation becomes more disciplined, more attentive. Patrol schedules grow tighter. Small teams move out in overlapping arcs, covering ground with careful precision. The jungle's density forces them to rely on senses that extend beyond sight. Smell. Temperature shifts. The cadence of birds suddenly breaking. The rhythm of insects changing. The men learn to read these signs not as curiosities, but as warnings the jungle offers for those willing to listen. What once felt overwhelming now becomes a language they are beginning to understand. The terrain grows more complex the farther the patrols travel. Deep gullies cut through the earth, hidden beneath vines and fallen trees. Sharp ridges rise unexpectedly, forcing the men to climb with hands as much as feet. Streams twist through narrow channels, their water warm from the constant heat. The men move slowly, feeling the strain in their legs, the dampness in their uniforms, the drip of sweat along their backs. Yet the pace remains steady. Their focus holds. The environment has ceased to feel foreign. It has become the arena where their discipline is tested. When patrols return to camp, the officers gather the small details gathered from the day. A bent branch suggesting recent passage, fresh footprints softened by humidity, the faint metallic scent of a campfire carried on the wind. None of these signs confirm direct contact, but together they paint a picture of an enemy that is near, moving quietly, waiting. The division absorbs this information with a calm steadiness that has defined its earliest days on the island. They understand that the first true confrontation is not far away. Within the camp, daily tasks take on a sharper purpose. Trenches are deepened. Observation points are adjusted. Machine gun crews refine their overlapping fields of fire. Communication lines are reinforced with greater care. The men's faces show the weight of anticipation, but not the kind that unravels. It is the kind that tightens focus, sharpens instincts, and grounds the mind in routine. You sense their collective resilience settling deeper, an emotional stillness shaped not by certainty but by readiness. Nightfall magnifies everything. The darkness is thicker now, carrying a tension different from previous days. The jungle hum persists, but with pockets of silence that seem to stretch longer than before. Occasionally, a faint rustle moves through the branches, too distant to identify, too deliberate to ignore. Lanterns glow low within the camp, casting small circles of light that feel fragile against the breadth of shadow beyond them. The men keep their voices quiet. Even laughter, when it rises, softens quickly. Sleep becomes a negotiation rather than a goal. Some manage it easily, their bodies too exhausted to resist rest. Others lie awake, mapping the sounds of the night, waiting for the moment when those sounds might change in a way that signals danger. The knowledge that the enemy is somewhere in the jungle, watching without revealing itself, settles heavily across every attempt at rest. Yet beneath that tension, there remains a grounded patience, a steady acceptance that this is part of the rhythm of war in the Pacific. The officers feel the shift as clearly as the men. Their briefings grow more direct, their instructions more focused. They understand that the unknown no longer lies far away. It lies just beyond the perimeter lines, held back only by distance and timing. They watch the men with quiet respect, aware that the transformation from preparedness to readiness has already taken root. Plans are refined. Contingencies are discussed. No one pretends certainty. No one indulges speculation. The division's strength in these moments comes from its refusal to let anticipation distort discipline. By the end of the fourth or fifth day in this new phase, the silence has changed enough that everyone feels it. The land, which once seemed indifferent, now seems to listen. The men, who once struggled to hear through the dense layers of sound, now perceive the small breaks within them. The jungle's vastness remains overwhelming, but it no longer obscures everything. Some of its signals have become familiar, and those that have not draw attention rather than confusion. The first contact has not yet come. No shots have been fired. No direct confrontation has unfolded. Yet the boundary between preparation and engagement has thinned. The men sense it. The officers sense it. Even the land seems to acknowledge it. The moment before conflict carries its own kind of clarity, heavy, unspoken, undeniable, and the division now stands in that moment fully. When the line is tested. The shift comes not with a shout or a sudden break in routine, but with a sound so small that many almost miss it. A faint snap somewhere beyond the tree line. Distant, but sharper than anything the jungle normally offers. The men pause, their movements quieting in unspoken agreement. The moment stretches thin across the camp like a held breath. Nothing happens immediately. No voice calls out. No silhouette emerges. But something in the air feels altered, as if the land itself has tightened its grip around the perimeter. You sense the change settling into the men's posture, shoulders straightening, eyes narrowing, breaths evening out as discipline takes over. The officers respond with muted efficiency. Word spreads through whispered channels, not with urgency but with precision. Positions adjust. Patrols compress their routes. Observation posts raise their attention without altering their outward calm. The camp does not erupt into activity. It firms its stance. The jungle remains still, but its silence no longer feels indifferent. It feels attentive. The second sign comes near dusk. Light filters through the canopy in fractured beams as the sun lowers toward the horizon. Shadows lengthen and blend across the undergrowth. A sentry hears movement, soft, deliberate, closer than before. Leaves shift. The faint click of metal echoes briefly, then disappears. The sentry signals for confirmation, and another pair of ears catches it too. No shapes appear, yet the sound is unmistakable. This time, the awareness ripples across the perimeter like a quiet pulse. Rifles are held a little steadier, breaths slow. The men settle into their positions as though the jungle itself has asked them to wait. Full darkness arrives quickly, swallowing the last hints of color from the trees. Lanterns dim. Voices nearly vanish. The air thickens, and every sound becomes magnified by the stillness. The jungle hum continues, but threaded through it is a new tension. Not loud, but persistent, like a distant drumbeat buried beneath layers of foliage. The night settles heavily, and the men feel its weight. Then, somewhere along the far eastern edge of the perimeter, a twig snaps. Another. Leaves rustle with a rhythm too controlled to be wind. A sentry lifts a hand, signaling silence across his small section of the line. The stillness sharpens. A few heartbeats pass. A single, muffled shape moves in the dark. And then, the first shot of the campaign for the 25th Infantry Division breaks the silence. It is not dramatic. It does not echo like thunder. It cracks the air with a short, abrupt finality, a sound that confirms the enemy is no longer an unseen presence, but a real force pressing against their world. The shot is answered by another, distant, uncertain. Then silence returns, heavier than before. The men do not panic. They do not surge forward. They breathe, steady and controlled, letting discipline override instinct. Officers move toward the line with measured steps. They speak in low tones, gathering small fragments of information. A figure seen for a moment between trees, the impression of movement, the direction of the sound. Nothing clear, nothing full, but enough to confirm what they already felt. The enemy has tested the line. The minutes that follow stretch into a quiet tension. No more shots come. No voices emerge from the jungle. The darkness holds everything in place. The men remain alert at their posts, hands still on rifles, eyes fixed on the tree line where the first contact occurred. You feel the quiet maturity in their response, the understanding that this moment is not the battle but the threshold to it, the test that marks the end of preparation. Time moves slowly until the sky begins to lighten. A pale gray rises behind the ridges. The sounds of the jungle shift gently as nocturnal insects soften their chorus and morning birds begin to stir. The perimeter holds. The night passes without further engagement. Yet nothing feels the same. At first light, patrols move forward with deliberate care. They advance slowly through the undergrowth, checking for signs of the night's intruders. The jungle reveals only fragments. A footprint softened by humidity, a slight depression in the soil, a broken branch at shoulder height. These clues confirm what the men already know. The enemy came close, then withdrew without pressing further. A probe, a test of readiness, a measure of the division's attention. The patrols return with their findings, and the officers gather the reports with quiet seriousness. They do not dramatize the event. They do not attempt to diminish it. They acknowledge that the first line has been crossed, not violently, but unmistakably. The men listen without needing reassurance. They understand the nature of this beginning. War in the Pacific rarely announces itself with full clarity. It moves in shadows before it moves in force. The daily routines resume, but with subtle differences. Trench lines are reinforced. Observation posts shift slightly to widen fields of view. Communication checks occur more frequently. Even the smallest tasks, adjusting a strap, cleaning a rifle, refilling a canteen, feel more deliberate. The men do not speak about the previous night directly, yet its imprint shapes everything. Later in the day, a brief rain shower sweeps across the camp, sudden and warm. It falls through the canopy in uneven sheets, striking leaves and soil in soft percussion. Some men lift their faces toward it, letting the water cool their skin. Others sit quietly beneath shelter, listening. The rain seems to wash away the night's tension without erasing its meaning. You sense how the moment settles into the division's collective memory, a calm acknowledgement that they crossed a threshold together. By evening, the jungle has returned to its usual rhythms. Insects hum, birds call, branches shift. But inside those familiar sounds, the men now hear something else. The awareness that the enemy is not far, that yesterday's silence will not always hold, that the next night may bring more than a probe. The day closes with a stillness that feels different from those before it. A line has been tested, and the division did not falter. Their readiness is no longer theoretical. It has been tried in the smallest possible measure. The first confrontation has come and gone, brief as a breath, quiet as a passing shadow, and everything that follows will grow from this point onward. The days that tighten. Morning arrives with a muted glow, softening the ridges beyond the camp as if the island itself is easing into the new day carefully, aware of what unfolded the night before. The men rise from their limited sleep with movements slower than usual but controlled, shaped by the weight of anticipation rather than fatigue. The air already carries heat, thick with humidity that settles across skin and equipment alike. Breakfast is taken in steady silence, each man aware that the line has shifted, that the unknown has drawn one step closer. You sense their resolve strengthening in ways that do not require words, an inward settling that forms after tension has been tested but not broken. The officers gather early. Their expressions hold the calm intensity that appears when responsibility deepens. They speak in low tones around maps pinned beneath canteens and knives to prevent them from curling in the damp air. Patrol routes are adjusted, defensive arcs widened, observation posts slightly repositioned to gain clearer lines through the foliage. The changes are small but meaningful, the kind that shape survival long before battle begins. The men absorb these adjustments with quiet nods, understanding that readiness now demands precision. Throughout the camp, routines sharpen. Trenches that were once shallow grooves are deepened into proper channels. Sandbags are reinforced, shifted, and aligned into cleaner rows. Machine gun nests receive minor repositioning, their fields of fire refined to cover new blind spots revealed by the night's events. Communication lines are checked twice, then again a third time, Static on the wires feels heavier now, every crackle demanding attention. The camp hums with disciplined motion, not hurried but purposeful. Patrols move out in pairs and small squads, each carrying the memory of the previous night like a quiet thread woven through their thoughts. They advance through narrow corridors of dense vegetation, noting subtle details: freshly disturbed soil, small disturbances in ferns, places where leaves lie at unnatural angles. These signs confirm what the men already know. The enemy is near, watching, learning. The patrols return with steady composure, their reports concise but layered with the unspoken awareness that this was only the beginning. The jungle itself seems to tighten in response. Light filters through the trees in thinner, more fractured patterns. Shadows deepen even in midday. The sounds that once filled the landscape overlap in irregular rhythms, some fading quickly, others punctuated by moments of silence too sharp to ignore. The environment feels alive in ways the men cannot fully articulate. It does not threaten them directly. It presses inward, shifting its tone as if gauging their presence. Tasks that once felt routine take on new weight. Filling canteens requires attention to water purity. Cleaning weapons demands greater care as humidity works its way into metal seams. Simple movement across uneven ground becomes an exercise in discipline, each footfall placed with intention to reduce noise. The men speak quietly, conserving energy and awareness. Their faces show the strain of constant vigilance, but beneath that strain lies a focused steadiness that has grown day by day. In moments between tasks, reflections settle in. Some men recall the early days on Oahu when training still felt distant from real danger. Others think about the journey across the Pacific, the long hours on the ship, the vast stillness of the ocean. These memories feel different now, reshaped by the knowledge that their path has shifted from preparation to engagement. You feel the emotional shift becoming part of the atmosphere, not heavy enough to crush, but enough to ground every breath taken. Even the medical teams feel the change. They organize supplies with new precision, ensuring bandages, morphine, and disinfectants are ready at a moment's notice. They review heat injury protocols, hydration guidelines, and emergency extraction procedures. Their work is quiet yet essential, a reminder that readiness requires more than weapons and plans. It requires the unseen layers of support that hold the division together. As midday deepens, the jungle heat sharpens. Sweat forms instantly. Clothing clings uncomfortably. The air feels thick enough to slow movement. Yet the men press on with their tasks. They have already learned that the environment will not adjust for them. They must learn to operate within it, even as it drains strength with each passing hour. Occasionally, birds take sudden flight from treetops, bursting into the air with frantic energy. Each time, attention sharpens along the line. Soldiers turn their heads slightly, listening for sounds that might follow. Footsteps, voices, metal. Sometimes nothing comes. Sometimes there is only the echo of wings fading beyond the canopy. But each moment reinforces the sense that the jungle now carries messages in its smallest movements. By late afternoon, the atmosphere inside the camp becomes a blend of discipline and waiting. Men sit quietly polishing equipment. Some review small field notes. Others simply close their eyes for a moment, steadying their breath before the next task. A few share brief conversations, voices low, more to maintain connection than to exchange information. There is no panic, no restlessness, only a slow tightening of awareness, a shared acknowledgement that the campaign's next phase is approaching. As evening settles, the light softens across the treetops, and the air thickens with the sound of insects rising into their nightly chorus. Lanterns glow faintly within the camp, casting pale circles onto the ground. The men prepare for another night of vigilance. They know that the enemy may test the line again, perhaps with a probe, perhaps with silence. The uncertainty is constant, but no longer destabilizing. In these hours, the division's transformation becomes clear. The men are not the same as those who arrived from Oahu. Their posture, their silence, their patience, all carry the imprint of the land and the anticipation of conflict. You sense how these changes settle deeply, forming the core of the identity they will carry into whatever comes next. Night gathers around the camp. The air thickens. The jungle hum deepens. And the men of the 25th Infantry Division stand ready, not because they expect clarity, but because they have learned to hold their ground in the space between what has happened and what is still to come. The edges begin to fray. The deepening tension along the perimeter unfolds slowly at first, almost imperceptibly, as though the jungle is testing the division's resolve inch by inch. The days feel similar on the surface. The same thick heat, the same heavy canopy, the same hum of insects swirling above the camp, yet the tempo beneath them changes. Sounds that once blended into the natural rhythm of the island now carry subtle variations. A bird call ends too abruptly. Leaves rustle against no wind. Branches shift under weight that feels intentional. You sense this difference more in the atmosphere than in any single moment, the way uncertainty settles like a thin film across every thought. The men continue their tasks with steady discipline, but the weight of anticipation grows heavier. Equipment checks become more frequent. Patrols take longer to form and longer to return. Rifle stocks and metal barrels carry the warmth of constant handling. The men speak less, conserve energy more, and pay attention to the smaller sounds around them. Footsteps in mud, distant splashes in narrow streams, insects suddenly quiet where they had been loud the moment before. The first sign of increased pressure comes near midday. A patrol moving northwest of the main encampment hears movement trailing them at a distance. It is subtle, but persistent, a controlled rustling that remains just beyond sight. When the squad adjusts its pace to test the rhythm, the movement matches it. They pause, and the jungle stills. They resume, and the sound resumes too. No shapes emerge. No voices carry through the trees. Only the sense of being shadowed, measured by unseen eyes. When the patrol returns to camp, their report adds to a growing collection of similar observations. Footprints found near a stream, more defined than the ones spotted earlier. Freshly cut vegetation indicating a narrow passage. A faint depression in the ground that suggests a prone position once held there. Officers gather the details and begin to map them, small pieces forming a pattern. The enemy is tightening the distance. The second signal arrives that same evening. As dusk settles, turning the canopy into a lattice of shadow and diminishing light, a single shot rings out from the far ridge. It snaps across the air, quick and sharp, not aimed at anyone but unmistakably intentional. A test, a reminder, a declaration of proximity. The men hold their positions with steady breaths, their training carrying them through the moment. No one returns fire. They wait, poised in disciplined silence, the jungle absorbing the sound like a stone sinking into deep water. But the sound does not fade entirely. It echoes quietly through the men's thoughts long after the moment passes. Night comes with unease threaded through its darkness. Lanterns are kept dim. Footsteps soften. Radios crackle with brief transmissions before falling silent again. The heat does not lift, and the air feels heavy enough to press against shoulders. The men rest in shifts, though true rest eludes many. You feel how the night shapes itself around their anticipation, gently but firmly, like a hand pressing against a drumhead. The next morning brings a new development. As a patrol moves through a narrow gully west of camp, the silence breaks with a sudden snapping of branches. A figure is glimpsed, not clearly, only a fleeting shape disappearing behind a fold of terrain. Then another. A few shots crack from deeper in the jungle, fired from a distance too great to identify their source. The patrols do not engage recklessly. They hold position, assess, and withdraw with deliberate steps. The enemy does not pursue, but their presence is unmistakable now, pressing close in the same way heat presses into skin. Back at camp, officers evaluate the reports with cool precision. The pattern has shifted again. This is no longer probing for weakness. It is deliberate pressure, the beginning of the psychological contest that precedes open conflict. Trenches are reinforced. Observation posts add more overlapping fields of fire. The men take hydration seriously, aware that fatigue dulls senses and slows reactions. Every decision reflects the understanding that the division is now walking the narrow edge where preparation ends and battle begins. By midday, the jungle feels closer, more sentient somehow. The canopy absorbs sound in ways that distort distance. The air grows heavier, its warmth settling into muscles and lungs. The men continue their tasks methodically, cleaning weapons, adjusting gear, setting watch rotations, but their focus has sharpened into something quieter and deeper. They no longer wonder if contact will come. They wonder when. Afternoon brings another distant exchange. A squad on patrol hears a second shot, then a third, then a cluster of faint cracks echoing through the trees. The bullets do not hit their mark. They are meant to signal, to unsettle, to test nerve. The squad returns fire only after confirming the direction, not to hit an unseen target, but to assert presence. The shots echo briefly before the jungle swallows them. Silence returns with unnerving speed. In the camp, the men react calmly. They do not escalate. They do not shift into panic. They clean their weapons again, speak quietly with their officers, reposition themselves slightly in their defensive arcs. The mood is not fear. It is acceptance. You sense how the division has begun to internalize the reality of the campaign. The enemy will not announce himself. He will appear in glimpses, in sounds, in pressure applied unevenly until the moment arrives for something greater. As evening nears, a warm rain begins to fall, not heavy, but steady enough to change the sound of the jungle. Raindrops strike leaves in irregular rhythms, masking distant noises, creating a new layer of disorientation. The men listen carefully, aware that rain offers the enemy the same cover it offers them. Water runs down their helmets and along their sleeves. Mud rises in thick patches beneath their boots. The land feels even closer now, almost intimate in the way it clings to every surface. Night deepens once more, and with it comes a new rhythm. Faint movements are heard at intervals, soft, sliding, deliberate. A branch shifts near the eastern ridge. Another snaps faintly in the darkness. No direct attack follows. The enemy recedes again into silence. But the message is unmistakable. The next time the line is tested, it may not be with a single shot or a brief appearance. The jungle holds its breath for a different kind of tension. The division stands ready in that darkness, steady and composed, not unafraid. No soldier is untouched by fear, but anchored by training, by cohesion, by the knowledge that anticipation is part of the campaign's nature. You feel how their readiness becomes an inner stillness, shaped by long hours of vigilance, and the understanding that the threshold of battle now lies only a breath beyond the present moment. The edges of their world are fraying, but their discipline holds. And when the jungle finally decides to reveal its next move, the men of the 25th will meet it with the steadiness they have been building since the day the island first called them into war. Under a sky waiting to break. The days begin to fold into one another with a slow, steady weight, each carrying the same mixture of heat, humidity, and muted tension. Morning light filters through the canopy in narrow beams, striking patches of earth in pale gold before dissolving into the deeper greens of the jungle. The men rise before the sun fully settles into the sky. Their movements are practiced now, boots laced with quick precision, rifles checked with careful hands, equipment adjusted until it rests exactly where it should. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is careless. A quiet seriousness holds the camp, a sense of alignment shaped by the knowledge that the days ahead will not remain still for long. You feel their determination settling like a low, steady pulse beneath every action. The officers gather shortly after dawn. Their discussions, once focused on organization and adaptation, now center on timing, distance, and response. Maps lie spread across makeshift tables, corners weighted by stones or ammunition tins to keep the damp air from curling the edges. Markings show trails, ridgelines, and pockets of dense vegetation. The adjustments they make are small but purposeful, widening a defensive angle by a few degrees, shifting a watchtower slightly upslope, repositioning a machine gun nest to cover a newly discovered blind spot. These refinements reflect a truth the entire division now feels. The enemy is drawing closer, and the perimeter must be ready to absorb the first true pressure. Outwardly, the jungle appears unchanged, but those who have lived within it long enough know better. The sounds are different. The rhythms are different. Certain birds call at shorter intervals. The wind's movement feels more abrupt. Insects rise into the air in scattered patterns rather than steady waves. The environment is not hostile. It is simply signaling that something is approaching. The men have learned to read these signs with growing fluency, their instincts shaped by days of listening more than speaking. Patrols set out with a sharper purpose now. They move in disciplined formations, navigating narrow gullies and steep inclines with controlled breath and steady pace. Every step is deliberate, every pause measured. The smallest details take on new significance. A patch of disturbed soil, the faint imprint of footwear compressed into soft earth, a broken branch that should not have broken on its own. The men advance carefully, aware that the enemy may be only a few hundred yards away, watching through a curtain of leaves. Yet fear does not dominate their movement. Discipline does. When these patrols return, their reports deepen the officers' understanding of the shifting landscape. The enemy is not attacking, but they are watching. They are marking trails. They are learning the perimeter from angles the division has not yet fully secured. The tension is not caused by direct confrontation. It is caused by the narrowing space between two forces preparing for the moment when movement will finally break into conflict. Within the camp, preparations reflect this tightening arc. Weapons crews refine their response times, running through dry drills until their motions become instinctive. Machine gunners adjust their belts and ensure each link feeds smoothly. Rifle teams check their ammunition in quiet repetition. Mortar crews review firing data and angles, memorizing small calculations that will matter under pressure. The division's strength now lies not in anticipation alone, but in the precision cultivated through these daily rituals. Supplies are redistributed to minimize movement under duress. Medical teams prepare stretchers, organize morphine syrettes, and confirm the location of triage points. Communication units review contingency channels, ensuring that even if the jungle swallows one line of contact, another can surface quickly. In each tent, small clusters of men speak softly about tactics, water discipline, or the shape of the terrain. Their conversations are practical, steady, grounded. They know the value of conserving energy, both physical and mental, for what lies ahead. The psychological shift is subtle but unmistakable. The men's thoughts drift less toward home and more toward the immediacy of the environment. Letters are still written, but in shorter bursts. Meals are eaten with attention rather than conversation. Even moments of rest carry a certain heaviness, as though the mind refuses to release its hold on the terrain outside the perimeter. You sense how this transition shapes the camp's atmosphere, not in fear, but in focus, the narrowing of attention toward what must be done rather than what might happen. As afternoon heat settles, the sky above the canopy shifts in tone. Clouds gather in slow, heavy formations, dimming the light and casting deeper shadows across the camp. The air thickens further, carrying the metallic scent that sometimes precedes rain. The men notice this change too. They adjust their routines without being told, covering equipment, securing tents, reviewing the positions that might be affected by slick ground or shifting visibility. They have learned that weather here does not simply arrive. It complicates, obscures, challenges. When the rain finally comes, it falls in short, intense bursts. Sheets of water strike the leaves with a rhythmic force that drowns out distant sounds. The jungle glistens, colors deepening into richer greens and darker browns. The men pause in their tasks, listening to how the rain alters everything. Paths transform into rivulets. The ground softens. The air thickens even further. And beneath the noise of falling water, something still feels watchful. By evening the rain tapers off, leaving behind a landscape heavy with moisture. Mist rises in pale tendrils across the low ground. The camp settles into its nighttime posture. Lanterns dimmed, voices quiet, watch rotations prepared. The men know the next hours will stretch long, dense with possibility. Sleep will come unevenly, if at all. The jungle will speak in ways that demand attention. The sky above them holds a muted glow through the cloud cover, a reminder that dawn will come eventually, though the night feels vast. Here, on the threshold between readiness and action, the division breathes with quiet discipline. The moment before escalation has its own gravity, its own solemn clarity. They stand beneath a sky waiting to break, and they are ready for what follows. When the jungle finally answers. The first true confrontation comes without warning, woven into the ordinary rhythm of a late afternoon. The jungle hums with its usual chorus, insects rising, birds shifting in the canopy, branches settling under the lingering weight of moisture. Heat presses low, thick between the trees. The perimeter holds its quiet line, watch rotation steady, men moving with a slow, deliberate caution that the environment demands. Nothing suggests that the day will break differently from those before it. And yet, beneath the familiar sounds, something else begins to vibrate, a tension subtle enough to miss unless one has been living in the jungle long enough to feel its smallest changes. You sense it gather like static just before a storm. It begins with a rustle that doesn't fit the pattern. A short burst of movement too sharp to be wind, too controlled to be animal. A sentry lifts his head, listening, waiting. The sound returns, soft, close, deliberate. The signal passes quietly between nearby posts. Shoulders tighten, breath steadies. Every man along that stretch of the perimeter becomes still. Then the silence fractures. A single shot rips through the dense air, the sound brief and contained by the foliage, absorbed almost instantly by the green world around it. For a heartbeat, no one moves, not out of hesitation, but out of discipline. The men wait for certainty, for direction, for the shape of the moment to reveal itself. Officers signal for restraint, their commands low and measured. Discipline holds. It lasts only seconds. A second shot answers from deeper in the jungle, sharper and closer. Leaves tremble with the vibration. Branches snap. Shapes move between the trees. Glimpses, nothing more. The perimeter tenses without collapsing into chaos. The men ground themselves in training, in breath, in the quiet resolve forged through weeks of preparation. And then the firefight begins in earnest, short bursts of sound echoing against the canopy, close but scattered, like rain striking metal. Visibility collapses instantly. The trees, the vines, the low ferns, all merge into a shifting tapestry where anything might conceal movement. The enemy moves with practiced familiarity, keeping just out of sight, pressing, withdrawing, circling. The men respond with controlled bursts, not wild fire. Their focus narrows to sound, direction, instinct. No one sees a clear target. No one sees a clear threat. The jungle swallows everything before it can fully form. For many, this is the first moment the war becomes real. Not in the abstract sense of deployment or preparation, but in the visceral truth of uncertainty, of firing at angles rather than figures, of hearing bullets crack against trees, of feeling adrenaline pulse in sharp, controlled waves. You feel the weight of this shift, the way realization settles into the men's posture, how their breath deepens, how their focus sharpens into something beyond training. The exchange lasts less than 2 minutes. A short volley, a flanking rustle, a burst of fire from the ridge, a final crack of sound from the far left. Then, nothing. The jungle closes in again, falling abruptly silent except for the distant hum of insects reclaiming the air. The enemy fades into the foliage with the same invisibility in which they approached. There is no pursuit, no chase, only the quiet acknowledgement that contact has been made, that the line has truly been met. Officers call for steadiness. No unnecessary movement, no assumptions. The men breathe through the adrenaline, holding discipline even as their hearts pound. Slowly, carefully, communication passes through the perimeter. Status checks, ammunition counts, minor adjustments to fields of fire. No one speaks above a low tone. The moment is too fragile, too recent. Patrols move forward cautiously to assess what the jungle will allow them to see. They find little evidence, faint impressions in the soil, a broken vine, the lingering smell of spent powder carried lightly through the humid air. Nothing else. The encounter was swift by design, a probe meant to test reflexes and discipline. The enemy has learned something about the division today, and the division has learned something equal in return. Back at camp, the atmosphere changes without breaking. The men gather in small clusters, speaking quietly as they process the moment. Some feel the tremor of nerves still fading. Others sit in reflective silence, absorbing the reality that the abstract threat has become tangible. Their conversations are not about fear or triumph. They speak of positioning, timing, angles, the pace of the enemy's movement. Their focus remains practical, grounded, adult in its clarity. This is not the beginning of fear. It is the beginning of understanding. Officers walk the perimeter slowly, speaking with the men, checking lines of sight, confirming adjustments. Their presence carries a steadying weight. They acknowledge the engagement without overstating it. The truth is simple. The first real contact has come, and the division has held with discipline intact. Night approaches more heavily than in previous days. The air feels thicker, the canopy darker. Lanterns stay dim, their soft glow barely reaching beyond the closest tent walls. Every small sound beyond the tree line is now filtered through the memory of the day, measured, interpreted, catalogued. The men lie awake longer, listening, not out of fear but out of heightened awareness. You sense how their minds turn over the moment again and again, finding meaning in its brevity. As the night deepens, the jungle returns to its usual rhythm, but the men no longer hear it the same way. Something has shifted permanently. They are part of the landscape now, moving through it, defending within it, learning its cues. The war has touched them directly for the first time, not in spectacle, but in a quiet, precise, unsettling exchange that lasted only moments yet changed everything. The jungle has finally answered. and the men of the 25th Infantry Division are no longer waiting for war to begin. They have stepped into it. Days shaped by vigilance. The morning after the first true exchange feels heavier than the ones that came before it. The sunrise does not brighten the jungle as much as reveal how much it has absorbed overnight. Humidity clinging to every surface, mist rising in thin threads, branches bowed by the weight of moisture that never fully leaves the air. The camp wakes slowly, with movements shaped less by fatigue than by the solemn clarity that follows a threshold moment. The men rise without haste, yet without delay. Their routine feels older now, more grounded, as though a layer of innocence has been quietly removed. You sense in them a deeper steadiness, not born from confidence but from acceptance. Breakfast is quiet. Tin cups clink softly. Conversations remain muted. The men eat enough to keep their strength, but no one lingers. Their minds are fixed on the day's duties, patrol rotations, position adjustments, field tasks that now carry sharper relevance. The first firefight has shifted the meaning of every action. Nothing is theoretical anymore. Every piece of equipment has purpose. Every step has intent. Every sound beyond the perimeter has a place within the widening map of awareness. Officers gather early, reviewing the reports from the brief skirmish. The enemy's movements were swift, deliberate, testing. Their withdrawal just as controlled. Patterns begin to form in the officers' minds. Angles of approach, timing of movement, likely observation points along ridges and narrow trails. They refine the defensive layout with these lessons in mind, adjusting arcs, improving cover, repositioning listening posts. Their tone remains calm, practical. They know this phase of the campaign is shaped more by learning than by force. The men take these changes with quiet resolve. Those assigned to dig new channels work methodically, shaping the earth in steady strokes. Machine gun teams realign their fields of fire, adjusting elevation by small increments. Rifle squads clean their weapons more meticulously than before, not out of anxiety, but because the memory of raised rifles in the thick foliage has sharpened the meaning of readiness. Awareness becomes physical, a sensation felt in posture, in breath, in the weight of equipment that rests against the body with new familiarity. Patrols move out along the same trails as before, but their pace has changed. Movements are slower, more attuned to the jungle's layered signals. The men pause more often to listen, not for dramatic sounds but for subtle absences, the sudden quieting of insects, the faint shift of branches several yards off the path. They advance with a discipline honed through repetition and anchored by the memory of shots fired through the foliage. The jungle tests them at every step, but they now understand its terms more clearly. The patrols return with fragments of information, faint impressions of movement along a ridge, freshly cut vines suggesting a narrow passage, a patch of disturbed soil near a hidden gully. None of these signs indicate an imminent attack, yet together they shape a more complete picture of the enemy's tactics. The Japanese forces are watching from a distance, probing the edges without committing fully. The division reads this tension for what it is, a silent prelude to something that will come, though no one can say when. Back in camp, routines tighten further. Water discipline becomes stricter. The heat and humidity drain strength faster now that adrenaline has faded. Men check their canteens at regular intervals, adjusting their intake to match the strain of their tasks. Medical teams move through the camp with calm efficiency, checking for signs of heat exhaustion, dehydration, or illness. Their work holds the quiet authority of those who understand how often the environment injures before the enemy does. Communication crews test lines more often. Radios crackle with brief signals, confirming clarity before lapsing back into static. The men have learned how quickly sound is swallowed by the jungle, how easily signals can distort in the thick air. Each successful connection feels like a small reassurance, a reminder that isolation is not total. The camp's atmosphere deepens into a new equilibrium. Anxiety does not vanish. It reshapes into structure. Watch rotations tighten. Listening posts adopt new intervals. Men sleeping between shifts keep their gear within arm's reach, not from fear but from habit. Even the way they sit changes. Back straighter, attention drifting often toward the tree line even during moments of rest. You feel how their awareness now rests both inside and outside the camp, as though part of their concentration has permanently extended into the jungle. The officers sense this shift too. They walk the perimeter more frequently, speak to men in low tones, ensure that discipline does not harden into strain. They remind their units that vigilance cannot replace judgment. They encourage pacing, hydration, controlled breath. Their presence becomes a stabilizing force, not through authority but through steadiness. By late afternoon, the sunlight filters through the canopy in narrow shafts that catch the drifting moisture in the air. The jungle glows faintly in patches, but the deeper layers remain shadowed, shifting subtly with the breeze. The men have learned not to trust these visual contrasts. Movement hides easily in the transitions between light and shadow. They rely more on sound, on instinct, on the collective rhythm formed by weeks of acclimation. Evening approaches with a slower descent. Clouds gather over the canopy, dimming the sky before the sun fully drops. The air cools slightly, though not enough to bring relief. Watch posts settle into their nighttime routine. Lanterns glow faintly behind covered flaps. Men speak in soft tones, preparing for a long stretch of listening. Sleep comes in brief, uneasy cycles, shaped by the memory of the first firefight and the knowledge that the next one may come with less warning. The jungle's nighttime chorus rises again, layered and dense. It no longer sounds chaotic to the men. They have learned to find patterns within it, to identify where the rhythm shifts, where silence hides meaning. This awareness is not fear. It is skill, earned through endurance. The day closes with a kind of grounded resolve. The men of the 25th understand that each day now shapes the next, that vigilance is not merely a posture, but a way of moving through the world. They stand inside this new rhythm with calm determination, aware that what they learn here will define every encounter that follows. The jungle has not attacked again, but it has not relaxed either. It holds its breath with them, waiting for what the next day will bring. Learning the rhythm of contact. Pressure returns in fragments, never announcing itself fully, but appearing in small, sharp moments that test the division's composure. At first it comes as a distant crack of sound, too sharp to be natural, too soft to confirm direction. Then as short bursts of movement brushing through ferns just beyond sight. The enemy does not press with force. They press with presence, drifting around the perimeter like a tide that advances in cautious increments. The men adapt, their awareness spreading beyond the edges of the camp like an unseen net. You feel how this heightened alertness becomes part of their breathing, slow and steady, a practiced readiness drawn from long days of waiting. The first skirmish of this phase unfolds just after dawn. A patrol moving through a narrow ravine hears rustling on the ridge above. They halt. The sound stills, then returns with a faint metallic click. Before the squad can reposition, two shots strike the soil near their lead scout, sending dirt upward in a small, abrupt burst. The men fall into cover instinctively, rifles angled toward the crest. But the enemy is already retreating, slipping back into the foliage with practiced speed. The engagement lasts only moments, leaving behind the sharp scent of disturbed vegetation and the echo of fading footsteps. No chase follows. The patrol regroups, notes the angle, marks the terrain, and returns to camp with measured precision. Officers study the report with calm intensity. They spread maps across a dry patch of earth, marking potential vantage points along the ridge. Patterns begin to emerge, areas the enemy seems to favor, paths they avoid, distances they maintain. This learning is not academic. It is survival. The jungle does not allow clarity, but it offers fragments, and the officers gather each one carefully, assembling a picture from incomplete pieces. By midday, another sign appears. A listening post positioned near a shallow gully hears a quiet series of footfalls, distinct, measured, stopping whenever the sentries shift their posture. The men hold their breath, rifles steady. Shadows move between roots and branches, only faint glimpses but enough to confirm intent. The sentries wait for orders, and when none come, they maintain their silence. The figures retreat without attacking, leaving only the faintest disturbance in the undergrowth. These small probes test patience more than courage, shaping the men's discipline into something deeper than instinct. Later that same afternoon, an ambush forms, but dissolves before it can fully take shape. A patrol moving through sloped terrain senses movement behind a thicket. The leader signals for a halt. 2 seconds of stillness pass. Then a series of shots bursts from the foliage, scattered and imprecise, striking tree trunks and slicing through low leaves. The squad responds with controlled fire, aiming not at visible targets, but at angles refined through repeated drills. After several exchanges, the enemy withdraws quickly, leaving behind only silence and the faint smell of gunpowder in the humid air. The patrol returns without casualties, but the encounter deepens the division's understanding. The Japanese forces are not probing blindly. They are learning as well, testing distances, evaluating response times, gauging confidence. The division absorbs this realization without alarm. War in the Pacific rarely reveals itself all at once. It unfurls in steps, each one teaching both sides something they did not know the day before. Within the camp, adjustments follow naturally. Trenches are extended along subtle curves that improve sight lines. Firing slits are widened in places where thick vines once blocked visibility. Engineers reinforce vulnerable slopes with sandbags and wooden planks. Communication units lengthen wiring through alternative paths to prevent isolation if a line is cut. The camp does not expand. It becomes denser, more resilient. The men adapt mentally as well. Their conversations shift from speculation to shared experience, discussing angles of fire, the sound of enemy boots on soft earth, the rhythm of shots echoing under the canopy. They speak quietly, rarely raising their voices, not out of fear but because the jungle feels like it listens closely. Even laughter softens, as though echoing too loudly might carry farther than intended. Exhaustion shows in small ways. Slower blinks, heavier shoulders, the way men sit with their rifles resting across their knees as if the weight steadies them. But beneath the fatigue lies something steadier, a hardened patience shaped by continuous pressure. You sense how their resilience has shifted beneath the surface. They no longer wait for clarity. They wait for opportunity. Night arrives with a deeper shade of tension. The sounds of the jungle rise sharply, thickening into a layered chorus that conceals as much as it reveals. Watch rotations double in frequency. Men lean into their listening posts, studying the rhythm of insects and the faster pulse of birds. Every break in the natural order becomes a signal. Every lingering silence becomes a question. In the darkest hours, faint movements stir near the northern perimeter. A low rustle, a snapped twig, then another. The men hold their positions, rifles steady. An officer, moving quietly between posts, signals caution with a slow gesture. The night holds its breath. No attack comes. The sounds fade. Yet the impression remains. Someone was there, close enough to measure the division's vigilance, far enough to disappear without trace. Sleep becomes scarce. Men rest in short intervals, boots still on, weapons within reach. Dreams blur with the memory of rustling leaves and shifting shadows. The line between rest and readiness narrows into a single posture, the body reclined, the mind alert. By the following morning, the division stands inside a new rhythm, one defined not by the clear movements of battle, but by the subtle ebb and flow of pressure. The enemy does not push fully, and the division does not retreat. Instead, both forces circle within the same dense terrain, learning each other through distant cracks of sound, brief flashes of motion, and the atmosphere of a land that reveals nothing easily. Officers refine plans with the calm precision of craftsmen. They anticipate approaches hidden by vines, prepare fallback lines shaped by ridges, and instruct men on how to read the jungle's deceptive acoustics. The division's intelligence grows, not from large engagements, but from these countless micro-encounters, each one a thread in the widening fabric of the campaign. By evening, the men know the jungle differently, not as a foreign world, but as a difficult teacher, one that demands attention, respect, and a willingness to learn continuously. Their movements reflect this knowledge. Their silence carries intention. Their discipline feels less like preparation and more like instinct. The day ends quietly, but not peacefully. Pressure lingers in the air, unspoken yet undeniable. The men of the 25th Infantry Division stand inside that pressure with steady breath and grounded endurance, knowing the true weight of the campaign has only just begun to reveal itself. The air before the break. The days grow denser, as if the jungle is slowly drawing its breath inward. The soundscape shifts again, less scattered, more patterned, each movement echoing faintly through vines and branches as though carried by intention rather than chance. The men notice the difference immediately. Their posture straightens without command. Their eyes lift more often toward the tree line. The quiet between tasks no longer feels like rest. It feels like a pause held carefully in the hands of the island itself. You sense the weight of the moment settling around them, not ominous, but inevitable. Morning arrives heavy and slow. Light filters through the canopy in muted layers, failing to brighten the camp the way it once did. Mist hangs close to the ground, softening the edges of every object it touches. The air tastes faintly metallic, a hint of change carried on humidity that refuses to break. Breakfast is taken without conversation. Tin utensils scrape softly against mess kits. Boots shift in the mud with controlled rhythm. No one needs to speak to understand that something is different today. Officers gather early, their meeting quiet but urgent. They review maps that have grown crowded with markings, arrows indicating likely approach routes, circles where small engagements have taken place, lines representing shifting perimeters. Patrol reports confirm what instinct has already told them. Enemy movement is growing more coordinated. No longer scattered probes or opportunistic ambushes, but strategic patterns that suggest preparation for a larger strike. The officers speak in low tones, adjusting defensive angles, repositioning machine gun nests to higher ground, expanding arcs of fire across narrow gullies. Every decision is deliberate. Every shift reflects a deepening understanding of the terrain and the opponent who moves through it. The men receive these adjustments with calm steadiness. They have been expecting this escalation, and their bodies reflect that readiness long before their minds fully articulate it. Across the camp, preparations unfold with the quiet efficiency of a unit shaped by continuous pressure. Weapons are checked twice, then a third time. Ammunition is redistributed. Water cans are filled. Extra bandages are packed into small pouches. Nothing is rushed. Nothing is frantic. The movements of the men echo one another with practiced rhythm, like a single organism preparing for the change in weather before any cloud appears. The jungle itself feels closer. Shadows linger longer beneath the trees. Light fails to stretch as far across the soil. Even the wind moves differently. Short bursts of motion that shift branches but leave the air stagnant at the ground level. Birds call in irregular intervals, breaking their usual patterns. These signs, subtle to anyone else, carry meaning for those who have lived inside the canopy for weeks. The environment is responding to an approaching pressure that has not yet revealed its full shape. Around midday, distant sounds confirm the shift. Faint chopping noises echo through the hills, too rhythmic to be accidental, too deliberate to ignore. Someone is clearing a path, shaping ground for movement. The men pause in their tasks, listening, understanding the implication without needing explanation. The enemy is preparing space for something larger. The officers note the direction and send patrols to observe from a distance, but instruct them not to engage. Information now holds as much value as readiness. Patrols move out carefully, their steps quiet against the damp soil. They navigate narrow ravines and climb low ridges to gain clearer vantage points. From these elevated positions, they observe subtle but undeniable signs. Small groups of enemy soldiers relocating equipment, footprints forming repeated patterns, smoke rising in disciplined columns from deep positions within the jungle. None of these signal immediate attack, but all point toward gathering momentum. The patrols return with their reports, and the officers absorb them with silent confirmation. The timeline has shortened. What had been theoretical is now forming in the thickets beyond sight. In camp, the men respond without ceremony. Trenches are deepened, observation posts reinforced, listening stations expanded. Even the medical teams adjust their layouts, preparing triage points with calm precision. The scale of these tasks does not suggest panic. Instead, it reflects a clear-eyed understanding that the environment is shifting toward a phase where decisions will matter more and mistakes will weigh heavier. Afternoon settles with oppressive heat. The air barely moves. Sweat clings to every surface like an additional layer of clothing. The men work through it without complaint, their focus narrowing on the tasks before them. Even small conversations are muted, spoken with glances toward the tree line, as if every word should conserve energy for what lies ahead. The jungle grows quiet in strange intervals, short bursts of silence that feel carved out of the day, moments where even the insects seem to pause. These breaks unsettle the senses not because they are frightening, but because they do not belong to the usual rhythm of the island. The men feel them, recognize them, and adjust their posture subtly each time. By evening, heavy clouds gather at the horizon, though no rain falls. The sky dims faster than expected, the light swallowed prematurely by the canopy. The camp transitions into nighttime discipline with heightened care. Lanterns are dimmed to their lowest glows. Patrols take their positions with deliberate steps. The men settle into the long hours ahead with the understanding that the enemy's movements may intensify under the cover of darkness. As the last fragments of daylight fade, a new sound ripples through the jungle. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. A sequence of clacks, perhaps wooden, perhaps metal, repeated at intervals too measured to be natural. It is not loud. It does not approach. But it speaks clearly to those who have learned to listen. Something beyond the perimeter is preparing. The camp absorbs this truth without outward reaction. Breath steadies. Hands calm. The men hold their ground with a patience forged through days of tension and nights of shallow sleep. You feel the unity in their silence, not born from bravado, but from the shared understanding that the threshold is near. Night settles fully, dense and absolute. The last echoes fade into the trees. The air before the break holds them all in its quiet gravity. when the line holds in darkness. The night arrives thick and unmoving, a kind of darkness that feels poured rather than spread. The canopy absorbs every trace of light, leaving the camp suspended beneath a ceiling of shadow. No breeze moves through the branches. No moonlight breaks through the layered leaves. Only the low hum of insects carries through the stillness, steady and relentless. The men settle into their posts with deliberate care, each step measured, each sound controlled. They have lived through enough uncertain nights to sense when one carries a different weight. You feel this recognition move quietly through them, quiet as breath. The first sign appears just past midnight. A faint clicking sound, rhythmic and distant, echoes from the northeast ridge. It could be gear. It could be tools. It could be something else entirely. The listening post nearest the ridge raises a hand signal in the dark. The line tightens but does not react. Moments pass. The clicking stops. The jungle resumes its constant hum, but its earlier patterns feel altered, like a melody now missing a note. Then, without warning, the insects fall silent. It happens gradually at first, then all at once. The natural chorus fades layer by layer until the entire night holds its breath. The men tense, not from fear, but from instinct refined through weeks of learning how the island communicates. Silence is never empty here. It is a message. A single shot breaks it. Short, sharp, meant to trigger response. It cracks through the canopy and disappears as though swallowed by the leaves. The men do not fire back. They hold position, waiting for definition, for shape, for the telltale cadence that marks something more than a lone probe. They do not wait long. A burst of movement erupts from the treeline. Quick rustling, low branches shifting, boots thudding lightly through undergrowth. Then a second shot, then a third. The ridge flares with muzzle flashes, so dim they look like fireflies trapped beneath the leaves. This time the men respond, but with control. Their rifles lift in unison along the perimeter, firing measured bursts toward the source of the attack. The jungle absorbs everything: sound, smoke, flashes, blurring the edges of the moment into something dense and urgent. The enemy is close, closer than before. The firefight unfolds in brief bursts. Shots snap through the darkness, echoing off unseen trunks. Leaves tremble, branches jerk backward as rounds strike wood. Men anchor themselves behind earthen walls, exhaling slowly to steady their aim. Officers move along the line with low words, shaping the rhythm of response. No one panics. No one rushes. The discipline drilled into them over countless days settles like a weight across the chaos, grounding their movements. Visibility is nearly non-existent. The jungle, thick and overgrown, hides everything beyond a few meters. The enemy moves from cover to cover, appearing only as flashes of motion or sparks of light. Their shots come from shifting angles, first from the ridge, then from the slope below, then from a pocket of dense foliage that had seemed empty hours earlier. They are not launching a full assault. They are testing the perimeter with coordination newly sharpened. At one point, a burst of fire strikes the sandbags just inches from a machine gun crew. Dirt sprays upward. The gunner adjusts, angles the barrel slightly right, and returns a controlled line of fire. The echo rolls across the ridge, muted by the foliage. The assistant gunner feeds the belt steadily, eyes fixed on the darkness. Their posture shows no panic, only duty. Farther down the line, a squad glimpses figures darting between tree shadows. The silhouettes move quickly, low to the ground, shifting positions to find a weakness. The squad fires in short staccato bursts, not to eliminate a target but to disrupt movement. It works. The shapes retreat, vanishing into dense brush. Radio operators crouch close to the earth, speaking in clipped whispers. Their voices carry only essential information: angles, distances, bearings. Static crackles across the lines, but communication holds. No one raises their tone. The atmosphere remains strangely calm, shaped by necessity. The firefight continues for several minutes, then breaks without warning. The enemy's pressure ebbs, pulling back into the jungle as quickly as it arrived. No retreating footsteps can be heard, only the slow return of natural sounds. The insects first, then the soft rustling of leaves under the weight of humidity. The night seems to exhale, but the men stay exactly where they are. They do not stand down. They do not shift from their positions. They know the rhythm now, the way the enemy uses silence not as absence but as strategy. Officers signal for continued vigilance. No voices lift above a whisper. Lanterns stay dark. Minutes stretch into long intervals. Sweat clings beneath helmets and along shoulders. The darkness remains absolute, suffocating in its density. For a long while, the only sound is breath, steady, controlled, quiet. You feel how the men carry their tension without letting it break them, how the hours of pressure have forged a kind of interior stillness. Eventually, distant movement stirs again, farther away this time, less coordinated, more like a withdrawal than a repositioning. Branches shift lightly. Leaves brush against one another. It fades quickly. Whether the enemy has retreated fully or moved along the ridge to search for another angle, no one can say. What matters is that the line held. Officers walk the perimeter before dawn, checking on each position, speaking softly to the squads, assessing ammunition, verifying that no gaps were formed. They offer calm words, brief nods, small gestures meant to reinforce steadiness rather than celebration. The men respond in kind. Fatigue lines their faces, but there is no sharp fear in their eyes, only clarity. When the sun finally rises, it filters through the canopy in scattered beams, illuminating a camp that has not slept but has endured. The ground remains damp, the air thick, the trenches marked by the night's activity. But the division stands with its posture unbroken. Breakfast is taken quietly, each man processing the night's events in his own measured way. Conversations revolve around angles, distances, and the cadence of shots, practical details, stripped of emotion. No one speaks of triumph, only of readiness. The jungle does not reveal what comes next. It rarely does. But the men understand something essential now. The enemy is capable, coordinated, patient. And so are they. The night tested the perimeter. The men of the 25th Infantry Division held their ground in darkness, steady as the earth itself. Aftermath. What the jungle keeps. Dawn rises slowly over the island, as if the light itself is tired from the strain of the night before. The canopy accepts the sun in thin fragments, letting only scattered beams slip through before folding them into the green below. The camp stirs in low, muted motions. No one moves quickly. No one speaks loudly. The night has left a trace on every face. Not fear, not shock, but the quiet imprint of having stood inside something heavy and walked out the other side with discipline intact. You watch the morning take shape around them, the way breath steadies after long-held tension, the way shoulders settle as the first rays warm the damp earth. The men do not speak of victory. There is nothing to claim. They simply acknowledge that the line held, and that they will hold it again if needed. And in their silence, you sense a deeper rhythm emerging, the one that sits beneath the roar of battle, beneath the swirl of confusion, beneath the weight of preparation. The rhythm of endurance. The jungle offers no explanation for the night's events. It never does. It reveals only fragments, a broken branch, a footprint half filled with water, the faint smell of powder still clinging to the air. These remnants are small, almost trivial, yet they linger like echoes of something larger. The men read them not as clues, but as reminders that the island has its own language, one learned through patience, through attentiveness, through hours of listening to silence as if it were a voice. As the day stretches forward, the camp settles into a new posture. The men clean their weapons with practiced quiet, each motion slow and deliberate. Some sit with their backs against the sandbags, letting the warmth of the morning ease the stiffness in their muscles. Others simply stand and breathe, grounding themselves in the knowledge that the worst moment of the night has passed, at least for now. You feel their calm not as absence of fear, but as its transformation into something steadier, clearer. Officers walk the perimeter with a kind of solemn respect. They stop at each position, speak a few soft words, offer a nod that means far more than any speech could. Their presence reminds the men that readiness is not an emotional state, but a condition of being, a posture held not with bravado, but with quiet discipline. The jungle watches all of this from its layered stillness. It does not reveal whether the enemy has fully withdrawn or merely shifted to some other shadowed vantage. It does not soothe or threaten. It simply is, ancient and indifferent, holding the echoes of every movement made beneath its canopy. In that indifference, the men find an odd reassurance. The jungle does not seek their struggle. It only frames it. With each passing hour, the thoughts of the men drift inward. Some remember the night as a blur of sound and instinct. Others recall specific images, the flash of a muzzle, the shake of a branch, the smell of damp earth rising as they steadied their rifles. These memories settle without weight, woven into the larger fabric of their experience rather than standing apart from it. You sense how these moments shape them quietly, not with force, but with persistence. They begin to understand that courage is not the absence of tension, but the ability to breathe inside it. That steadiness is not granted, but built, one long night at a time. And that war, in this jungle, is not defined by decisive clashes, but by the slow tightening of days and nights that blur into one another until endurance becomes its own form of victory. As afternoon approaches, the camp feels suspended between what has happened and what has yet to unfold. The men move with careful efficiency, aware that the enemy will test them again, perhaps soon, perhaps not. Their routines continue, shaped by discipline rather than anticipation. In their silence, you find a kind of grace, the quiet dignity of those who accept hardship without surrendering their humanity. The jungle hums again as the sun dips, its night chorus preparing to rise. The men listen differently now, hearing patterns within the noise, spaces within the rhythm. What once felt chaotic now feels layered. What once felt overwhelming now feels navigable. This is the strange truth of their journey. Each moment of pressure has given form to their resilience. Each night endured has carved out space for steadiness. And each unanswered question has taught them to move forward without certainty, trusting in one another more than in the land that surrounds them. As night begins to gather again, you recognize something rising quietly within the division. Not confidence, not relief, but continuity. The sense that they will meet whatever comes with the same calm they carried through the darkness. That the line they hold is not merely physical, but emotional. A boundary shaped by patience, vigilance, and the understanding that survival here is measured not in victories, but in moments endured with clarity. The jungle keeps many secrets. It will keep this night as well, storing its echoes beneath the leaves, letting them fade slowly into the earth. But the men will carry their part of it forward, as memory, as lesson, as quiet strength. And so the day closes, not with triumph, but with breath. A long, steady exhale that softens the edges of tension and prepares them for whatever the next dawn will bring. The jungle holds its heat even at night. Air hangs thick. Footsteps sink into damp ground. Sound carries differently beneath layered leaves. But far to the north, another front unfolded in near silence. In Lapland, the landscape widened again. Snow replaced mud. Cold replaced humidity. Where jungle fighting compressed movement into tight spaces, the Arctic expanded it into long, exposed distances. Former allies now faced one another across frozen terrain. The war, it seems, never belonged to one climate. It adapted. From tropical heat to polar wind, distance was not only geographic, it was elemental. Part 3. The Lapland War, when former allies turned against each other in the Arctic. Snow drifts across a landscape that feels both empty and watchful, its surface shifting under a pale northern light that never quite warms the ground. The wind carries a thin, metallic taste as it sweeps over frost-stiff pines and abandoned supply roads, scattering ice crystals into the air like shards of glass. Far beneath the silence, the earth holds the memory of heavy boots, scorched timber, and the distant echoes of detonation. You move through this stillness as if through a forgotten breathing space, noticing how the world seems frozen in the moment before a choice must be made. Along the ridgelines, burnt black trees stand like thin silhouettes against the sky, remnants of calculated destruction. The snow softens everything except the truth that lingers here. Lines were drawn, alliances were broken, and a strange war unfolded in a place where darkness and daylight trade places too quickly. As you keep watching, the silence begins to shift. Footprints appear where none should be. Supply crates lie shattered beside abandoned trenches, and the smell of burnt rubber clings stubbornly to the air. Only then does the shape of the story rise through the frost. The brief, brutal conflict known as the Lapland War of 1944. The Lapland War of 1944 was not a grand, sweeping campaign, but a strange and turbulent fracture line right at the edge of Europe's frozen roof. It began with a shift in loyalties. Finland, having endured years of brutal fighting, signed an armistice with the Soviet Union and was suddenly required to force out its former German allies. What followed was a difficult, reluctant conflict fought under Arctic skies, where old friendships, survival instincts, and military obligation collided in the snow. In these remote forests and mountain passes, German troops executed a scorched earth withdrawal, burning towns, mining roads, and tearing down anything that could offer shelter or supply. Finnish soldiers advanced through their own homeland, transformed into a wasteland, moving cautiously through terrain that hid explosives beneath every drift of powdery snow. The war was brief, but its scars ran deep. The destruction of Rovaniemi, the long retreat toward Norway, the bitter cold that took lives without firing a shot, and the quiet moral weight of a conflict fought not from hatred but from necessity. This story is not one of triumph or villainy. It is a story of endurance, ambiguity, and landscapes altered by human choices made under impossible pressures. As we follow those final months of 1944, we touch the edges of a war where silence and fire lived side by side, and where the Arctic itself felt like both witness and judge. The wind changes before anyone speaks. Cold air drifted through the northern forests long before winter officially arrived, carrying the muted scent of pine resin and distant wood smoke. The sky stretched pale and thin over Lapland, offering little warmth and even less certainty. Moss-covered stones glistened with early frost, and the rivers that once raced through the valleys slowed under a growing crust of ice. Nothing seemed out of place, yet every detail felt altered, as if the land itself sensed an invisible shift underway. You stand within this quiet moment, noticing how the breeze hesitates before passing through the trees, how the silence deepens between each snapping twig. Campfires burned low in scattered outposts, their embers pulsing softly in the dim light. Finnish and German patrols moved through the same forests they had shared for years, but the rhythm of their footsteps no longer matched. There was a pause in the air, a subtle withdrawal of trust, though no one had spoken openly yet. Even routine actions, checking rifles, tightening boots, glancing at maps, carried a tension that had not been there weeks before. In this stillness, before any orders were issued or alliances formally broken, the North felt like it was holding its breath. The lines were about to shift. The North turns and the lines shift. The northern summer of 1944 slipped away with unusual swiftness, fading behind the horizon in streaks of exhausted gold that barely touched the treetops. Soldiers stationed across Lapland felt the change settling over them, though no one could yet define it. Patrols continued along familiar routes. Boots pressed into lichen and frost-hardening soil. Rifles rested against shoulders with practiced ease. But beneath these ordinary motions lived the subtle tension of men sensing that something foundational had begun to tilt. For years, the Finns and the Germans had fought together against the Soviet Union, sharing trenches, supplies, hardships, and long stretches of unforgiving silence. They had faced the same artillery storms, endured the same frozen nights, and relied on each other when exhaustion blurred the world into shades of grey. Trust had formed not from ideology, but from shared survival. Yet as the Eastern Front collapsed and Soviet troops pushed relentlessly westward, Finland faced a decision it could no longer postpone. The country's leadership sought an armistice to end its suffering, reclaim stability, and prevent further devastation. But peace came with a price. The Germans had to withdraw from Finnish soil. This requirement arrived slowly, like a quiet but inescapable truth. Commanders on both sides recognized that the partnership was dissolving, even as their supply lines still intertwined and their camps stood only meters apart. The Germans, particularly the 20th Mountain Army, controlled key positions deep within Finland. Their logistical routes were complex, their depots full, their engineering works extensive. Leaving would take time, and time was something no one had in abundance. As German troops began their withdrawal, they moved with the practiced discipline of a force accustomed to both hardship and retreat. Columns of trucks rattled along narrow forest roads, engines sputtering in the cold. Horses strained against sledges laden with equipment. Officers walked briskly between vehicles, issuing orders with clipped determination. The retreat was not chaotic. It was methodical, almost ritualistic, yet it carried the weight of an ending that many struggled to accept. Finnish soldiers watched these movements with mixed emotions. Some recognized the departing Germans, men they had fought beside, eaten with, or spoken to during long, frozen nights. Turning them into adversaries felt unnatural. But Finland's survival depended on enforcing the conditions of the armistice, and duty overruled sentiment. Orders became clear: pressure the Germans to leave, and if they resisted, expel them by force. The earliest confrontations were restrained, hesitant, and strangely formal. Finnish patrols shadowed German convoys from a distance, observing without engaging. On narrow mountain paths, the two forces sometimes met face to face, each insisting on the right to pass first. Voices rose, but weapons remained lowered. Both sides understood how fragile the balance was and how quickly it could collapse. The situation shifted when the Germans enacted a scorched earth strategy designed to slow any Finnish pursuit and deny the Soviets, now Finland's overseers, access to infrastructure. It began quietly. A bridge detonated at dusk, a supply hut burned to its foundation, a road mined beneath fresh snow. But soon the destruction spread like a firestorm across the region. Rovaniemi would eventually fall victim to this policy, but even before that, villages and remote settlements saw flames licking through roof beams and smoke drifting across the sky. Finnish civilians were stunned. Many had already fled from earlier fighting or returned home only recently, hoping to rebuild. Now they watched as their barns, workshops, and timber houses were destroyed not by invaders, but by the retreating army they once called allies. Families gathered what little they could carry, pushing carts through mud and frost as the smell of burning tar and pine followed them. By late September, the cold had deepened. Ice formed along riverbanks. Morning frost clung to the rims of metal helmets. In this tightening chill, the first true clashes erupted. These were not sweeping offensives but small, sharp encounters. Shots fired across river crossings, skirmishes over roadblocks, tense exchanges at demolished bridges. Finnish units advanced with caution, uncertain whether the German troops ahead would surrender or resist. The Lapland War did not start with grand declarations. It unfolded in quiet retreats, confused confrontations, and the slow erosion of trust. It was a conflict shaped by necessity rather than hatred, by geography rather than ideology, and by the difficult reality that even allies can become adversaries when the world shifts beneath them. As the first engagements settled into place, the war took its shape in the snow and silence of the far north, a shape neither side had wanted, but both were now forced to confront. Smoke on the horizon, frost on the ground. Dawn rose thin and colorless over Lapland, spreading a pale band of light that barely touched the treetops. Frost clung to branches in delicate threads, shimmering briefly before the wind tore them away. The air smelled of ice and something sharper, burnt timber carried from miles away, drifting low across the valleys. You notice how the scent does not belong to morning. It belongs to endings. Smoke curled upward on the horizon, faint but insistent, a dark line rising through the cold like a reminder that the land was being changed with deliberate hands. Animals moved differently now. Reindeer shifted uneasily near the tree line, ears flicking at distant echoes. Birds rose in scattered bursts, abandoning perches as if the forest itself had whispered a warning. Even the rivers, slowed by the first grip of winter, carried flecks of ash along their surface. Nothing burned nearby, yet everything seemed touched by fire. The silence between gusts of wind grew tense, stretched thin by unseen decisions unfolding beyond the ridges. Whatever had been held back in the early days of withdrawal was beginning to break loose. In this fragile morning, the signs were clear. Destruction was no longer incidental. It had become a strategy. A new rhythm of the war was about to take hold. The scorched path northward. The destruction spreading across Lapland was not improvisation, nor the work of undisciplined retreat. It was a calculated strategy, precise, methodical, shaped by the cold logic of military necessity. The German 20th Mountain Army, responsible for holding the Arctic frontier for years, had been ordered to withdraw toward Norway. But withdrawal did not mean surrendering advantage. The landscape behind them was to become an obstacle, a barrier of ashes and splintered beams meant to slow any pursuit. For Finnish commanders, the first reports of burned villages seemed almost unbelievable. These were the homes of people who had traded with German units, who had provided shelter, firewood, labor, and steady companionship during long winters. Yet as dispatches arrived one after another, the truth took shape. Entire communities were being erased, not in anger but in adherence to a directive known as Operation Burke. If the Finns pressed north too quickly, they would find nothing left to support them. No bridges, no barns, no food stores, no shelter. The land itself would resist them. Finnish patrols advancing into the ruined zones moved cautiously, studying footprints frozen into the mud, the angles of tire tracks, the soot patterns clinging to walls. They learned to read destruction as if it were a map. A barn burned recently meant engineers had passed only hours earlier. Still warm embers meant a rearguard unit was likely just beyond the next ridge. When they found unexploded charges wired beneath bridges, they knew the Germans had moved quickly or been interrupted. Every ruin carried a message if one knew how to listen. Communication between the two former allies grew strained and brittle. Officially, they were not yet in open conflict. An uneasy truce still lingered around certain checkpoints where officers exchanged stiff nods and avoided eye contact. But beneath the surface, resentment grew like frost crystals spreading along window glass. The Finns understood that their former partners were following orders, yet orders did not dull the sight of burned cradles, collapsed barns, or the skeletal remains of workshops that had once held entire communities together. Some villages resisted quietly, attempting to negotiate small compromises with retreating German officers. Spare the mill, leave the well intact, allow the livestock to flee. Occasionally, the appeals worked. More often, they did not. The retreat continued with relentless discipline. Entire districts were emptied, structures rigged with fuel-soaked materials before ignition. The sound of controlled detonation became part of the northern autumn, echoing across valleys that had once held nothing louder than wind and the clatter of reindeer bells. On the German side, there was fatigue far deeper than the march itself. Many soldiers had spent years in the Arctic, surviving blizzards, hunger, and isolation. Now they were dismantling the same settlements where they had once shared meals or traded small gifts with Finnish families. Some carried out their tasks with detachment. Others hesitated before lighting fuses, their faces tight with something like shame. But hesitation did not stop the machinery of retreat. Orders were orders, and the retreat had to hold long enough for tens of thousands of soldiers and tons of equipment to reach the safety of Norwegian defenses. The geopolitical stakes were equally stark. The Soviets had demanded that Finland expel all German troops from its territory as part of the armistice signed in September 1944. Every burned building deepened the rift between Finland and Germany and increased Soviet pressure on the Finnish government to show decisive action. Delay was dangerous. Compliance had to be visible. The Finns could not allow the scorched earth tactics to continue unchecked without risking accusations of collaboration or weakness. The fuse leading to open combat shortened with each day. Clashes began to flare in isolated pockets along the northern roads. A Finnish patrol might encounter a German demolition team preparing to destroy a bridge that local villagers depended on. Arguments escalated. Warnings were ignored. Shots were exchanged. Neither side celebrated these encounters. For the Finns, firing on former allies carried a bitterness they had not anticipated. For the Germans, meeting resistance from those who had once shared fires and hardship felt like a quiet betrayal, though neither sentiment altered the course of events. By October, the fragile restraint that had defined the first phase of the retreat dissolved. Finnish High Command ordered more aggressive pursuit to ensure compliance with the armistice. German units responded by accelerating their demolitions and establishing obstacles along key routes. The land between them, forests, frozen marsh, winding roads, became a shifting boundary where friendship ended and obligation began. Finnish soldiers advanced with caution, scanning snowbanks for tripwires and footprints, listening for the telltale tick of delayed charges. German units moved steadily northward, destroying everything they could not carry. The civilians who remained in the region endured the heaviest burden. Many fled with little more than what they could strap onto sleds or shoulders. Some traveled by reindeer-drawn carts, others on foot, guided by memory through woods that no longer looked familiar. The landscape itself was changing too quickly. Roads became impassable. Shelter disappeared. Families moved from ruin to ruin, searching for a roof still standing or a cellar not filled with ash. Their journey mirrored the soldiers' marches, but with none of the protection or purpose that uniformed men carried. Through all of this, winter crept steadily closer. Frost thickened. Rivers stiffened. Nights stretched longer. Every burned building, every mined road, every demolished bridge weakened not only the German retreat but the Finnish ability to move safely through their own homeland. It was a conflict unfolding inside winter's waiting shadow, where the terrain itself felt as hostile as any army. In this landscape of smoke, frost, and unraveling bonds, the Lapland War began to take shape, not as a clash of ideology or vengeance, but as a war born of necessity, duty, and the cold arithmetic of survival. What had begun as a retreat was hardening into resistance. What had once been alliance was dissolving into a silence, punctured only by the crack of burning timber and the distant march of boots receding into the north. Between two winters. The first thing you notice is the quiet, not the peaceful kind, but the brittle silence that hangs when two forces have passed through the same land in opposite directions. The snow lies untouched on the upper branches of the pines, yet the ground below is a confusion of footprints, some deep and heavy, others light and hurried. It looks as if the forest itself cannot decide which direction it is supposed to remember. Cold air settles into your lungs, the kind that tastes of metal and old smoke. Somewhere in the distance, a tree cracks sharply under the weight of frost. The sound echoes a little too long, as if the forest were hollowed out inside. You follow the path of churned snow, the marks of sleds and boots, but the trail gives nothing back. It belongs to no one now. It simply points toward a horizon that feels farther away than ever. You pass a line of birch trees stripped bare by winter's impatience. Their pale trunks rise like ribs against the dim light. On one of them hangs a scrap of fabric, wool, torn at the edges, stiff with ice. It flutters weakly when the wind turns, the only sign that someone crossed here recently. You imagine the moment it tore free, a hurried movement, a snag on a branch, a hand reaching back instinctively before letting it go. It hangs now like a memory the forest has chosen to keep. Farther along, you find the remains of a camp, little more than a ring of stones and the faint smell of smoke in the air. The snow has begun to fill the fire pit, softening the edges, but the shape is still there. Someone boiled water here, warmed their hands, stared into the flames while the night pressed close around them. A tin cup lies half buried in snow, still carrying the ghost of someone's breath in its cold metal curve. It feels wrong to touch it, as if it belongs to a story not yet finished. The landscape opens briefly into a clearing where the wind gathers speed. Snow drifts in thin, restless veils, swirling around a broken sled. Its runners are cracked, splintered, as if struck hard or dragged too fast over unforgiving ground. The empty harness trails behind it like a tale. There are no bodies here, no obvious signs of struggle, only the quiet chaos left by urgency. You kneel slightly, brushing frost away to see the deeper marks underneath. Staggered footprints, scattered pine needles, the imprint of hands in the snow. Someone fell here. Someone helped them up. And then they moved on, leaving behind a trail the storm is already swallowing. Further north, the light begins to change. It fades from gray to something thinner, more diluted, as though the sun has grown cautious. The sky has the color of worn metal, and the air feels older than it should. You hear nothing now, not even the soft hiss of falling snow. It is the kind of silence that presses against the ribs, a weight made of absence. Then the smell reaches you, smoke again, but different from the campfire's ghost. This smoke is sharp, acrid, laced with resin and scorched earth. You follow it until you reach another clearing, smaller than the last, where a wooden hut has collapsed inward. Only the stone chimney remains standing, a solitary spine against the sky. Sparks move faintly in the ashes, fragile as thought. Someone burned this place recently. Someone left quickly. Near the ruins, you see tracks diverging. One set of boots marching north with steady precision, another veering west in uneven strides, and a third that looks smaller, lighter, moving alone. 3 paths, 3 stories you will never fully know. You stand there for a moment, feeling the weight of choices you didn't witness but can almost imagine. The hesitation, the turning of a head, the decision to follow one direction over another. War fractures not just the land, but the lines along which people move. A faint sound pulls your attention, a reindeer bell, distant and lonely. You turn toward it, listening as it fades and returns with the wind. Eventually you spot the animal at the edge of a tree-line, perched on a rocky rise. It stands still, breath puffing into the air in pale clouds. There is no harness, no sled, no human figure guiding it. It watches you with quiet suspicion before stepping away, disappearing between the pines. Even the animals here seem unmoored, caught between two winters that have come too soon. As you continue northward, the snow deepens. Your steps imagine the struggle of those who came before. Soldiers carrying rifles and packs, civilians with children on their backs, engineers hauling crates of explosives, skiers gliding through the dark with messages tucked inside their coats. The snow carries all of them without distinction. Time and weather erase the borders between armies, between fleeing families, between those who burned and those who watched the flames. The sky darkens early, as it always does in this season. A sliver of cold moon rises over the treetops, turning the world silver and black. You find higher ground and stop there for a moment. In the far distance, you can see flickers of orange glow where another village burns. Closer to you, small clusters of lights suggest Finnish patrols moving along the frozen rivers. And somewhere between them, invisible in the spaces where no one wants to be, are the civilians trying to survive the distance between two armies. The wind picks up again, carrying with it the sharp scent of cold iron and something more intimate. Wool, sweat, pine, the undertone of fear that lingers in abandoned places. You close your eyes for a moment, listening. You can almost hear them, the crunch of boots on frozen moss, the soft cry of someone too exhausted to take another step, the murmured reassurance from someone walking beside them. When you open your eyes, snow is falling again, slowly at first, then in thick, deliberate flakes. It settles on branches, on the ruins, on the scattered footprints, smoothing everything into a single mute surface. Winter, impartial and vast, begins to cover the evidence of flight and pursuit. But beneath the snow the truth remains. The north is full of paths that lead nowhere, choices made in haste, and the fragile marks of lives trying to outrun the cold. You take one last look at the clearing before moving on. The snow continues to fall, patient and unhurried, as if it has all the time in the world to bury what the war has left behind. Paths that no longer meet. The deeper Finnish forces moved into Lapland, the more the war dissolved into a geography of broken connections. Roads that once linked villages became lines of uncertainty. Bridges that anchored communities vanished into rivers swollen with ice. Familiar landmarks, sawmills, workshops, barns, the silhouettes of church steeples, were replaced by the charred ribs of buildings still warm from fire. It became clear that they were no longer pursuing an army along predictable military lines. They were entering a landscape where the logic of retreat had been rewritten by destruction. For civilians, the shifting front was not a boundary but a maze. Many families attempted to flee ahead of the Germans, carrying what little they could manage. Sacks of grain, blankets, kettles, family icons carved from birch or bone. But the roads they followed often transformed overnight. A bridge that had stood for decades might collapse under the weight of a single explosion. A river crossing used by their grandparents might now be mined. Detours led them into forests where the snow deepened without warning, or to clearings where the faint glow of embers signaled that they were too late to outrun the flames. Communication broke down just as quickly. Villages that had always relied on letters or messengers found themselves isolated by burned paths and dismantled telegraph lines. Rumors traveled faster than facts, that the Germans were accelerating their retreat, that the Finns were closing in from multiple directions, that Soviet observers were monitoring every movement from afar. Fear became a common language. spoken quietly around cookfires and whispered inside barns that still stood despite the turmoil. Finnish military units advancing north understood that they were responsible not only for meeting the German withdrawal, but for protecting the civilians trapped between the two armies. This meant dividing already thin forces into smaller patrols tasked with guiding families along safer routes, clearing mines from roads, and extinguishing fires still spreading across the ruins of villages. The army's progress slowed, not because of hesitation, but because the war had become a humanitarian corridor threaded through a wilderness of ash and frost. At the same time, German units wrestled with their own burdens. The 20th Mountain Army was vast. Tens of thousands of soldiers, artillery, livestock, vehicles, workshops, and supply depots stretched across a landscape never meant to support such weight. The retreat demanded speed, yet the terrain allowed only narrow, winding roads and ski trails through the forests. To slow pursuit, engineers cut trenches into roads, felled trees across frozen marshlands, and laid mines with precision learned over years of Arctic warfare. They were not fighting the Finns directly. They were shaping the landscape into a barrier of inconvenience and danger. But the space between the two forces became more unpredictable each day. Local guides could not guarantee safe passage. Maps were outdated within hours. Smoke rising on the horizon no longer indicated whether a German unit was present or had already moved on. Villagers sometimes encountered Finnish patrols first, sometimes German, sometimes neither. The distinction between ally and adversary blurred into the simple reality that survival depended on reading the land more carefully than the armies moving through it. In several regions, the retreat fractured into overlapping layers of movement. German columns advancing north crossed paths, with late-moving civilians heading west or east. Finnish patrols maneuvered through burned clearings, only to discover that another German demolition crew had passed moments earlier. At night, distant lantern lights flickered through the trees, sometimes from soldiers, sometimes from families seeking shelter, sometimes from homes catching fire long after their occupants had fled. Darkness revealed how close everyone remained to one another, even as the war pushed them apart. The constant motion strained the loyalties that still lingered from earlier years of cooperation. Some Finnish officers hesitated before engaging German rearguards, recalling shared meals or hard winters weathered side by side. Others, hardened by the destruction they witnessed, urged more decisive pursuit. Civilians were further divided. Some had grown sympathetic to German soldiers they had known for years. Others watched their homes burn without understanding how former allies could leave such devastation behind. Still, there were moments of quiet humanity threaded through the tension. A German medic sharing salve with a frostbitten Finnish child. A Finnish patrol signaling a group of German engineers to take a different route to avoid shelling from Soviet aircraft. A family sheltering in a barn while soldiers from both sides passed through the valley in the same night, neither realizing how close they had come to one another. These fragile intersections did not change the direction of the war, but they softened its sharpest angles. As November approached, the daylight shortened dramatically. The north entered a season of long shadows and colder mornings. Snow fell more heavily, covering debris, filling footprints, and smoothing the edges of collapsed walls. What had been a trail of destruction became, in some places, a blank field of white where the past could no longer be read easily. But beneath that stillness lay roads shattered by explosions, supplies lost to fire, and a population struggling to move faster than winter itself. By the time both armies reached the deeper interior of Lapland, the war had spread into a wide, uneven expanse where paths no longer met cleanly. The Finns pushed on, compelled by duty and the demands of the armistice. The Germans retreated further north, driven by orders and the need to reach Norway before winter sealed the last viable routes. Between them lay civilians who could not move quickly enough, homes that could not be rebuilt until spring, and a landscape learning to hold its breath under the weight of 2 winters at once. The first cracks in the ice. The cold arrives before the fighting does. It comes softly at first, a thin crust on the puddles, a brittle sheen on pine needles, the faint sting of wind against your cheek. But with each hour it deepens, settling into the land like a quiet verdict. The days shorten. The light thins. Even the trees seem to draw closer, their branches creaking under the growing weight of frost. You walk through a valley where the snow lies in uneven drifts, shaped by winds that change without warning. The silence is sharper now, edged with expectation. Somewhere in the distance, a small group of crows lifts off from a carcass buried in snow and branches. Their wings slice the air in slow, deliberate arcs. The sound is brief, then swallowed by the cold. Closer to the tree-line, you see the remnants of a German bivouac, scattered pine boughs, a circle of stones, the ghost of a fire pit nearly erased by drifting snow. A single mitten lies nearby, stiff with frost, its wool mottled by soot. No footsteps surround it. Whatever happened here has already been carried north by the wind or buried under fresh snowfall. You kneel slightly, studying the frozen indentation where a kettle once sat. The snow glitters faintly, but the story beneath it remains dim. The smell of gunpowder arrives next, thin, metallic, barely strong enough to cut through the resin of the pines. It lingers like a question. You follow the scent until the forest opens into a narrow clearing. There, the snow has been churned violently. Deep boot prints, scattered pine needles, faint splashes of ash or soot. A discarded ammunition crate leans against a stump, its lid snapped open as if abandoned mid-movement. The air feels unsettled, as though it still remembers raised voices and hurried steps. In the center of the clearing, the snow is flattened into chaotic shapes, marks left by bodies, by men grappling in close quarters. Yet there is no blood, no weapons left behind, nothing that speaks clearly of victory or defeat. Only the imprint of force, now quieted. You stand still for a long moment, letting the wind move through the trees. It whistles softly between the branches, sounding almost like breath. A faint trail leads out of the clearing, shallow grooves where a sled or stretcher was dragged, half covered by new snow. You follow it to the edge of a frozen stream. The surface has cracked in places, thin white fractures stretching like veins across dark ice. Above the stream, a German helmet hangs from a low branch, swaying gently. Whether it was placed there or snagged accidentally, you cannot tell. It turns slowly in the wind, catching the pale light of afternoon. Further north, you notice smoke rising in a thin, wavering column. Not the black smoke of burning villages. This is lighter, almost blue, the kind that signals a small cooking fire. You move closer until the scent of pine resin sharpens. At the base of a rocky hill, a team of Finnish soldiers crouches around a pot, steam curling from its rim. Their breaths rise in white plumes. Their eyes are tired. One of them stirs the pot with a wooden spoon, his hand trembling slightly from the cold. No one speaks for a long moment. The soldiers listen to the forest the way hunters do, alert, patient, measuring silence for disruptions. A ski rests against a nearby tree, its binding stiff with frozen leather. Another soldier adjusts his gloves, flexing fingers made slow by the weather. When they finally notice you, they nod once, acknowledging a presence that feels neither intrusive nor unexpected. They are used to figures passing through these woods, patrols, scouts, civilians searching for safer paths. War widens the roads that normally keep lives separate. When they rise to move on, they do so quietly. Their skis whisper across the snow as they climb a low ridge. You follow at a distance. From the top, you see a wide valley stretching toward the north, its surface marked by the thin black threads of burned timbers. Another village, reduced to silhouettes. Smoke drifts from a barn whose roof has collapsed. its beams jutting into the sky like broken ribs. The snow glows amber around the edges where the fire still smoulders beneath. Even from far away, you feel the heat tugging against the cold. Two figures emerge from the smoke. Civilians, wrapped in furs stiffened by frost. Their faces are pale, their movements slow. They carry nothing. Behind them, the ruins of the village crumble softly as snow gathers in the hollowed spaces where walls once stood. The Finnish soldiers pause, watching. One begins to raise a hand in greeting but stops, uncertain whether comfort or apology is the appropriate response. In war's fragile spaces, even gestures become complicated. The civilians do not approach the soldiers. They turn south instead, following a narrow footpath that leads toward thicker forest. Their steps are heavy, deliberate, the steps of people who no longer expect shelter waiting at the end of a journey. You watch them disappear into the trees, swallowed by the grey light. As the soldiers continue their patrol, you hear the first clear sign of tension emerging. Distant voices, sharp and low. At first, you think it might be another Finnish unit, but the tone is different. There is a clipped precision to it, a cadence shaped by another language. You move closer and see the source, a small German rearguard unit positioned near a demolished bridge. Their uniforms blend with the snow-dusted stones, their rifles resting against a fallen log. They speak quietly among themselves, but the words carry frustration, impatience, the exhaustion of a retreat that grows longer each day. For a moment, neither side sees the other. They are separated only by a cluster of pines, close enough to hear breath but not boots. The tension feels like a thin sheet of ice, hard, brittle, waiting for the first crack. You stand in the quiet space between them, where the air seems to hold its breath. Eventually, the Germans move on, marching north with measured steps. The Finns wait until the sound of boots fades before crossing the ridge and inspecting the demolished bridge. They say nothing, but their silence carries a weight that feels heavier than words. The war has not fully arrived, and yet it already feels present in the gaps between footsteps, in the smoke rising from ruined villages, in the way two groups of soldiers can stand within a few meters of one another and still pretend the distance is too great to cross. The light fades again. Snow begins to fall in slow, deliberate flakes, erasing footprints, softening broken edges, covering the clearing where struggle left marks that no longer show. Winter reclaims the land piece by piece, even as men try to command it for their own purposes. You take one last look at the valley below. The ruins, the smoke, the fading silhouettes of soldiers retreating into the forest. The first cracks in the ice have formed, not on the rivers, but between those who once walked the same path. When dialogue freezes. The first clashes of the Lapland War did not begin with sweeping offensives or coordinated maneuvers. They began with hesitation. Moments when soldiers on opposite sides of a clearing realized that the distance between former allies had narrowed to the width of a command neither wanted to give. The retreating German units, burdened by long columns of supplies and wounded men, found themselves sharing the same frozen valleys as Finnish patrols tasked with enforcing the terms of the armistice. In this fragile overlap, dialogue became the first casualty. Finnish High Command had issued strict instructions. The Germans were to be pressured but not provoked into larger conflict. The priority was compliance, not conquest. But on the ground, the situation rarely aligned with the neat lines drawn on maps in distant headquarters. Demolition teams moved quickly, clearing bridges and burning stores to delay pursuit. Finnish patrols, arriving minutes or hours later, encountered smoldering ruins that demanded response. Every charred roof beam felt like an offense. Every severed road carried the weight of betrayal. In some cases, Finnish officers attempted negotiation. They approached German rearguards with raised hands, requesting delays in demolitions so civilians could pass or supplies could be salvaged. Sometimes they were met with weary cooperation, other times with curt refusal. The Germans, bound to a retreat schedule that allowed little improvisation, rarely had room in their orders for compromise. Each conversation began with a thin veneer of military courtesy and ended with silence thick enough to reveal what neither side wished to say aloud: that the bonds forged over years of shared hardship had become too fragile to withstand the weight of new obligations. As tensions mounted, individual encounters became unpredictable. A German patrol, misreading Finnish movement as aggression, might fire warning shots into the air. A Finnish unit, finding explosives wired beneath a bridge crucial to civilian evacuation, might attempt to arrest the engineers responsible. What followed was not chaos, but something quieter. Standoffs in the snow, rifles lowered but not relaxed, breaths steaming into the cold air as both sides attempted to decide whether the moment required restraint or force. The terrain played its own role in these decisions. Frozen rivers and narrow forest passes funneled soldiers into the same spaces whether they intended to meet or not. Visibility changed by the minute. A path that seemed safe could reveal German truck tracks only when one was too close to withdraw unnoticed. In Lapland's shifting light, armies found themselves sharing the same silent valleys, separated by little more than their own caution. Civilians often stood at the center of these delicate encounters. Families attempting to cross burned villages or abandoned supply depots sometimes became the only barrier preventing open conflict. Finnish soldiers prioritized their safety, guiding them through unstable ruins or escorting them along safer trails. German units, encountering these same families, often stepped aside, allowing passage before resuming their demolitions. In these brief exchanges, remnants of old cooperation flickered like coals beneath ash, fragile but not entirely extinguished. Yet the diplomatic landscape above these human moments grew increasingly strained. The Soviets scrutinized Finnish actions closely, expecting decisive moves to expel the Germans quickly. Any delay risked accusations of collusion. The Finnish government, aware of the precarious political balance, pushed for faster advances. Commanders in the field felt the pressure. Patrols moved farther north. Supply chains were lengthened. Confusion thickened as overlapping orders arrived with little time for clarification. On the German side, morale wavered. Many soldiers did not understand why their retreat had become a point of conflict with Finland, whose soldiers they had fought beside for years. Others harbored resentment, believing the Finns had abandoned them in the face of Soviet pressure. Officers attempted to maintain discipline, but the cold, the exhaustion, and the constant threat of Finnish pursuit sharpened tempers. The retreat became not only a logistical challenge, but a psychological one. The first sustained firefights of the Lapland War emerged from this unstable tension. A Finnish patrol, attempting to prevent the destruction of a key road junction, clashed with a German rearguard determined to delay pursuit. Shots were exchanged in the half-light of early afternoon. The engagement was brief, neither side intent on annihilation, but it marked a turning point. Once bullets had been fired, restraint became harder to maintain. The ice, once cracked, spread fractures outward. Small battles followed, skirmishes over bridges, frozen rivers, and narrow ridges. The fighting was rarely decisive, often limited to exchanges of rifle fire or the targeted disabling of vehicles and demolition equipment. Yet each confrontation left the air heavier, as if the cold itself absorbed the weight of new hostilities. Finnish units reported increased caution among German engineers. German reports noted a sharper urgency in Finnish advances. Mutual suspicion grew until it filled the space between them more completely than snow. Winter accelerated the conflict's pace. Temperatures dropped. Days compressed. Night patrols became longer, more dangerous. Fires, once slow to spread across damp autumn wood, now consumed frozen timber with unnerving speed. Smoke rose from the valleys like breath from the land itself. And beneath this smoke, armies moved in patterns that resembled not two opposing fronts, but two migrations forced into parallel lines by the demands of survival. By early November, the line between hesitation and hostility had disappeared. Open conflict had arrived, not with a single defining battle, but with a chain of moments in which restraint froze harder and faster than the rivers beneath the soldiers' boots. The Lapland War had begun in earnest, quietly, inevitably, shaped by cold, by pressure, and by the fragile space where dialogue once lived. Where the night becomes a road. Night arrives early now. Too early. It spreads across the landscape like ink poured slowly over a sheet of frost, filling every hollow and valley. The forest changes with it. Branches stiffen. Shadows lengthen. The world shrinks until the only things that seem real are your breath, your footsteps, and the faint crunch of snow settling under its own weight. In Lapland's deep winter, darkness is not the absence of light. It is a terrain of its own. You follow a narrow path that winds between leaning pines. The snow here is thicker, sculpted by winds that sweep down from the Arctic plateau. Each step sinks slightly, leaving a soft impression that the next gust will erase. The cold carries a faint taste of iron, like a warning you can swallow but not ignore. Nothing moves at first, and the silence feels patient, almost expectant. Then, far beyond the trees, a dull glow appears on the horizon. Not the orange heat of burning villages, but something colder, moonlight reflected on a line of sleds. As you draw closer, the shapes come into focus. German supply teams moving with deliberate slowness, their silhouettes long and fragile against the snow. Men lean into their work, shoulders hunched, boots dragging in the drifts. The sled runners whisper over the frozen surface. A single lantern swings at the lead, its beam trembling with each uneven step. You can see the strain on their faces, pale and hollow beneath fur-lined caps. Frost clings to beards and eyelashes. Their breath plumes upward like smoke from a dying fire. These men are not advancing, not even fighting. They are simply trying to keep moving, to reach the next camp before exhaustion seals the night around them. One stumbles. Two others catch him before he falls, steadying him with brief murmured words. The lantern tilts, spilling a slice of gold across the snow, then rights itself again. The column presses on, leaving behind only a thin trail that the wind begins to swallow. You stand in their wake, watching the darkness deepen. The cold tightens around your fingers. Somewhere behind you, the faint scrape of skis breaks the stillness. You turn, and shadows emerge between the trees. Finnish patrols moving like part of the forest itself. Their white camouflage blends into the snow, their rifles held low, almost gentle. They glide forward with the quiet confidence of men who know the land well enough to trust its silence. Their breath is steady, their movements precise. They pause near where the Germans passed moments earlier, studying the ground with practiced eyes. A slight indentation in the snow, a snapped twig, the faint smell of sweat and lamp oil mingled with the cold. Nothing escapes them. They exchange low whispers, decisions made without urgency, shaped by rhythm rather than fear. Then they continue on, not chasing, not confronting, but shadowing a retreat that winds farther north by the hour. Ahead, the wind shifts, and you catch a whiff of smoke, thin, sharp, tinged with pine. You descend a shallow slope and find another clearing. A house once stood here. Now only blackened logs remain, half buried beneath fresh snow. The fire that consumed it must have burned hotter than a winter blaze should, leaving the timbers cracked open like bones. A kettle lies nearby, warped and frozen, its surface reflecting a fractured version of the sky. A small wooden toy rests beside the ruins, a carved reindeer with one broken leg. Its surface is smooth, shaped by hands that held it often. Snow gathers in the hollow where its eye should be. You imagine the child who once dragged it across wooden floors, unaware of how quickly those floors would turn to ash. The wind nudges the toy slightly, and it tilts, its broken leg sinking deeper into the snow. Farther on, you hear the rhythmic thud of metal striking metal. The sound is faint but distinct, like two bells arguing. When you reach its source, you find a group of German engineers working beneath the skeletal remains of a wooden bridge. They swing hammers with controlled force, chipping away at ice buildup so they can access the charges placed earlier along the supports. Their movements are efficient but slow. Fatigue dulls even discipline. One of them pauses, letting the hammer rest against his boot. He wipes frost from his brow with a gloved hand, his breath rising in thick clouds. His gaze drifts across the frozen river as if weighing the distance they still must cover before dawn. Another soldier adjusts the fuses, his fingers trembling not with fear but with cold. A lantern near their feet casts a weak pool of light, illuminating the frost that clings to their boots like dust. They do not notice the Finnish patrol watching from the tree-line. The patrol stays hidden, silent as the snow itself, waiting for the right moment, perhaps to intercept, perhaps to withdraw, perhaps simply to observe. Information is a currency here, traded quietly and spent carefully. A misjudged approach could turn observation into violence, and violence into a battle neither side desires. The engineers finish their work. One nods to another, and within moments they begin to withdraw, their footsteps crunching in a shallow, tired rhythm. The Finnish soldiers remain still, letting the darkness close again around the retreating figures. You follow the riverbank until the ice begins to groan under its own weight. The sound is long and low, like a warning whispered from beneath the surface. The moon catches the fractures, turning them into pale lines that stretch into the distance. The river is freezing unevenly this year, too fast in some places, too slow in others. Nothing in Lapland settles predictably anymore. Not the ice, not the weather, not the war. As you climb the bank, a gust of wind lifts snow into swirling patterns that dance briefly before collapsing. The sky above is thick with clouds, yet faint stars shine through gaps like distant campfires. You stop for a moment, listening to the forest behind you and the frozen river ahead. The silence feels heavier now, layered with exhaustion, caution, and the quiet certainty that the night itself has become a road, one that both armies must walk whether they wish to or not. Somewhere far beyond the tree-line, a single gunshot cracks through the air. It echoes briefly, swallowed quickly by the wind. You do not know who fired it or why. In this landscape, small confrontations bloom and fade like sparks carried on the breeze. But you feel the change it brings, the subtle tightening of the cold, the way the forest holds its breath, the way the darkness seems to lean in. The night is no longer just a backdrop to the war. It is part of it now, a force that shapes movement, heightens fear, and reveals nothing until it chooses. You take a final look at the frozen valley below, where lanterns bob like faint stars against the snow. The sled tracks, the broken toy, the engineer's lantern, the patrol's silent glide. Each mark remains briefly before the wind begins its quiet work of erasure. The night deepens, the cold sharpens, and somewhere north of here, the war waits to be woken fully. The weight of winter decisions. As October gave way to November, the Lapland War shifted from scattered encounters to a continuous, uneasy advance. Winter pressed harder each day, shaping choices with more authority than any commander. Both armies found themselves navigating not only the conflict, but the landscape's narrowing limits. Roads that had once carried supply wagons turned brittle with ice. Marshes froze unevenly, trapping unwary boots in sudden pockets of slush. The cold thickened, wrapping itself around rifles, radio wires, and human breath. Finland's high command recognized that the window for decisive action was shrinking. Each frozen hour made it harder to catch the retreating German formations before they reached fortified positions near the Norwegian border. The Soviets, watching closely, expected visible progress to ensure Finland's compliance with the armistice. Diplomatic pressure increased. Reports were demanded with greater urgency. Maps in Helsinki were redrawn daily to track movements that changed faster than ink could dry. Finnish units in the field felt the weight of these expectations pressing through the cold. Patrols extended farther north, often beyond their supply lines. Ski detachments moved swiftly along forest ridges, navigating by memory and moonlight. Infantry companies advanced where terrain allowed, but the burned villages and demolished bridges slowed every effort. Civilians required constant attention, guidance, shelter, warnings of mined paths. The war's moral dimension grew heavier, not lighter, with each ruined home encountered. Meanwhile, the German 20th Mountain Army moved according to its own rigid timetable. Its retreat toward Norway was organized into long columns. Infantry, supply sleds, artillery pieces hauled by exhausted horses, engineers riding atop trucks that rattled through snow-covered potholes. Every kilometer north had to be secured for the units behind. When demolition crews destroyed roads or bridges, they did so not out of vindictiveness but necessity. A slow retreat was a doomed retreat. Their survival depended on the land becoming an obstacle, a cold labyrinth to anyone following them. Yet this strategy came at a cost. As the Finns pushed north, they encountered scenes that stirred resentment even in disciplined ranks. Entire stretches of forest burned black, their trunks smoldering like the bones of ancient creatures. Grain stores, intentionally torched, left villages without food for the approaching winter. Barns collapsed under the weight of charred timbers, leaving families with nowhere to shelter livestock that had sustained them for generations. What began as a tactical withdrawal increasingly resembled the unraveling of a region's entire way of life. The moment when destruction crossed from strategic to personal varied for each Finnish soldier. For some, it was the sight of a village flattened to ash without a single usable structure left standing. For others, it was the quiet of a barn holding only the melted remains of lantern brackets, or the faces of evacuees, their eyes hollowed by the cold and by something deeper, a grief shaped not by battle but by erasure. Still, the Finns advanced. Their orders were clear, and as the German retreat accelerated, the first organized engagements emerged from what had previously been sparks in the snow. One skirmish near Karasavanto ended with both sides withdrawing, each unwilling to commit fully in deepening darkness. Another at Muonio lasted longer, as German forces fought to protect a junction essential to their planned route. In these early clashes, neither army sought annihilation. Both were guided by restraint shaped by exhaustion, necessity, and the knowledge that winter punished every miscalculation. But restraint could not survive every circumstance. The north narrowed into bottlenecks where mountains, rivers, and burned terrain forced the armies closer than either intended. A demolition team preparing charges beneath a key bridge found itself surprised by a Finnish ski patrol that had moved faster than expected. A firefight erupted, brief but intense enough to leave both sides shaken by how quickly caution could dissolve into violence. German engineers retreated north, completing the demolition hours later. Finnish units pressed on, but the confrontation hardened something in the air, a recognition that the war was now fully awake. The environment shaped every subsequent decision. German officers worried not only about Finnish pursuit, but about Soviet air patrols that occasionally strafed retreating columns, forcing them to scatter into the forests. Finnish commanders feared that advancing too quickly would leave their own troops stranded without shelter or supplies. Units on both sides rationed firewood and food with growing stinginess. Frostbite spread quietly, numbing fingers and thoughts alike. In this frozen theater, the line between tactical decision and survival blurred. A commander choosing whether to press a night attack weighed not just terrain and manpower, but the temperature in the coming hours. The difference between -20 degrees Celsius and -30 degrees Celsius could turn a skirmish into disaster. Both armies learned that winter did not negotiate, it simply enforced. A single misjudged march could leave men too cold to fight, too cold to retreat, too cold to remember why they were there. Despite the constant tension, moments of mutual recognition persisted. A Finnish patrol once found a German message carved into a piece of birch, warning that a nearby building was mined. Another group of Germans left a crate of medical salve in an abandoned hut, perhaps forgetting it, perhaps not. These gestures did nothing to slow the course of the war, but they softened its edges. Brief reminders that the conflict was born not from hatred but from necessity and circumstance. By mid-November, the Lapland War had become a continuous struggle fought across a landscape that resisted every human intention. Finns pushed north with resolve. Germans retreated toward Norway with discipline. Civilians drifted through the spaces between them like shadows searching for safer ground. And winter settled deeper, turning the land into a hard, white ledger where every step, every fire, every decision left a mark that could not be ignored. The first true battles of the war were approaching. But here, in the tightening grip of winter, the conflict revealed its nature not through grand offensives, but through the slow accumulation of pressure. Cold, distance, exhaustion, and the knowledge that the road ahead was becoming narrower with each falling snow. A city measured in embers. The road into Rovaniemi begins long before the city itself appears. It begins in the smell, sharp, bitter, unmistakable. Smoke carried low by the cold. A kind of burning that does not drift upward but sinks, settling into the snow like ash into water. You follow the scent through a corridor of frost-bitten pines, the air around you turning darker with each step, as if light is being thinned by distance alone. Snowflakes fall through the smoke in slow spirals, gathering soot as they descend. They land on your sleeve like tiny grey stars, melting almost as soon as they touch. The sky above is the color of slate, its edges blurred by rising haze. Even the silence is different here, heavier, as though each breath carries the weight of something recently broken. The first structure you see is not a house, but a shadow of one. A roofline without a roof. A chimney standing alone, its bricks split by heat. The wooden walls around it have folded inward, their blackened beams pointing like fingers toward the ashes below. Snow clings to the wreckage unevenly, forming white patches across charred surfaces, an uneasy truce between fire and winter. You step closer, and the faint smell of resin rises through the cold, a lingering memory of the wood that once held this place together. Further along the road, a single boot lies half buried in snow. No prints lead to it or away from it. It sits in the middle of the path, as if someone stepped out of it and vanished. Beside it is a tin spoon, slightly bent, still reflecting a faint orange glow from somewhere deeper in the haze. Objects that once meant nothing now feel like clues, quiet testimonies to the lives that passed through this place hours or days before. As you move north, the devastation grows denser. Houses reduced to skeletal frames. Barns collapsed into smoldering heaps. Smoke rises from the remains in thin columns that twist slowly in the wind. Some of the fires are still alive, fed by bursts of air when the wind shifts. Others have died into piles of wet ash, their heat long gone but their stories still warm beneath the surface. You reach a bridge whose planks have been ripped up and scattered along the bank. Only the supporting beams remain, jutting from the frozen river like broken ribs. The ice around them is stained grey from soot. You can imagine the engineers who worked here, hands numbed by cold, faces lit by the dull glow of lanterns as they removed each plank with mechanical precision. Retreat leaves no time for sentiment. Every board is a delay, every delay a shield. They dismantled the bridge to slow pursuit, but in doing so, they severed more than a road. They cut a line that once connected lives across the river. The forest opens suddenly, and Rovaniemi appears. If appears is the right word for something half hidden by smoke. The outlines of buildings rise like black silhouettes against the dim sky. Flickers of orange dance behind the ruins, casting a tremor of light across the drifting snow. You stand at the edge of the city, listening. At first, you hear nothing. Then faintly, very faintly, a single sound breaks through, the crack of timber giving way, collapsing under the weight of flame and frost. You step forward. The snow here is different, mixed with ash until it becomes something fragile and grey, like paper beginning to burn. Your boots leave dark impressions with each step, as though the ground itself has become a ledger keeping track of who remains. To your right, a telephone pole leans at an angle, its wires sagging in loose arcs that sway in the cold wind. Bits of insulation hang from them like tattered ribbons. As you walk deeper into the ruins, the heat grows stronger, not enough to warm you, but enough to unsettle the cold. The air pulses with it, waves rising from collapsed doorways, from window frames glowing faintly from within. Occasionally, something shifts inside the rubble, a falling beam, a fragment of wall crumbling into glowing embers. The fire moves in slow, deliberate breaths, consuming what remains with the patience of winter itself. You pause beside the skeleton of a workshop. Tools lie scattered on the ground, their metal warped by heat. A hammer, a saw, a set of nails fused together in a single lump. These objects once built homes, repaired sleds, carved cradles. Now they rest in silence, transformed by forces indifferent to the hands that once held them. A faint jingle breaks the stillness. The sound of harness rings. You turn sharply, but no horses appear. Only the remnants of a stable stand nearby, its roof collapsed inward. The sound lingers, echoing between broken beams until it fades completely. Perhaps it was the wind, or perhaps memory has a longer reach in places touched by sudden loss. Farther ahead, you spot movement, a flicker of white against the dark. As you approach, a Finnish patrol emerges from behind a collapsed doorway. Their faces are somber, drawn tight by the cold and by something deeper. They move carefully, stepping around pockets of embers still glowing beneath the snow. One soldier crouches to inspect a set of tracks, narrow, uneven, leading away from a burned storehouse. The tracks are fresh. Someone fled this place recently. Maybe civilians. Maybe German soldiers. Maybe both. A second soldier lifts a charred ledger book from the ruins, its pages fused together. He holds it gently, as if something fragile might still be inside. But when he opens it, the pages crumble into black dust that swirls briefly before disappearing into the winter air. The patrol continues forward, and you follow, weaving through alleyways where the sound of burning wood grows more insistent. Each street feels like a memory erasing itself in slow motion. There are no voices here, no animals, no echo of daily life. Only the steady collapse of structures that once held families, shops, laughter, sleep. Near the town center, a clock tower stands partially intact. Its face is cracked, its hands frozen at a time no one will remember. Beneath it, the snow glows from the fires still burning at its base. A drift of ash rises when the wind turns, wrapping the tower in a thin veil that makes it look almost spectral. You linger at the tower's base, listening to the faint crackling around you. There is a heaviness in the air that feels almost like mourning, not for the war, but for everything that existed before it. The routines, the familiar routes, the quiet evenings when smoke came only from hearths and lanterns. Finally, you turn away. The fire behind you crackles softly, its glow rising and falling like breath. Snow continues to fall, steady and unhurried, settling onto the ruins as if trying to soften what cannot be undone. Rovaniemi does not burn quickly. It burns the way winter moves, slowly, thoroughly, without haste, leaving behind a silence that echoes long after the flames begin to fade. The fire that redrew the map. The destruction of Rovaniemi marked a turning point in the Lapland War, not because it was unexpected, but because it revealed the scale of what retreat had become. Until then, the scorched earth policy showed itself in fragments. A burned barn here, a destroyed bridge there, a storehouse consumed by flame. But Rovaniemi was not a fragment. It was a city, a hub, a lifeline. Its burning carried a symbolic weight that neither army could ignore. For German forces, the destruction had been partly deliberate and partly accidental. Explosives intended for depots ignited with greater intensity than planned. Ammunition stores caught flame, sending burning fragments across rooftops already weakened by demolition work. Winds carried sparks from building to building, turning controlled fires into an uncontrollable sweep. The retreating units could only watch as flames raced across timber streets faster than engineers could dismantle them. In the cold light of morning, the scale became undeniable. Entire districts had vanished. Workshops, markets, schools, and homes collapsed into long black lines across the snow. What remained no longer resembled a city, but a charcoal drawing of one, lines without depth, shapes without life. The smoke rose for days, drifting through the forests like a slow-moving cloud that refused to settle. Finnish soldiers arriving in the aftermath moved through the ruins with a quiet that felt reverent, though not for the destruction itself. They observed, recorded, took stock. They photographed collapsed buildings still steaming beneath the winter air. They estimated damages. They searched for civilians who might be hiding in cellars or behind stone walls left standing. Many found nothing but silence, the kind that hangs over a place where the familiar has been scraped away in a single night. Yet the destruction of Rovaniemi carried implications far beyond its charred border. Politically, Finland's leaders felt renewed pressure from the Soviets. The pace of the German retreat had been slower than demanded, and the scale of the destruction suggested a retreat not simply slow but resistant. Moscow questioned whether Finland was doing enough. Diplomatic messages arrived edged with impatience. The Finnish government, caught between necessity and exhaustion, urged its generals to press harder, to show unmistakable progress in the north. Strategically, the German High Command recognized that the burning of Rovaniemi would stiffen Finnish resolve. They doubled efforts to move troops and supplies toward Norway, knowing the Finns would be less willing to tolerate delays. Columns lengthened. Marches grew faster. Demolition crews intensified their work, destroying every road and bridge that could conceivably slow their retreat. Camps were abandoned more quickly, fires extinguished less carefully, defensive positions held only as long as absolutely necessary. On the ground, soldiers bore the consequences of decisions made far above them. German troops felt the weight of exhaustion more acutely, their movements dictated by an unforgiving schedule and the encroaching winter. Finnish soldiers felt the rising burden of pursuit, their tasks shifting from observation to engagement, from shadowing to pressure. Civilians, caught between armies, saw the spaces they once called home reduced to landmarks of ash and memory. For many Finns, Rovaniemi became a symbol of loss, not just of buildings or possessions, but of a shared era. For years, German forces had been present in the region not as conquerors but as allies. They had marched roads lined with Finnish flags, shared firewood and shelter in winter storms, and fought alongside Finnish troops in battles far from home. To see the traces of that cooperation burn in a single night felt like the closing of a door that could never reopen. The warmth of alliance dissolved into the cold clarity of obligation. The Finns who walked through Rovaniemi after its destruction did so with a new sense of purpose. They understood now that the retreat could not be slowed, not negotiated, not softened by memories of shared hardship. The war had redefined those memories. Whatever had existed between the two armies had joined the smoke rising into the grey northern sky, present but untouchable. Yet amid the ruins, moments of humanity persisted. Finnish patrols found abandoned sled dogs shivering beside collapsed homes. They fed them, offering warmth in a place stripped of comfort. German soldiers, passing through the outskirts during the final hours of retreat, left markings on trees indicating safe paths for civilians navigating burned streets. A handful of residents emerged cautiously from cellars and lean-tos to share brief conversations with passing Finns. Updates, warnings, stories spoken in voices that trembled with cold and grief. But these small gestures could not alter the larger course. Rovaniemi's destruction accelerated everything. The Finnish pursuit intensified. The German retreat tightened into a long, disciplined line stretching toward the Norwegian border. Civilians fled in greater numbers, moving through landscapes whose familiar contours were now shadowed by the threat of flame or frost. The war shifted northward with renewed force. The forests thinned. The mountains approached. The scale of the land expanded even as daylight diminished. Snow deepened, hiding both danger and refuge in equal measure. Columns moved like pale ghosts across white valleys, leaving behind trails that wind and memory would soon erase. Rovaniemi burned, and the north braced for what would follow. A pursuit carried through darkness, wind, and silence, where two armies moved not merely against each other but against winter itself. The city's embers did not simply fade. They traveled, reflected in every decision that followed, illuminating the path into the final, frozen chapters of the Lapland War. The long march into white. The north opens slowly, as if reluctant to reveal itself. At first it is just more forest, pines leaning beneath the weight of snowfall, branches creaking in the wind. But as you travel farther, the trees begin to thin. The hills grow broader. The sky stretches wider, pale and unhurried. And then, almost without warning, the land becomes enormous. Snowfields unfold toward the horizon, broken only by the dark lines of frozen rivers and the low silhouettes of mountains rising like sleeping animals. This is a different kind of winter, not the claustrophobic cold of burning towns, nor the brittle forests where soldiers watch each other through the trees. This winter has space, too much space. It feels as though the land is exhaling, pushing everything farther apart. You move in the wake of Finnish ski troops advancing northward, a line of pale shapes gliding across snow so silent it seems to swallow sound. Their breath rises in muted clouds. Their rifles rest gently across their backs, dark against white. No one speaks. Speech feels too fragile here, too small for a landscape that has stretched itself into an expanse without edges. Ahead of the soldiers, the wind moves loose flakes in long ribbons across the surface, carving patterns that change with each moment. If footsteps had passed here an hour ago, the snow has hidden them already. The land does not keep secrets. It erases them, but the Finns read other signs. A faint indentation where sled runners passed. A thread of smoke on the horizon. The distant echo of metal striking metal. Maybe a German unit repairing a vehicle. Maybe the sound of a pot being set on a fire. Even silence has texture here, and they know how to listen to it. One of them raises a hand. The column halts. You see what he sees. A set of tracks leading toward a rocky outcrop, barely visible under wind-blown snow. The prints are too deep to be civilians. They carry weight, gear, rifles, exhaustion. The Finns study them briefly before moving on, not altering speed, not adjusting formation. They don't need to. They've been doing this for weeks now, following a retreat that never stops, never slows, leaving only faint threads of evidence that winter tries relentlessly to erase. The sun hangs low, even at midday, casting long shadows that stretch across the snow like dark rivers. The soldiers' silhouettes glide over them, lengthening and compressing as the terrain shifts. You follow the shadows as they slip across frozen marshes and weave through narrow passes where wind sharpens into a blade. By afternoon, clouds gather, heavy and grey, pressing downward like a weight on the sky. The light dims further. Snow begins to fall, soft at first, flakes drifting lazily, then faster, thicker. Visibility shrinks. The world becomes a muted blur of white and movement. The soldiers adjust seamlessly, forming tighter lines, checking the ropes that connect them to prevent separation. They keep gliding forward, trusting muscle memory and the faint shapes of the land. You follow, feeling the cold seep into your gloves, your feet, your thoughts. Every breath tastes of iron and pine. The snow muffles everything. Footsteps, wind, fear. Only the sound of skis cutting through fresh powder remains, steady and rhythmic, as comforting as a heartbeat. Hours pass. The snowfall eases. The world sharpens again. Ahead lies a frozen lake, wide, flat, gleaming faintly in the dimming light. The surface has a blue tint, almost luminous beneath its layer of snow. The Finns pause at the edge, scanning for signs of movement. Lakes can betray even the careful. Ice cracks without warning. Snow hides weaknesses, and sound carries farther across open water than across forest. The patrol crosses carefully, spreading out to distribute weight. You feel the ice groan faintly beneath you, a deep, ancient sound that travels upward through your boots. The lake stretches farther than you expected, hundreds of meters, perhaps more. Halfway across, the wind shifts again, revealing faint scratches in the snow. Not footprints, not sled marks. Something dragged. A crate, ammunition, an improvised stretcher. The Finns study it, nodding slightly. The retreating German units are tired, slower. Their formations have stretched thin across too much land. The snowfall erased most clues, but this deep scratch line, this remains. When the patrol reaches the far bank, the land narrows into a valley framed by low cliffs. Bare stone juts through the snow like the spine of something ancient. Beyond it, smoke rises from a distant ridge. Just a thread, almost invisible. But smoke is never accidental here. You climb the ridge with the soldiers. As you near the summit, you hear something faint. Voices carried by wind. Not shouts. Not orders. Conversation. Low, tired, almost fragile. German soldiers resting near a cluster of boulders, their shapes half hidden by pine branches bending under snow. They sit close to a small fire, its orange glow flickering against the stone. One rubs his hands together, trying to coax warmth back into stiff fingers. Another leans against a rock, his eyes half closed. Their rifles rest nearby, within reach but not in hand. They do not look like men preparing to fight. They look like men trying to stay awake in a world that demands too much. The Finnish patrol watches from the ridge. No one moves. No order is given. The Germans seem unaware of the eyes upon them. For a moment, time softens. Retreat and pursuit blur. Exhaustion becomes a language both armies understand. Then the wind shifts again, carrying a sound from farther north, a distant explosion, muted by snow but unmistakable. The Germans stir. One of them stands, scanning the valley. Another kicks snow over the fire, extinguishing the glow. In seconds, they gather their rifles and begin moving northward again, silhouettes fading into the deepening dusk. The Finns remain still until the last figure disappears behind a ridge. Only then do they continue. No confrontation, no sound, just the quiet acknowledgement that the chase will continue tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that. Night deepens. Stars appear faintly, blinking through thin clouds. You stop on a rise overlooking the valley. The trail ahead stretches into pale emptiness, illuminated by the soft reflection of moonlight on snow. Behind you lies Rovaniemi's ash. Ahead lies the borderland where mountains rise like frozen sentinels. The pursuit feels endless, but necessary, not because of vengeance, not because of ideology, but because the war demands movement, and winter demands respect, and the land demands endurance. The soldiers tighten scarves around their faces. They step forward again. Their shadows stretch long across the snow, merging briefly with the darkness before separating once more. The chase continues, not loud, not triumphant, but steady, quiet as breath, relentless as winter. A war that narrows. The further north the war moved, the narrower its world became. On maps in Helsinki and in German headquarters, the front still appeared as broad strokes, arrows and shaded regions sweeping toward the Norwegian border. But on the ground, those broad lines collapsed into a handful of roads, passes, and valleys where everything converged. Armies, civilians, weather, and time. The German 20th Mountain Army had one overriding objective now: to reach the defensive zone in northern Norway with enough men, equipment, and supplies left to be of use. The routes were limited. Geography allowed only a few viable corridors through the mountains and across the high plateaus. Each road, each frozen river crossing, each narrow pass became vital. Losing one could choke the entire retreat. To protect these corridors, German units dug in briefly along key ridges and road junctions, forming temporary defensive positions meant not to hold indefinitely, but to buy time. The pattern repeated itself again and again. Destroy a bridge, mine the approaches, hold a line long enough for columns to move past, then fall back toward the next defensible point. It was a retreat designed with the precision of a clock, each second purchased with distance and demolition. Finnish forces understood this rhythm, though they did not always have the means to break it. Their orders were clear: push the Germans out of Finland as rapidly as possible without becoming trapped in overextended positions. Soviet observers expected results. The world beyond the Arctic watched more closely than the frozen silence suggested. Yet the Finns had to advance through the same snow, cross the same demolished bridges, and navigate the same narrow valleys. The further they pursued, the thinner their supply lines became, stretched like thread across a widening white expanse. In practice, this meant that the war unfolded as a series of compressions. Long stretches of quiet movement were punctuated by sudden contact, skirmishes over crossroads, exchanges of fire across frozen riverbeds, ambushes along forest roads where snowbanks rose higher than a man's head. These engagements were rarely large in scale, but each one carried outsized significance. A stalled column could mean days of delay. A destroyed vehicle might block an entire route. A misjudged clash could cost more men than either side could spare. By late autumn, German units were moving under a constant sense of being followed. Patrols reported Finnish ski detachments glimpsed at the edges of forests, their white uniforms melting into the snow. Supply officers noted that civilians were disappearing from villages before the Germans arrived, guided away by Finnish forces operating ahead of the main columns. The land itself seemed to be withdrawing from the retreat, closing doors one by one. For the Finns, the pursuit was not a straightforward advance, but a sequence of calculations. How far could they move in a day without risking exhaustion or frostbite? How much ammunition could be spared for skirmishes without compromising future engagements? Where would shelter be possible if the temperature dropped suddenly, as it often did, into depths that turned exposed skin to ice in minutes? These questions did not always have answers. Yet the march continued. As both armies approached the region around Kilpisjärvi, the landscape tightened further. The mountains grew steeper. Valleys narrowed into corridors carved between rock and frozen water. The number of passable routes shrank again. German staff officers marked these bottlenecks on their maps with growing concern. Finnish commanders did the same, recognizing that these places were not only strategic but inevitable, points where paths had no choice but to cross. Tension thickened accordingly. German units strengthened rearguards, leaving behind small but determined detachments to hold key positions while the bulk of the army moved on. These rearguards knew what their role required, delaying action, not victory. Their job was to make the land feel larger for the Finns than it truly was, to stretch the distance between each engagement until the pursuit began to strain under its own weight. At the same time, Finnish forces learned to anticipate these stands. They approached suspected defensive positions with caution, probing from multiple directions, testing the strength of German resolve before committing. The goal was to keep pressure constant without becoming ensnared in battles that cost more than they yielded. Every engagement had to be weighed against the cold, the dwindling daylight, and the long march still ahead. Civilians traveled through this tightening world as best they could. Some followed the tracks of retreating columns, hoping that the churned snow would mark a safer path through the wilderness. Others moved along side trails, guided by memory and instinct rather than maps. Many aimed for smaller settlements not yet touched by fire, or for shelters in the hills where families had weathered hard winters before. They carried what they could: clothing, tools, a few cherished objects that fit into sacks or sleds. The rest remained behind, surrendered to the ash and snow. The psychological dimension of the retreat and pursuit grew sharper as well. For German soldiers, each kilometer gained toward Norway brought a measure of relief, but also a growing awareness that they were leaving more behind than they could ever reclaim. For Finnish soldiers, each kilometer pushed northward signaled progress toward fulfilling obligations to the armistice and to their own sense of justice, yet also deepened the sense of stepping into a world that felt increasingly hostile, indifferent, and distant from home. By the time the first German units crossed into Norwegian territory, the Lapland War had narrowed to a handful of final engagements along the borderlands. The main goal, removing German forces from Finland, had nearly been accomplished, but at a cost measured not only in casualties and destroyed infrastructure, but in the transformation of an entire region. Roads had become scars. Villages had become memories. Forests and mountains that once represented endurance and continuity now held the imprint of movement and loss. The war was not yet over, but its shape had become clear, a long, constricting journey northward, where every decision, tactical, political, human, was made under the pressure of winter, distance, and a land that accepted all footprints but kept none for long. Where silence becomes the road. The northernmost reaches of Finland do not announce themselves. They arrive gradually, in subtleties, a change in the light, a thinning of the trees, a widening of the sky that feels more like an unveiling than a boundary. At first you think the land is simply opening up again, the way it did in earlier parts of the journey. But this is different. This is openness with weight, a vastness that presses inward. Here, winter has settled deeply, embedding itself into the ground, the air, the bones of anyone who moves across it. The snow is no longer soft or powdery. It has hardened into layers that crunch underfoot, each step sounding like glass breaking a little. The wind does not gust. It flows, long and continuous, brushing across the land like fingers tracing an old scar. Even sound behaves differently, carried away quickly, as if the land wants no echoes. The German retreat has thinned. Where once columns moved along the roads in long, orderly stretches, now you see smaller groups. A handful of soldiers pulling sleds loaded with ammunition, a field kitchen rattling behind a coughing truck, a pair of dispatch riders guiding their motorcycles along tracks half covered by drifting snow. There is no longer the illusion of coherence. This is an army stretched beyond its measure, held together by habit, necessity, and the faint promise of reaching Norway. Some soldiers walk with heads bowed, scarves frozen stiff around their faces. Others move slowly, glancing repeatedly at the horizon, as if expecting the world to change at any moment. Their breath hangs in the air like smoke. Their coats are rimed with frost, shoulders powdered white. Boots creak with each step, leather stiffened by cold until it seems ready to crack. The Finnish pursuit moves in parallel, sometimes close enough to sense, sometimes so distant it becomes almost ghostly. Ski troops glide along ridgelines, watch from forest edges, or track faint impressions left behind by German units. They know better now than to rush. The land punishes haste. Patience has become the strategy, a slow tightening of the arc, a gathering of distance rather than velocity. Civilians passing through this region walk differently too. Their steps are light, deliberate. Families move in small clusters, often silent, carrying whatever they could salvage from burned homes or abandoned villages. Reindeer pull sleds loaded with blankets and small chests. Children, wrapped in layers of wool, are guided gently by hand or strapped to sleds with pelts. Adults speak only when necessary. Words freeze quickly here. You hear stories in murmured fragments. A man searching for relatives in a settlement farther north. A woman who walked across 2 frozen rivers to reach a cave where her family had taken shelter. A group of Sami herders who redirected entire reindeer herds away from advancing soldiers, protecting what remained of their livelihood. These stories drift in and out of the cold like fragile threads, catching the light briefly before fading into the larger silence. The landscape shifts again as you move deeper into the tundra. Tree lines dissolve. Hills flatten. The sky grows wider still. It is difficult to tell where the horizon begins. There are no landmarks, only suggestions, shadows, curves, changes in the color of the snow. Everything looks both close and impossibly far. German soldiers trudge through this expanse with a kind of weary caution. Some pull hand sleds loaded with spare fuel, crates, or wounded comrades wrapped in blankets. The sled runners scrape against patches of exposed ice, leaving lines that glitter faintly before the wind fills them. Others guide horses whose breath freezes on muzzles and harness rings. A few ride in open trucks, engines laboring, each cough from the machinery sounding like a warning. They rest rarely. When they stop, it is only to tighten straps, adjust skis, or reset broken bindings. They do not build fires unless absolutely necessary. Smoke reveals too much. They eat quickly, hardtack softened with snow, a ration tin shared between several men. Conversations are short, almost clipped. A question, an answer, a brief nod, then movement again. What they do speak of, when words come at all, are places behind them. The warmth of barracks in Kemi, the meals shared in Rovaniemi before the retreat, the faces of comrades now scattered across the snowbound miles. Memory becomes a kind of warmth, summoned not to comfort but to endure. They speak less of what lies ahead. The border, after all, is not salvation. It is merely the next line the map has offered them. Finnish patrols watch from distance. They note patterns, the slowing pace, the frayed edges of units, the way German footprints begin to weave rather than stride. These signs tell their own story. Winter is claiming strength from both armies, but retreat wears faster than pursuit. The Finns conserve energy, using the terrain as their ally. They rest when the wind sharpens. They listen for movements in the snow. They advance in curves rather than lines, spreading out to avoid ambush and to intercept what the land gives back. At dusk, the world dims without color. The sky becomes a deep blue dome stretching endlessly above white ground. Light fades gradually, as if drained rather than extinguished. Shadows lengthen until they merge with the edges of the landscape. Torches or lanterns would be visible for miles, so neither army uses them unless forced. Darkness becomes the only concealment. You move with a small Finnish detachment, stopping at the edge of a frozen lake. The ice here groans under shifting temperature, low and resonant. A soldier kneels to test its thickness, tapping with the butt of his rifle. Another checks the snowpack for hidden air pockets. The lake must be crossed, but carefully. The silence around them is deep enough that their breaths seem too loud. Across the lake, faint shapes move, German silhouettes traveling at the edge of vision, barely more than blurs against the blue darkness. Their movement is slow, almost tentative. They look less like soldiers now, and more like travelers pulled along by the last threads of duty. One of them stumbles. Another helps him stand. A third looks back, scanning the lake behind them, perhaps sensing the quiet watchers. The Finns do not fire. Not here. Not now. The distance, the cold, the exhaustion, these have become the deciding forces. The war feels suspended, held in the balance between two sides too tired to quicken the pace, but unable to stop. Night settles fully. The Germans vanish into the dim. The Finns wait a moment longer, then retreat into the shelter of nearby rocks to rest before continuing the pursuit at dawn. Their breaths rise into the night like small, fleeting signals. Here, at the edge of the world, the war is no longer defined by battles or front lines. It is defined by motion, by endurance, by the thin line of footprints that mark one day from the next. The silence becomes the road, stretching toward a border that feels less like an end and more like a threshold no one is quite ready to cross. Fragments moving through snow. As the retreat and pursuit pressed deeper into the Arctic, the war began losing its shape. What had once been lines on maps, routes, fronts, boundaries, dissolved into scattered movements across a landscape too large to hold them in place. In this phase, the war no longer looked like an army withdrawing and another advancing. It looked like scattered fragments drifting through snow, each guided by its own urgency, its own fading strength. German units that had marched north in cohesive formations now traveled in clusters, sometimes separated by kilometers of empty white terrain. A company strong enough to defend a pass one day could shrink to a handful of men by the next, thinned by frostbite, exhaustion, broken equipment, or the sheer difficulty of moving supplies through a land where roads cracked beneath frost or vanished under drifting snow. Some of these groups carried sleds loaded with ammunition. Others transported wounded comrades wrapped in blankets stiffened by ice. A few guided horses that stumbled from fatigue, breath pouring from their nostrils in clouds that froze before fully dissipating. You could hear the clink of harness rings and the strained creaking of leather, small sounds swallowed quickly by the wind. The officers in charge of these fragments rarely spoke of objectives anymore. They spoke of distances, shelters, how far to the next ridge, whether the snow ahead looked firm enough to cross or concealed hidden water beneath a thin crust of ice. The map had become a memory of what direction meant, not a promise of what lay ahead. Finnish forces tracking them experienced their own kind of fracturing. The further north they advanced, the more the land pressed back. Supply lines stretched thin across forests and frozen rivers. Food arrived in fits and starts, often delayed by storms or mechanical failures. Units traveled light, relying on skis, reindeer, or simple endurance. When they encountered German detachments now, it was not in the structured confrontations of earlier weeks. It was in brief glimpses, shadows crossing a ridge, distant figures moving along a frozen lake, a thin line of smoke rising from behind a cluster of rocks. When engagements did happen, they were quick, cautious, and often inconclusive. A Finnish patrol might exchange a few shots with a German rearguard before both sides retreated into terrain that offered no advantage. Sometimes encounters ended with no shots at all, just the quiet recognition of presence across a valley or over a snowbank. The land absorbed tension, leaving only the cold to speak. Civilians became even harder to find. They moved through side paths, avoiding both armies, guided by knowledge older than the war. Sami families traveled with reindeer herds through passes invisible to those unfamiliar with them. Others sheltered in temporary huts made of branches and peat, hidden beneath overhanging rock. Their fires were small, their smoke faint, thin grey threads that curled briefly before dissolving into the wind. When Finnish patrols encountered these families, the exchanges were brief but human. A nod, a warning about weak ice, a gesture pointing toward a safer valley. Words were rare. The cold discouraged speech, and the situation discouraged lingering. Still, these small interactions carried warmth that equipment could not provide. German soldiers, too, occasionally crossed paths with civilians. Some shared food or directions, or simply a moment of mutual recognition. Two travelers in a land that cared little for allegiances. Others passed silently, wary of revealing their weakness or their destination. It was not hostility that shaped these encounters, but a thin, cautionary respect born from exhaustion and the knowledge that all were enduring more than the war itself could record. As the landscape rose into the foothills of Norway's border mountains, the terrain tightened. Valleys became corridors of wind. Riverbeds froze into uneven ribbons. The snow deepened, swallowing sled runners, forcing men to lift their knees high as they walked. The wind grew louder, enveloping everything in a constant low hum that blurred distance and direction. In this narrowing world, memories began to replace conversation. German soldiers recalled barracks warm with lantern light, evenings when music drifted through hallways, the comfort of routine. They spoke quietly of families waiting for letters that would never arrive, of comrades left behind in the snow, of towns whose names felt almost unreal now, preserved only in thought. Finnish soldiers remembered home villages buried under softer, kinder snow. They thought of fireside meals, of familiar trails through forests that did not demand constant caution, of mornings when frost meant chores rather than war. They carried these memories like small flames against the wind, not enough to warm them, but enough to remind them why they kept moving. The sky dimmed earlier each day. Twilight stretched long across the tundra, painting the snow in shades of blue and violet. The moon rose thin and sharp, casting pale light that made distance hard to judge. Shadows merged into the land. Land merged into sky. Soldiers placed markers along their routes, branches stuck upright in snow, bits of cloth tied to rocks, not because these would survive the wind, but because the act of marking the path mattered. Sometimes, as darkness deepened, you could see faint points of fire flickering on far ridges. German or Finnish, it was impossible to tell. The fires were always small, shielded by rocks or snowbanks, burning only long enough to heat snow into water or thaw a ration tin. These lights looked fragile, like stars that had fallen to earth and were struggling to remain. And then, just before true night settled, the land would reveal something rare. Silence so complete that it seemed to vibrate. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of a world holding its breath. In that moment, even the wind paused, as if listening to what the snow remembered. The war felt thin here, stretched to the edge of its endurance. Men moved, but slowly. Orders were given, but quietly. Purpose existed, but faintly. Everything streamed toward the border like a long, frayed thread pulled tight by distance. The mountains ahead marked the final stage, the last threshold. Beyond them lay Norway, and the end of one story, though not the end of all consequences. But for now, in this place where silence becomes the ground itself, the war continues as little more than footprints disappearing behind the men who made them, erased by wind before dawn can find them. The border that wasn't there. The final approach to the Norway frontier begins without ceremony. There is no signpost, no visible line drawn across the tundra. The land simply changes character, as if shifting from one breath to another. Hills sharpen, valleys narrow into long, cold corridors. The wind rises without warning, cutting through layers of wool and canvas, reminding everyone that borders made by governments mean nothing to winter. German soldiers pressing northward feel the shift first. Their steps grow slower, not from hesitation, but from the weight of nearing an invisible threshold. Those still carrying rifles tighten their grip. Those pulling sleds lean forward, forcing their bodies to maintain momentum. You can sense it in the way they move, something approaching relief, but not quite reaching it. Their retreat has been so long, so fragmented, that the idea of a boundary offering safety feels unreal. Ahead lies the rugged frontier between Finland and Norway, carved by glacial time rather than human agreement. For the German 20th Mountain Army, crossing it means entering a defensive zone they still control. For many soldiers, it means survival. For others, it means simply another stretch of cold, another march with no clear ending. The war here is not over. It has only shifted terrain. Finnish ski detachments shadow the retreat, maintaining distance but never losing contact. Their orders remain unchanged. Pressure, observe, force movement, but do not overextend. They respect the land's rules. They respect the silence. They do not rush the ending. Endings rarely reward haste. From a ridge overlooking the border valleys, you watch their silhouettes pause at the crest. They study the terrain with the practiced calm of men who understand both war and winter. Some raise binoculars, scanning for rear guards. Others stand still, listening for sounds that travel differently in these mountains. Metal on metal, engines straining, men calling out to each other through the cold. Below them, a final German defensive position sits wedged between two slopes, its camouflage blending with the dark stone. A small fire burns behind a windbreak of snow-covered branches. You see figures moving slowly around it, adjusting gear, checking maps, preparing to withdraw. They are not here to fight. They are here to delay, carefully, methodically, buying minutes and hours instead of ground. When the Finns approach, the Germans do not fire immediately. The first shots come only when distance closes too much for comfort. A brief exchange. Muzzle flashes like brief stars in the dimming light. Snow kicked up by bullets. Then silence, quick, decisive, settling as cleanly as it had broken. Both sides know what this means. The Germans cannot hold long. The Finns will not push too hard. The retreat is almost complete. You watch as the German rearguard falls back in practice segments. Two men moving, two covering, then switching without spoken command. They move with the precision of soldiers who have repeated this pattern across hundreds of kilometers. The Finns follow at a measured pace, never allowing the gap to widen too much, never allowing it to close enough to spark another confrontation. The last German unit reaches the crest of the ridge marking the border. They pause briefly, not to celebrate, but to look back. In their eyes you see exhaustion and something softer, like sorrow for what they have lost behind them. Towns burned, roads destroyed, alliances turned inside out. Behind them lies a path of fire and frost. Ahead lies a land still under German control, at least for now. But even that control feels temporary, like a sandcastle built at the edge of an incoming tide. They cross the ridge without looking back again. The Finns reach the same point minutes later. They stop, gathering in small clusters. Their breath rises in the cold. Their skis crunch softly on the snow. They do not cross. They will not. Their orders hold them here. Beyond this point lies another war, another occupation, another chain of consequences that does not belong to them. One soldier steps forward, stamping his boot into the snow at the ridge's crest. The mark is small, barely visible, but it is enough. A way of saying, here the task ends. You feel the quiet deepen around them. The wind shifts, sweeping through the pass with a low, steady murmur. It sounds almost like the land exhaling after months of tension. As the German columns make their final push into Norway, the fragmentation becomes even more pronounced. Some units move along the main road, their boots leaving dark tracks that will vanish with the next snowfall. Others take smaller passes, guided by the narrower paths used by reindeer herders. Stragglers arrive alone or in pairs, emerging from the white like figures from a dream. Faces frostbitten, eyes hollow, uniforms stiff from cold. They do not march. They stagger. Yet the retreat's momentum persists. It is the momentum of necessity, not discipline. Even broken formations can be driven forward by the knowledge that stopping means freezing into the land that no longer tolerates delay. Finnish patrols watch from the ridge until the last silhouette disappears over the border. Only then do they begin to withdraw southward, marking the journey in reverse. They move with the same precision they brought north, but something in their posture has changed. They carry the weight of what they have seen. Villages burned, families displaced, forests scarred by explosives, roads turned into ribbons of ash. They have fulfilled their requirement under the armistice, but the victory feels cold, muted. The cost sits heavily on their shoulders. As night approaches, the sky turns a deep blue-gray, the mountains fading into silhouette. The border valley darkens until it becomes indistinguishable from the sky. Only the snow retains any light, reflecting the faint glow of the moon. You remain there a moment longer, listening. There are no engines now, no distant rifle cracks, no shouted orders, only the wind, brushing across the ridge in long, even breaths. This is how some wars end, not with a surrender or a decisive battle, but with distance, with two armies moving in opposite directions until the land between them becomes wide enough that the sound of one no longer reaches the other. And in that space, a new kind of silence begins. What remains when footsteps fade? When the last German units crossed into Norway, the war did not end with a sudden quiet. It ended gradually, like snow melting from branches, slowly enough that you could almost miss the moment when the weight was finally gone. The Finnish patrols lingered at the ridge a while longer, watching the empty pass as if expecting more movement. But the land gave nothing back. No echoes, no distant silhouettes, no glints of metal. Only the steady wind sweeping across the snow, smoothing over the marks left by skis and boots. It was strange to stand in a place where, only hours earlier, two armies had moved with urgency, and now see only a blankness stretching toward the horizon. The soldiers began their withdrawal southward. Their pace was unhurried, though not from fatigue alone. Each step carried the uncertainty of returning to a world altered by the war they had just pushed out of their country. Villages they once passed on familiar roads might now be empty. Forests they hunted in might be scorched. Rivers they fished in might be blocked by collapsed bridges. The home they marched toward was the same and not the same. They spoke little on the journey back. The silence felt natural, shaped by weeks of moving through landscapes where unnecessary noise was swallowed by cold. One soldier adjusted the strap on his rifle. Another pulled his scarf tighter. They passed through valleys marked by faint traces of German retreat, discarded crates, footprints frozen into the ground, branches broken by sleds or horses. But the signs grew fainter with each kilometer, until they were simply walking through winter again. When they reached the first villages, they found a mix of emptiness and resilience. Burned houses stood like black teeth against the snow, their chimneys jagged against the sky. In some places, only the foundations remained, drawn into the landscape like old scars. But in others, you saw smoke rising from chimneys, families clearing debris, children gathering sticks for firewood. A woman repaired a broken sled runner. A man shoveled snow from the remains of a workshop. Life did not wait for orders to resume. Civilians greeted the soldiers with quiet nods, gratitude expressed in gestures rather than words. Some offered warm drinks or hard bread. Others simply stepped aside on narrow paths, letting the patrols pass with a kind of solemn respect. The soldiers accepted these moments without ceremony. Shared endurance, after all, does not need conclusion. It simply continues. Further south, near towns untouched by fire, the returning troops were met with stronger emotions. Relief, exhaustion, respect. But beneath these came something more difficult to articulate. The awareness that Finland had survived by a margin too narrow to measure. It was a victory, yes, but the kind that leaves a long shadow. For the German soldiers who had crossed into Norway, the world did not become simpler. Their retreat continued across rugged terrain, through narrow fjords and snow-choked passes. Some units reformed into coherent defenses. Others dissolved into scattered detachments. They dug new positions, planned new routes, awaited new orders that shifted as quickly as the war elsewhere in Europe unraveled. But for those who had marched through the heart of Lapland, something fundamental had changed. They spoke quietly among themselves about the towns they had left behind. Some burned intentionally, others lost to the spread of fire beyond their control. They spoke of the Finns they had once considered allies, of the cold that took more energy than combat, of the long roads that stretched across the Arctic night. A few mentioned regret, not loudly, not often, but in the pauses between steps or while tightening straps around frostbitten hands. Regret for the destruction, regret for the distance traveled. Regret for a war that no longer resembled the one they thought they were fighting. And yet, the march continued. Across Finland, as word spread that the Germans had fully withdrawn, communities began the slow work of assessing what remained. Children returned to half-collapsed schoolhouses where chalkboards had survived by chance. Farmers dug through snow to see whether tools had been spared. Fishing nets were unrolled, mended, and tested in icy rivers. Forests, though scarred, still held game. The land, patient and stubborn, offered what it could. But the scars were visible everywhere. Roads torn apart by explosives would take years to repair. Bridges collapsed into rivers, cut entire regions off until temporary crossings could be built. Burned villages stood silent until new timber could be harvested and carpenters gathered to rebuild. For many families, winter shelters became homes for far longer than intended. Finnish soldiers integrated quietly back into civilian life. Some returned to farms, others to workshops, others to families who had waited through nights without news. But even as they resumed their old routines, something in them carried the echo of the north. The long pursuit, the sight of a burning city under snowfall, the endless white horizon where war dissolved into exhaustion. They did not speak of these things often. The north was both too close and too distant, a landscape of memories still settling. Weeks passed. The border remained empty. Patrols reported no new incursions. Fires smoldered out. The wind erased the last of the tracks. Nature resumed its slow, patient cycle. Snowfall, thaw, refreeze, the quiet shifting of forests. The Lapland War closed without celebration. No parades, no banners. Only the knowledge that Finland had fulfilled its obligation, preserved its fragile independence, and stepped back from a precipice few nations had ever reached. You stand now at the edge of one of the burned villages, snow drifting gently over blackened timber. Smoke no longer rises from the ruins. The silence is complete, not empty, but full of everything that has passed through it. Some wars end with sound. This one ends with breath, the slow breath of a land reclaiming itself. The soldiers move south. The civilians rebuild. The north becomes quiet again, holding its memories beneath the snow, and the border behind them fades into the landscape, unmarked, uncelebrated, a line crossed in silence, where one war ended so another could continue out of sight. Aftermath. Quiet fire over snow. When the war finally loosened its grip on Lapland, it left behind a silence so wide that it seemed to reach the edges of the sky. You step into that quiet now, feeling how the land exhales after months of holding its breath. Snow falls softly over fields once marked by retreat, over forests that burned and forests that endured, over the paths where soldiers and civilians moved through cold that shaped every decision. The fires are gone. Only their memory lingers, a faint scent in the timber, a dark line beneath fresh snowfall, a story carried by those who watched their homes dissolve into embers. But the land does not cling to flame. It buries it gently, letting new snow soften what the war left behind. Here, even destruction is eventually folded into the rhythms of winter. As you walk through the quiet, you notice the traces that remain. Not dramatic, not sharp, just small signatures of survival. A sled runner leaning against a tree, half covered by drift. The faint outline of a campfire ring, stones arranged carefully long after the soldiers moved on. A child's mitten caught in the branches of a bush, its colors faded by wind and cold. These things do not shout. They whisper, and only if you pause long enough to listen. Farther along the valley, you find the place where two armies once watched each other through snowfall, waiting for movement, waiting for the war to tell them what to do next. Now there is only stillness. The air holds no tension. The snow carries no hurried footprints. The landscape has reclaimed what was asked of it, as landscapes always do, slowly, quietly, without judgment. You think of the soldiers who crossed this place. German units moving northward, shoulders heavy with frost and exhaustion. Finnish patrols shadowing them, steady but tired, carrying obligations larger than themselves. You imagine the way their breaths rose into the cold, each exhale merging with the winter air until it disappeared. Breath is like memory that way, visible for a moment, then gone, leaving only the sense that something passed through. And the civilians, families who moved through these hills with what little they could carry, Sami herders guiding reindeer along ancient paths, children wrapped in layers of wool, trusting the footsteps of those who led them. Their journeys did not end when the soldiers left. Their return home marked a new kind of endurance, rebuilding the small things, restoring the quiet rituals of life, turning ash back into hearth. You stand now beside the remains of one burned village. Its outlines rise faintly beneath the snow, timber blackened but softened, chimneys that point nowhere, doorframes that open to wind. And yet, even here, life has begun to return. Footprints of a fox cross the ruins. Icicles hang from a beam that somehow survived. A bird sings briefly from the branch of a tree untouched by flame. The world is rebuilding itself in layers, small and patient. Snow begins to fall harder, the flakes large and drifting. They move in slow spirals, settling on your coat, on the fallen beams, on the quiet ground where so much once unfolded. It feels as though the land is covering the last traces of the story, not to erase it, but to protect it, to let memory rest, not disappear. You look toward the north, where the mountains rise like folded shadows. Beyond them, the retreat continued. Beyond them, another front waited. But here, the war's shape has dissolved. What remains are the echoes, a boot print preserved in ice, a scrap of cloth caught on barbed wire, a hand-carved spoon lying beside a collapsed shelter. Small things, human things, things that survived long enough for someone to find them. You breathe in the cold, and the air feels clean, softer, as if winter itself is offering closure. The land will not forget what passed through it, but it will not hold onto it with bitterness. Snow has a way of teaching forgiveness, not by denying what happened, but by reminding you that all scars eventually blend into the landscape, losing their sharp edges, becoming part of the whole rather than the wound. You take one last step through the quiet, through the remnants of fire and frost. Ahead lies a long road south. Behind lies a borderland emptied of soldiers, but full of stories. And you realize, standing in that moment of stillness, that wars do not end all at once. They taper, they cool, they settle into memory like embers beneath ash, warm for a while, then faint, then quiet. And in that quiet, you find space to breathe again. The snow continues to fall. The wind moves gently through the trees, and the land, finally, begins to heal. Snow eventually melts. Tracks in ice disappear. Burned villages fade into spring light. But the war continues elsewhere. Southward, beyond the Arctic Circle, mountains rise from stone and olive groves. Italy is neither jungle nor snowfield. It is steep ground carved by centuries of history. Here, the 92nd Division fought, far from the American towns they knew, far from the headlines that would later shape memory. Distance now is measured not in climate, but in recognition. Some fronts are remembered loudly, others remain quiet. Yet each ridge taken, each road cleared, moved the same war toward its end. Part 4. The Buffalo Soldiers of Italy, the 92nd Division. You're standing on a narrow Italian road at first light, where the night hasn't fully released its hold. Stone walls still breathe cold, and olive trees stretch across the hills in quiet, uneven lines. The air smells of damp earth and smoke long since faded. Somewhere ahead, boots move over gravel, not loudly, not proudly, but steadily. There is no music here, no cheering, only men advancing because the road continues, and because stopping has never been an option. You notice how the war feels different in this place. It doesn't announce itself with noise or spectacle. It lingers instead, in glances exchanged without words, in the pause before an order is carried out, in the distance between home and here. These soldiers have crossed an ocean to fight an enemy abroad, but they have carried something else with them as well. A country's doubts, its divisions, and its unspoken limits. This is the story of the Buffalo Soldiers in Italy, of the 92nd Infantry Division, asked to fight for freedoms they themselves did not fully possess. The ships arrive without ceremony. They slip into Mediterranean harbors that have already seen too much war, ports bruised by bombing, docks rebuilt just enough to function, water stained dark by oil and shadow. Ramps lower. Men file out in steady lines, carrying packs worn smooth by training fields half a world away. Their uniforms are familiar, but their presence is not. This is Italy, late in the war, and yet nothing here feels settled. The 92nd Infantry Division has crossed the Atlantic to join a campaign already in motion. The Allies have pushed north through Sicily and the mainland, fighting over ridgelines, rivers, and ruined towns whose names blur together on maps but remain painfully distinct on the ground. Rome has fallen. The Gothic line still holds. Progress is slow, measured in yards and lives. The terrain asserts itself immediately. Italy does not offer wide fronts or clean advances. Roads twist through mountains. Valleys narrow into choke points. Stone villages cling to hillsides like afterthoughts. Every movement is observed, from above, from afar, from somewhere unseen. This is a war of patience and attrition, where holding matters as much as advancing. The men of the 92nd are not new to preparation. They have trained for years, longer than most, under a level of scrutiny few other divisions experience. Officially, they are here because the army needs infantry. Unofficially, they are here to be tested. There is a tension in the air even before a single shot is fired. Expectations are uneven. Mistakes, should they come, will not be treated as individual failures. They will be treated as evidence. As the division moves inland, the sounds of the port fall away. Orders are short. Movements are deliberate. Equipment is redistributed, routes assigned, positions clarified and reclarified. There is no illusion that this will be a symbolic deployment. The 92nd is being sent into real combat zones, into terrain already bloodied by earlier assaults. Italian civilians watch from doorways and windows as the columns pass. Their expressions are cautious, tired, unreadable. Liberation has come before, briefly, unevenly, sometimes followed by retaliation. These soldiers are welcomed, but quietly. War has taught restraint. You notice how the men carry themselves. Not rigid, not relaxed. Alert in a way that suggests awareness beyond the immediate task. They are conscious of being observed, not only by the enemy, but by their own command structure, by a country far away that has already made up its mind about who they are supposed to be. The first assignments are defensive, holding ground, securing roads, patrolling areas where German forces have withdrawn but not disappeared. It is a cautious introduction, framed as necessity. In practice, it is a prolonged evaluation. Reports are written. Comparisons are made. The landscape offers no shortcuts. Rain turns paths into mud. Cold settles in quickly after sunset. Mountains funnel sound, making it hard to tell whether artillery is distant or dangerously close. The war here is less explosive than expected, but more exhausting. Progress is slow, and the waiting stretches longer than the fighting. Nearby units operate in parallel, advancing and withdrawing according to broader plans. Coordination exists, but trust is partial. The 92nd is included, but watched. Days pass like this, then weeks. Skirmishes begin to punctuate the routine. Small engagements, probing attacks, defensive fire in response to movement in the hills. Nothing decisive yet, but enough to strip away any remaining abstraction. The war is real now. It presses in from all sides: terrain, enemy, expectation. You stand back as the men prepare for what comes next. Weapons cleaned, positions memorized, letters written when there is time. There is no single moment where arrival becomes commitment. It happens gradually, almost quietly, until retreat is no longer a concept, only a direction behind them. The road continues north, and with it, the test truly begins. The men of the 92nd do not arrive in Italy empty-handed. Along with rifles and packs, they bring with them a history that has already shaped how they are seen, and how they are expected to perform. Long before this campaign, conclusions have been drawn in offices and training grounds far from the front. Italy is not just a battlefield. It is a proving ground designed by others. Segregation does not loosen its grip overseas. It reorganizes itself. Within the division, the enlisted ranks are overwhelmingly African American. Many of the officers are white, promoted into leadership roles with the quiet assumption that command must look a certain way to be effective. This structure is not new, but here, under combat conditions, it becomes heavier, harder to ignore. Authority is present. Confidence is not always mutual. Training reports follow the division across the ocean. Evaluations linger. Words like potential, discipline, and reliability appear again and again, often framed with a caution that other units never have to carry. The margin for error is thin, thinner than most. There is no announcement of this burden. It exists in how orders are phrased, in how closely performance is tracked, in how quickly doubt surfaces when something goes wrong. Success is expected to be absolute. Failure is expected to be explanatory. The contradiction is quiet but constant. These soldiers are trusted enough to hold ground, to patrol contested roads, to absorb pressure in uncertain terrain. Yet trust stops short of belief. They are deployed, but not embraced. Italian civilians notice differences the army pretends not to see. Some approach the soldiers with curiosity rather than caution. Others offer food, gestures, brief smiles. For men accustomed to restriction at home, the absence of immediate hostility feels unfamiliar, almost disorienting. Respect comes without instruction. It is given, not rationed. Still, the weight remains. Letters from home carry reminders of what waits beyond the war. Newspapers arrive late and selectively. News of segregation, violence, and resistance filters through in fragments. The future is unclear, but its boundaries feel fixed. Victory does not promise equality. It promises return. Inside the division, camaraderie fills some of the space left by doubt. Men share routines, jokes, silence. Bonds form not through speeches, but through repetition. Patrol after patrol, night after night. Strength is not loud. It is cumulative. You begin to understand that this war is being fought on more than one front. One is mapped and measurable. The other is invisible, carried inward, shaped by glances, assumptions, and the knowledge that every action may be used to confirm something already decided. As the division settles into position, the tension does not ease. It sharpens. The ground ahead will demand endurance. The ground behind offers no relief. Between them, the men of the 92nd move forward, measured, alert, and fully aware that the battle unfolding around them is only part of the test. Before the fighting intensifies, the structure of the division comes into sharper focus. The 92nd has been trained extensively, often longer than other units, but training alone does not dissolve suspicion. In Italy, preparation is revisited and re-examined. Orders are rehearsed. Movements are corrected. Command relationships are reinforced with an insistence that feels less like refinement and more like verification. The division operates under a layered command system. At the top, white officers hold most senior positions, Many transferred in with limited familiarity with the men they now lead. Some arrive cautious, others skeptical. A few are openly doubtful. Combat, they believe, will either validate or condemn what training could not conclusively prove. Exercises continue near the front. Patrols are treated as evaluations. After-action reports grow dense with detail. Deviations are noted. Hesitations are questioned. Comparable actions by neighboring units pass without remark. Here, they are underlined. This is not always deliberate. Much of it is institutional habit, an army accustomed to measuring black units against assumptions rather than peers. Even competent leadership is constrained by the knowledge that leniency may later be interpreted as weakness. Communication reflects this tension. Orders are precise, sometimes rigid. Initiative is encouraged in theory, discouraged in practice. When decisions are made independently, they are scrutinized. When they are not, hesitation is cited. The margin remains narrow. The terrain offers no relief from this pressure. Italian hills demand flexibility, small unit judgment, adaptation, quiet improvisation. Yet the command culture rewards strict adherence. The result is friction, subtle but persistent. Men learn quickly what is safe and what is not. Risk is calculated twice, once against the enemy and once against expectation. Nearby units rotate through similar terrain with fewer eyes on them. Mistakes are absorbed into the general chaos of war. Here, errors feel personal, almost instructional. Each report carries weight beyond its immediate outcome. Despite this, discipline holds. Positions are maintained. Patrols are completed. Lines remain intact. The division does what is asked, carefully, deliberately, aware that being steady is its own form of resistance. By the time larger engagements approach, the 92nd is no longer just preparing for combat. It is preparing to be judged. Judgment arrives quietly. It settles into the division not through confrontation, but through repetition, through the steady accumulation of small decisions that are remembered longer than successes. Confidence, when it appears, is provisional. Approval is temporary. Doubt has permanence. Within the ranks, this awareness changes how men move through their days. Initiative becomes cautious. Silence replaces explanation. Orders are followed precisely, not because flexibility is impossible, but because precision leaves fewer openings for interpretation. The safest action is often the most restrained one. Leadership feels this pressure as well. Officers know their decisions will be weighed beyond tactical outcome. A failed maneuver becomes a commentary on command choice. A delayed response becomes evidence of hesitation. The stakes are uneven, and everyone understands it. Combat units are supposed to be shaped by trust, earned, tested, reinforced under fire. Here, trust is conditional, extended in increments so small they are almost theoretical. What replaces it is vigilance, not only toward the enemy, but inward, toward one's own conduct. The effect is cumulative. Fatigue sets in faster when every action carries consequence beyond survival. Confidence erodes not through fear, but through constant correction. Even praise, when it comes, is muted, quickly followed by reminders of what still needs improvement. And yet, cohesion holds. Men look to one another rather than upward. They rely on familiarity, on shared rhythm, on the quiet understanding that the person beside them is navigating the same invisible terrain. Bonds form not because the system encourages them, but because they are necessary. You sense that endurance here is not measured only by time under fire, but by the ability to remain intact under scrutiny, to continue functioning without hardening, without withdrawing, without giving the doubt what it expects. As the campaign presses forward, this internal pressure does not ease. It sharpens. The division stands ready, not simply to fight, but to withstand judgment long enough for performance to speak louder than assumption. The first real fighting arrives without warning. There is no clear line between preparation and combat, only a gradual shift in tone. Patrols extend farther. Contact becomes more frequent. Reports that once described terrain now describe movement, resistance, return fire. The war steps closer, then settles in. The 92nd is assigned sectors that demand patience rather than speed. Hillsides broken by stone walls. Forested approaches where visibility collapses after a few steps. German positions are rarely obvious, but always present. Fire comes suddenly, then disappears, leaving silence heavy with uncertainty. These engagements are small by strategic standards. They do not redraw maps or earn headlines, but they matter. Each movement is logged. Each response is assessed. This is where impressions begin to harden. Orders emphasize control. Hold positions. Probe carefully. Avoid unnecessary risk. The guidance is sound, but its tone reflects caution that goes beyond doctrine. Command expects restraint and watches closely for deviation. The men respond with discipline. Fire is returned methodically. Advances are measured. Withdrawals are orderly. There is no panic, no collapse, no dramatic surge forward. The division does what it has been trained to do. Still, the terrain punishes hesitation. Narrow paths force exposure. Artillery echoes unpredictably through valleys, making distance difficult to judge. What sounds far can land close. What seems safe can turn quickly. Casualties appear, not in clusters, but one by one. A patrol takes fire from an unseen ridge. A man is hit while crossing open ground. Another is wounded during a routine movement that should have been uneventful. Loss enters quietly, without ceremony. Reports move upward. Language is careful. Phrases are chosen to avoid misinterpretation. Successes are factual. Setbacks are contextualized. There is an awareness that how something is written may matter almost as much as what occurred. Nearby units continue their own engagements. Some move faster. Some take heavier losses. Comparisons begin to circulate informally, rarely spoken aloud, but understood. The 92nd is not being measured against the enemy alone. Despite this, positions hold. Days stretch into weeks. Firefights remain limited, but constant enough to erode any remaining sense of distance from the war. The division settles into a rhythm shaped by alertness and restraint, by the knowledge that the first impressions of combat often linger the longest. This is no longer training. The test has begun in earnest. Italy resists in quiet ways. The maps suggest progress is possible. Lines inching north, arrows bending through valleys, but the ground tells a different story. Hills fold into one another without pattern. Roads narrow unexpectedly, then vanish into switchbacks carved long before trucks or artillery were ever meant to pass. Movement here is never clean. It is negotiated. Rain becomes a constant presence. Not storms, not drama, just persistent damp that settles into clothing, weapons, boots. Paths soften, then collapse. Vehicles bog down where roads appear solid. Time stretches as everything takes longer than planned, longer than reported. Positions that seem manageable in daylight grow hostile after dark. Visibility drops to a few yards. Sound travels unevenly, bouncing off slopes and stone walls, making it difficult to judge distance or direction. A single shot echoes like many. Silence feels provisional. The 92nd is assigned ground that must be held rather than seized. Ridges overlooking supply routes. Valleys that funnel movement. These positions rarely change hands, but they demand constant attention. Patrols move out daily, not to advance, but to ensure the enemy has not crept closer during the night. This kind of warfare leaves little room for momentum. There are no sweeping maneuvers, no decisive breakthroughs. Instead, there is repetition. The same paths walked again and again. The same hills scanned through fog and drizzle. The same reports written with minor variations. Attrition sets in quietly. Fatigue does not arrive with collapse, but with accumulation. Boots wear thin. Hands stiffen in the cold. Sleep shortens, then fragments. Men remain alert not because adrenaline demands it, but because the environment does not allow relaxation. Even stillness requires effort. Supply lines struggle to keep pace. Ammunition arrives reliably enough, but comforts do not. Dry clothing is limited. Hot food is occasional. Everything unnecessary is stripped away, leaving only what keeps the line intact. Nearby units experience the same conditions, but context matters. For the 92nd, each delayed patrol, each cautious movement, is filtered through expectation. Terrain that justifies restraint elsewhere is interpreted differently here. Whether that excuses slow progress in other sectors becomes a footnote, if mentioned at all. Command decisions begin to reflect this pressure. Routes are chosen conservatively. Objectives are framed narrowly. Risk is managed tightly. The intention is to prevent failure, but the result is stagnation that invites scrutiny. The enemy does not need to press hard. Time does the work. Days blur. Weeks follow. Ground is held, not celebrated. Losses occur singly, without spectacle. A man slips on a wet incline during a night movement. Another is wounded by mortar fire that lands closer than expected. None of it feels decisive. All of it adds up. This is not a campaign that rewards boldness. It rewards endurance, measured, quiet, and often unnoticed. Waiting becomes its own discipline. It fills the hours between patrols, between briefings, between movements that never quite materialize. The men of the 92nd learn quickly that inactivity here is not rest. It is a sustained state of readiness without release. Alertness stretched thin across days that look identical on paper but feel heavier each time they repeat. Morale does not collapse. It wears down. The absence of decisive action creates a different kind of strain. There is no forward surge to absorb frustration, no clear success to counterbalance loss. Progress is defined by holding, by not giving ground, by remaining intact. These achievements are real, but they are difficult to measure, and even harder to celebrate. Time allows doubt to echo. Rumors move faster than orders. Reports circulate unevenly. A unit elsewhere advances more quickly. Another is praised for aggression. Comparisons emerge, rarely fair, often incomplete. Context thins as stories travel upward. What remains is impression. For the men, the cost shows in small ways. Conversations shorten. Humor becomes sharper, then fades. Silence lengthens between exchanges. Focus remains, but it requires more effort to maintain. Patience is no longer assumed. It is practiced deliberately. The environment offers no relief. Rain continues. Cold settles in deeper at night. Mud clings to everything. Even stillness demands balance, attention, restraint. Waiting here is physical. Command pressure intensifies. The longer the line holds without visible progress, the more questions are asked. Why no advance? Why no engagement? The answers exist, but they rarely travel intact. Terrain and weather are acknowledged, then discounted. Expectations remain fixed. Within the division, restraint becomes survival. Risk is avoided not out of fear, but calculation. A failed push would confirm doubts too easily. Better to hold, to absorb, to outlast. You begin to see how waiting itself becomes a test, less visible than combat, but no less demanding. It asks for discipline without reward, endurance without recognition, confidence without affirmation. The cost is cumulative. When action finally comes, it does not arrive as relief. It arrives as another weight added to what has already been carried. The men move forward not refreshed, but conditioned, hardened by weeks of vigilance, shaped by the quiet knowledge that endurance alone has not been enough to silence judgment. Waiting has left its mark, and it will shape what comes next. Reputation forms long before conclusions are announced. It takes shape in fragments, after-action reports, briefings condensed for higher command, remarks exchanged between officers who may never set foot on the same ground. By the time it solidifies, it often feels earned, even when it rests on partial truth. For the 92nd, this process begins early. Initial engagements are filtered through expectation. Caution is interpreted as reluctance. Deliberation is reframed as hesitation. Actions that elsewhere would be described as measured are noted here as restrained, then quietly questioned. Language matters. Adjectives accumulate. Reports emphasize what did not happen. An advance delayed becomes an advance avoided. A position held becomes a position not exploited. Context, terrain, weather, visibility, appears briefly, then fades. What remains is a narrative of missed opportunity. This narrative does not emerge from a single failure. It grows from repetition. Each small engagement reinforces the last impression, until the impression begins to stand in for evidence. Reputation, once set, becomes self-reinforcing. New information is interpreted to fit what is already believed. Within the division, awareness of this scrutiny sharpens behavior. Leaders read reports carefully, anticipating how phrasing might be received. Decisions are weighed not only for tactical soundness, but for how they will appear when stripped of context. The battlefield narrows further. Comparisons intensify. Other units operating in similar terrain are cited as benchmarks. Their advances are praised without equal attention to their losses. Their risks are framed as initiative. The 92 ND's restraint becomes contrast. This does not go unnoticed by the men. They understand that performance is being measured against something abstract, a standard that shifts without announcement. The result is pressure without clarity. The rules are implied, not stated. Despite this, the division continues to function. Patrols are executed. Positions remain secure. Casualties are absorbed. There is no collapse, no breakdown. The line holds. But reputation does not reward steadiness. It rewards motion, confidence, visible momentum. And in a campaign defined by attrition, those qualities are difficult to display without courting failure. By the time concerns reach senior levels, they arrive stripped of nuance. The The story has simplified itself. What was once uncertainty becomes doubt. What was once doubt begins to sound like diagnosis. Reputation, now under fire, will soon demand response, not from the enemy, but from within the army itself. Narratives have a way of outpacing reality. Once formed, they move independently of the conditions that created them. Context thins as stories travel upward, reshaped to fit briefings, summaries, and assumptions already in place. What began as cautious interpretation hardens into explanation. For the 92nd, this shift is subtle but unmistakable. Concerns are no longer framed as situational. They are framed as characteristic. Words like tempo, aggressiveness, and initiative appear more frequently, often without reference to terrain or assignment. The division's performance is no longer evaluated moment by moment, but against a developing identity. This identity is not announced. It is inferred. Command responses begin to reflect it. Objectives are adjusted downward. Assignments emphasize holding rather than advancing. Flexibility narrows further. These decisions are justified as practical, but they also reinforce the narrative they are meant to manage. Opportunity contracts. Within the ranks, the effect is corrosive. Men sense that effort is no longer enough, that outcomes are being interpreted through a lens already set. Confidence becomes harder to sustain when success feels provisional and failure feels inevitable. Still, discipline holds. Routine persists. The division does not unravel. Instead, it adapts inwardly. Leadership absorbs criticism quietly, translating it into stricter control. Risk is reduced further. Initiative is channeled narrowly. The goal shifts from excellence to containment, from proving capability to avoiding confirmation of doubt. The cost of this adaptation is subtle but real. War demands decision-making under uncertainty. Excessive caution dulls responsiveness. Hesitation creeps in not from fear of the enemy, but from fear of misinterpretation. Outside the division, the narrative continues to circulate. It gains authority through repetition. Officers unfamiliar with the terrain cite earlier reports. Assessments reference prior assessments. What is missing is the lived experience of the ground, the rain, the slopes, the narrow margins that shape every choice. Inside the 92nd, awareness of this gap sharpens resolve rather than breaking it. There is a quiet insistence on competence, a refusal to become what is expected. Men continue to prepare, to patrol, to hold. You can sense that the division is approaching a turning point, not because circumstances demand it, but because narrative does. When stories solidify, they eventually force action. And when that action comes, it will not be gentle. It will arrive as change. Pressure reshapes command long before it changes orders. Within the 92nd, leadership operates under a weight that is both visible and implied. Officers are expected to correct a narrative they did not create, to demonstrate confidence without provoking risk, to prove capability while constrained by scrutiny. Command becomes a balancing act performed in public. Many officers arrive carrying assumptions formed elsewhere, by reports, by reputation, by institutional habit. Some adapt quickly, learning the terrain and the men with care. Others cling to doctrine, believing strict control will compensate for uncertainty. The division absorbs both approaches at once. Black non-commissioned officers hold much of the unit together. They manage routines, enforce discipline, translate intent into action. Their authority is practical rather than formal, earned through repetition and proximity. In combat zones, their judgment often determines whether an order succeeds quietly or falters. Friction emerges not through open conflict, but through misalignment. Orders arrive precise yet inflexible. Terrain demands adjustment. Weather interferes. Timing shifts. Decisions made at the edge of contact require discretion, but discretion carries risk of being misunderstood, of being judged after the fact. Reports reflect this tension. Successes are framed cautiously. Failures are dissected. Leadership learns to write defensively, to anticipate how choices will be read once removed from circumstance. Command time is divided between planning movements and managing perception. Reassignments begin to appear. Some officers are replaced. Others are shifted laterally. These changes are explained as routine, but they signal concern. Stability gives way to correction. The division feels itself being adjusted rather than supported. Despite this, cohesion does not fracture. Lines are held. Patrols continue. Orders are executed with care. The system functions, even as confidence is tested from above and below. Leadership, under pressure, narrows its focus to what can be controlled. The result is competence without latitude. As expectations tighten, command becomes less about initiative and more about endurance, about sustaining order long enough for the opportunity to prove itself to arrive. Every decision carries two consequences. One is immediate and tactical, how a patrol moves, where a unit holds, when fire is returned. The other unfolds later, in reports and recollections, shaped by distance from the ground and closeness to expectation. For the leaders of the 92nd, both must be considered at once. This dual pressure alters judgment. Choices that might be acceptable elsewhere are reconsidered here. A cautious advance risks being labeled timid. An aggressive push risks confirming recklessness if it fails. The space between these outcomes is narrow, and it leaves little room for intuition. Command meetings grow more deliberate. Plans are reviewed and re-reviewed. Alternatives are weighed carefully, sometimes too carefully. Time passes. Opportunities shift. The war does not pause for consensus, but consensus is demanded all the same. 4 black officers and senior enlisted men, the weight is heavier still. Authority must be exercised without appearing overconfident. Disagreement must be expressed without friction. Leadership is performed under observation, its legitimacy never fully assumed. Respect is earned repeatedly, rarely banked. This environment rewards caution, but it also drains initiative. Men learn to wait for clarity that never quite arrives. Decisions are made later than ideal, safer than necessary. The intent is to protect the division from misjudgment. The effect is hesitation that compounds itself. Yet responsibility cannot be avoided. When contact occurs, orders must still be given. Positions must still be held or relinquished. Lives depend on choices made in seconds, even as their interpretation may stretch for months. Leadership, in this context, becomes an act of endurance, maintaining function under conditions that quietly erode confidence. You notice how command adapts not by collapsing inward, but by tightening its grip on process. Discipline becomes the anchor. Procedure replaces trust. If initiative is risky, correctness becomes the goal. This does not break the division, but it reshapes it. By the time the pressure begins to ease, something has already changed. Decisions are still made. Orders still move. Yet the cost of leadership, measured not in rank, but in restraint, has been paid in advance, and the reckoning has not yet arrived. Setbacks do not announce themselves as turning points. They arrive incrementally, through stalled advances, incomplete objectives, movements that achieve less than hoped. In the Italian campaign, this is common enough to avoid alarm. But for the 92nd, each setback lands differently. It does not dissipate into the general noise of war. It settles, accumulates, and waits to be interpreted. An operation falters under difficult conditions. Terrain limits visibility. Coordination breaks down across narrow fronts. Fire comes from unexpected angles, forcing withdrawal before positions can be secured. None of this is unusual. All of it is familiar to units across the theater. What follows is where divergence begins. Reports are reviewed closely. Questions focus less on circumstance and more on judgment. Why was the advance attempted there? Why was it halted when it was? Why was pressure not maintained longer? The answers exist, but they compete with a narrative already in place. Blame does not arrive as accusation. It arrives as emphasis. Certain details are repeated, others are minimized. Successes elsewhere in the same operation are mentioned briefly, then passed over. What remains is a sense of insufficiency, of something missing that cannot be fully defined, but is clearly expected. Within the division, awareness of this scrutiny sharpens. Officers anticipate criticism before it arrives. Enlisted men sense the shift in tone, even if the language remains formal. Confidence tightens. Silence expands. Command responses grow corrective. Instructions become more explicit. Objectives are narrowed. Oversight increases. These measures are framed as support, but they carry an implicit message. Performance must be managed more closely now. The enemy does not exploit these moments decisively. German forces remain entrenched, trading ground slowly, conceding little. The battlefield offers no dramatic collapse, no clear failure to explain the reaction. What changes instead is perception. The division is no longer simply evaluated. It is scrutinized. Every outcome is weighed against expectation, every delay interpreted as confirmation. Setbacks that would be absorbed elsewhere now shape decision-making upstream. Despite this, the line holds. Men continue to patrol. Positions remain occupied. Losses are endured without breakdown. The division functions as it has before. Methodical, disciplined, restrained. But restraint under suspicion begins to look like weakness. And once that impression takes hold, it demands correction, not from the battlefield, but from the institution watching it. Blame does not remain passive for long. Once attached to a unit, it begins to guide decisions, quietly at first, then more openly. What was once evaluation turns into intervention. The purpose shifts from understanding performance to correcting it. For the 92nd, this transition is unmistakable. Command adjustments arrive framed as necessity. New directives emphasize aggressiveness. Timelines tighten. Objectives are presented with greater urgency, as if urgency itself might compensate for constraint. The implication is clear. Something must change. These changes do not always align with the realities of the ground. Terrain remains unforgiving. Weather does not yield. Enemy positions are still layered, cautious, prepared. Yet expectations now demand momentum, and momentum is difficult to manufacture without risk. Inside the division, the pressure sharpens. Officers are caught between instruction and judgment, tasked with producing visible results while knowing that failure will deepen the very doubts they are meant to dispel. The margin narrows further. Leadership begins to feel less like stewardship and more like response. Decisions are shaped not only by tactical sense, but by the need to demonstrate compliance with expectation. Actions are chosen for how they will read afterward, not just how they will unfold. This recalibration carries cost. Initiatives are attempted under less favorable conditions. Positions are pressed harder. Exposure increases. Losses follow, not catastrophic, but real. Each casualty is felt not only for its human weight, but for what it represents. Effort offered, scrutiny unchanged. Among the men, resolve remains, but it is tempered by awareness. They understand that the ground ahead is not the only obstacle. There is also a demand to perform visibly, to succeed in ways that cannot be ignored or reframed. The division does not fracture under this demand. It absorbs it. Orders are carried out. Advances are attempted. Ground is contested more openly. The line shifts, sometimes forward, sometimes back. What matters now is not only where the division stands, but how decisively it is seen to move. Blame, having shaped direction, now waits for outcome. And outcome, when it comes, will be measured harshly, whether it confirms doubt or finally forces it to give way. Change arrives without apology. It takes the form of new assignments, altered command relationships, revised objectives. Some officers are reassigned. Others find their authority narrowed or redirected. These shifts are explained as optimization, as adjustment to evolving conditions. Within the division, they are understood as consequence. Reorganization does not pause operations. Patrols continue even as leadership structures shift above them. Orders change tone. Emphasis moves toward clarity, speed, visible progress. The intention is to reset momentum, to demonstrate responsiveness where doubt has settled. For the men, this period feels unsettled. Familiar routines are disrupted. New expectations replace old ones before they can fully take hold. Confidence must be rebuilt in fragments, under conditions that allow little patience. Trust, once tentative, must now be re-earned quickly. Despite this, persistence defines the response. The division adapts. Units adjust to new command styles. Communication tightens. Movements become more assertive, not because the terrain has changed, but because the demand for decisiveness has intensified. Risk increases incrementally, calculated but unavoidable. This persistence is not dramatic. It does not announce itself with breakthroughs or sweeping advances. It appears in consistency, in the refusal to stall, in the willingness to continue pressing forward even as conditions remain hostile. Reports begin to reflect this shift. Language hardens. Actions are framed more confidently. Outcomes are emphasized. There is an effort now to ensure that context survives transmission, that effort cannot be dismissed as absence. The cost remains. Losses continue at a steady pace. Fatigue deepens. The margin for error stays narrow. Yet cohesion holds, strengthened not by reassurance, but by shared resolve. The division moves forward together, absorbing change without collapse. Reorganization was meant to correct direction. Instead, it reveals something else. Persistence does not erase doubt, but it makes it harder to ignore. Reorganization tests cohesion as much as combat. It asks men to adjust without losing rhythm, to absorb change without letting it fracture trust. In the 92nd, this process unfolds quietly, beneath the surface of routine. Orders still come. Patrols still move. Yet the ground beneath familiar habits has shifted. New leadership styles take hold unevenly. Some officers push for momentum immediately, believing urgency will silence doubt. Others proceed carefully, aware that confidence cannot be forced into existence. The division absorbs both approaches at once, adapting where possible, enduring where necessary. For enlisted men, the challenge is constancy. Faces change at the top, but expectations do not. Performance is still measured against an unspoken standard. Mistakes remain costly. Success remains conditional. What stabilizes the unit is not command continuity, but shared experience. Men who have already weathered scrutiny together, who know how to move without explanation. Fatigue deepens during this phase, not from fighting alone, but from adjustment layered on adjustment. Relearning procedures, interpreting new intent, re-establishing trust in altered chains of command. The work is invisible, but demanding. Despite this, the division holds. There are moments where pressure nearly breaks alignment, conflicting orders, rushed movements, misjudged expectations. Each time, correction comes not through reprimand, but through quiet recalibration. The system bends, but does not snap. You sense that something important is happening beneath the surface. The division is not becoming what others expect it to be. It is becoming something more durable, less reactive, more self-contained. Confidence begins to form inwardly, independent of recognition. This change does not announce itself. It will not be cited in reports or praised in briefings, but it matters. By the time operations intensify again, the 92nd is no longer simply responding to scrutiny. It is moving with a steadiness shaped by endurance, by repetition, by the understanding that cohesion itself can be a form of resistance. The remaking continues, and it will soon be tested where holding together is no longer enough. The fighting grows heavier as the division approaches the Gothic line. Here, the war tightens. German defenses are layered into the landscape itself. Bunkers cut into hillsides, artillery positions hidden among trees, fields pre-measured for fire. Every approach is known. Every ridge has been watched before. This is not territory surrendered easily. The terrain offers little cover and fewer options. Advances must be narrow. Coordination is difficult across broken ground, where units lose sight of one another within minutes. Orders arrive fragmented, carried forward by runners and radio signals distorted by distance and elevation. The 92nd is tasked with pressing into this resistance. Operations unfold slowly. Positions are taken in increments. One slope, one ruined farmhouse, one stretch of road at a time. Fire is constant but controlled. Progress is recorded carefully, measured against objectives that shift as conditions demand. Losses increase. They do not come all at once, but steadily. Mortar fire finds its mark. Machine gun positions delay movement longer than planned. Men are wounded during advances that gain little ground but cannot be abandoned. Each casualty tightens focus without dulling resolve. Command pressure remains. The need for visible success is sharper here, where terrain offers fewer excuses and resistance is undeniable. Reports emphasize contact, distance gained, positions held under fire. The language reflects effort, urgency, endurance. The enemy fights methodically, yielding only when forced. Withdrawals are deliberate, designed to draw advancing units into exposed ground. The Gothic line is not just a barrier. It is a system meant to consume time and strength. Despite this, the division continues to move. Advances are modest, but real. Ground is contested and sometimes held. The work is slow, costly, and often obscured by the larger campaign unfolding elsewhere. Yet here, at the line, Steadiness matters more than spectacle. This phase of fighting leaves little room for doubt. The enemy is present. The resistance is real. And the demands placed on the men of the 92nd are no longer theoretical. They are immediate, physical, and unrelenting. The line does not break quickly, but it does not hold forever. Endurance here is not dramatic. There are no sweeping advances, no moments that resolve themselves cleanly. The Gothic line resists through delay, through the simple act of forcing men to remain exposed longer than planned, to advance without certainty, to absorb loss without immediate gain. Progress exists, but it is quiet, difficult to summarize, and easy to overlook. The men of the 92nd learn to measure success differently. Holding a position through the night becomes an achievement. Maintaining alignment under fire matters more than distance gained. Survival itself carries weight. These realities rarely translate cleanly into reports, but they define the experience on the ground. Fatigue deepens into something heavier than exhaustion. It settles into posture, into reaction time, into the way movements slow just enough to notice. Sleep arrives in fragments. Meals are rushed or missed. The body adapts, but the cost accumulates. Recognition does not arrive with endurance. Other advances elsewhere draw attention. Larger movements, louder victories. Here, the work remains contained within narrow sectors, known mainly to those who hold them. The division's efforts blend into the background of a campaign defined by scale rather than persistence. Still, the line shifts. Increment by increment, German positions yield, not through collapse, but through calculation, withdrawals executed to preserve strength, ground conceded when holding it no longer serves purpose. Each gain is contested, then secured, then defended against counterfire. You begin to see how endurance functions as proof in its own right, not the kind that announces itself, but the kind that resists erasure. The division does not rush. It does not retreat unnecessarily. It remains present where presence itself is costly. By the time pressure begins to ease along this stretch of the front, something has changed. The narrative, once rigid, shows signs of strain. Reports reflect sustained contact. Casualties are acknowledged. The absence of collapse becomes harder to dismiss. There is no moment of vindication. What emerges instead is quieter, a recognition that the division has done what was asked, under conditions that allowed little margin. Endurance, offered without spectacle, has forced its way into the record. The Gothic line has taken its toll, and the men who held it move forward altered, carrying proof that will not fade quickly, even if it is never fully celebrated. Liberation arrives without symmetry. Italian towns emerge slowly from the grip of occupation, streets scarred, buildings fractured, windows patched with whatever remains. White flags appear cautiously, then more openly. Civilians step into doorways, unsure whether the passing column represents an ending or another transition. The 92nd moves through these places methodically. Orders emphasize control. No rushing, no spectacle. Security first. The work of liberation here is procedural, clearing positions, securing intersections, checking buildings left behind in haste. German forces withdraw unevenly, leaving pockets of resistance that require attention even as towns are declared free. Civilians respond in small ways. Food appears where there is little to spare. Gestures replace words. Children watch from a distance, curious but cautious. Older residents study faces, uniforms, insignia, measuring what kind of presence has replaced the last one. Gratitude is real, but restrained by experience. For the men of the 92nd, this reception carries weight. They are greeted as liberators here, welcomed without qualification, judged by conduct rather than category. Respect is not explained or rationed. It exists quietly, in eye contact, in shared space, in moments that require no translation. The contradiction settles in gradually. Abroad, authority is assumed. At home, it remains conditional. Here, service confers dignity. There, it will not. The contrast is not discussed openly, but it is felt, sharply enough to linger. Operations continue alongside these moments. Patrols extend beyond town limits. Security perimeters are established. Mines are cleared where possible. Liberation is not an event, but a process that unfolds alongside caution and fatigue. Reports now carry different language. Town names replace ridge coordinates. Terms like secured and cleared appear more frequently. The division's role becomes visible in a way earlier phases did not allow. Progress can be pointed to, named, confirmed. Yet even here, scrutiny remains. Liberation does not erase doubt. It reframes it. Success is acknowledged, then contextualized, then measured against what is still expected. The standard does not move. The division does. As towns open and resistance recedes, the men continue forward, carrying both recognition and restraint, aware that liberation abroad does not resolve the questions waiting beyond the war. Freedom looks different when it is not yours to keep. In the days following liberation, routines settle into a strange in-between. The fighting has moved on, but its presence remains. Unexploded ordnance, damaged roads, fields left untouched because no one is certain they are safe. Civilians return cautiously to daily life. Markets reopen in fragments. Churches ring bells again, softly at first. The men of the 92nd remain on duty. They patrol streets now instead of hillsides, enforce curfews instead of holding ridgelines. The work is quieter, but not lighter. Order must be maintained. Tension still exists, only redirected. Liberation brings uncertainty as much as relief. Interactions with civilians deepen during this phase. Conversations stretch longer. Faces become familiar. Gratitude turns into trust. In these towns, the soldiers are not symbols or experiments. They are present, visible, human. This visibility carries its own weight. The men are seen as representatives, not of policy, but of conduct. Their discipline is noticed. Their restraint is remarked upon. Authority, once provisional, feels earned here through consistency rather than demand. And yet, the knowledge of impermanence never leaves. These moments are temporary. The division will move on. The war will end. Home waits, not as sanctuary, but as return. The respect offered here does not follow them across the ocean. It exists in isolation, meaningful precisely because it is limited. Within the ranks, this contradiction sharpens awareness rather than dulling it. There is pride, but it is contained. Satisfaction, but without illusion. The men understand that service abroad does not rewrite conditions at home. It only clarifies them. Reports now reflect stability rather than pressure. The division is described as reliable, steady, effective. These words arrive late, but they arrive. Still, they do not erase earlier judgments. They sit beside them, unresolved. As the campaign continues north, liberation recedes behind the column. New ground demands attention. New resistance waits. The brief space where freedom felt uncomplicated closes quietly. What remains is memory, and with it, the understanding that dignity, once experienced, is difficult to surrender, even when the world insists otherwise. The war does not end all at once. It loosens its grip unevenly, through quieter nights, longer pauses between orders, movements that feel less urgent than before. Resistance fades in some sectors while holding stubbornly in others. The front does not collapse. It thins. For the 92nd, this shift is gradual. Operations continue, but the tone changes. Objectives are limited. Engagements become sporadic. Patrols move more to confirm absence than to force contact. The enemy, stretched and calculating, withdraws when pressure mounts, leaving behind positions stripped of meaning. Waiting returns, but it feels different now. It is no longer heavy with uncertainty. It carries instead a sense of conclusion approaching without shape. Men remain alert, but anticipation replaces tension. The question is no longer how this will be judged, but how it will be remembered. Command language reflects this change. Orders emphasize consolidation rather than advance. Holding becomes maintenance. Risk is minimized. Losses are avoided where possible. The war's final phase values preservation over proof. Reports shift again. They summarize rather than justify. They note steadiness, reliability, completion of task. The urgency that once pressed every sentence has eased. Evaluation gives way to record. Among the men, fatigue surfaces fully for the first time. The body, released from constant pressure, begins to register what it has been carrying. Movements slow. Silence lengthens. Sleep, when it comes, is deeper, and filled with what the mind has delayed. There is no celebration in this phase. Victory feels distant, abstract, not yet earned. The war still claims lives in small numbers, enough to remind everyone that ending is not the same as ended. Caution remains discipline's final form. The division continues to move when directed, to hold when required, to perform its role without distinction. There is no last stand, no defining engagement to close the record. Instead, there is continuity. The war draws down not with resolution, but with accumulation, of days survived, of ground passed through, of proof quietly established. And the men of the 92nd remain where they are told to be, doing what is asked, until the asking finally stops. Silence settles in slowly. It arrives not when fighting stops, but when the need to prepare for it begins to fade. Weapons are still cleaned. Positions are still checked. Yet the urgency that once sharpened every movement has softened. Purpose, long defined by necessity, loosens its hold. For the men of the 92nd, this transition is unsettling. The routines that carried them through uncertainty no longer feel anchored. Days stretch without clear objective. Waiting returns again, but now without the pressure that once justified it. The question becomes quieter, harder to answer. What comes after holding on this long? Conversations drift toward home, toward families unchanged by this war except through absence, toward places that may not recognize what has been done here or why it mattered. The future presses forward unevenly, shaped by expectation rather than promise. Command structures begin to unwind. Orders simplify. Authority disperses. The division's identity, once forged by scrutiny and endurance, feels provisional again, temporary, waiting to be dissolved into peacetime arrangements. Recognition remains uncertain. There are acknowledgements, formal and brief, mentions in reports. Occasional commendations that arrive late and land softly. They do not rewrite the past. They sit beside it, partial and restrained. The men carry themselves differently now. Shoulders relax. Vigilance fades. Fatigue surfaces fully. The weight that could not be felt during action makes itself known in stillness. You notice how silence changes shape here. It is no longer tense. It is reflective, heavy with what has not been said or resolved. The war has taken its space, and in its absence, memory moves in. The division waits for orders that will end the waiting, and when they arrive, they do not sound like victory. They sound like return. Return begins as instruction, not release. Orders arrive outlining movement, timelines, destinations that feel more symbolic than certain. The war has ended in principle, but its machinery continues to turn. Units are reorganized for departure. Equipment is inventoried. Men are counted, reassigned, prepared for transition that feels procedural rather than celebratory. For the 92nd, the shift is complex. There is relief, unmistakable and deserved. The fighting is over. The line has held. Survival no longer requires constant calculation. Yet relief does not resolve what has accumulated. It merely creates space for it to surface. Demobilization proceeds unevenly. Some men leave quickly. Others wait longer, caught in administrative limbo. The division that endured scrutiny together begins to thin, its cohesion loosening as separation becomes inevitable. Familiar faces disappear without ceremony. Conversation turns inward. There is pride, but it is measured. Satisfaction, but without illusion. The men know what was done here, even if it was never fully acknowledged. They also know what awaits them across the ocean. Structures unchanged by service, judgments carried forward intact. Uniforms will be worn home, but authority will not travel with them. The contradiction sharpens as departure nears. Abroad, they were entrusted with responsibility, with weapons, with control of territory. At home, that trust will narrow abruptly. The distance between these realities is not bridged by victory. Still, preparation continues. Equipment is turned in. Paperwork is completed. Final inspections are carried out with care. The army moves toward closure, whether closure feels earned or not. The system does not pause to reconcile meaning. As ships are prepared for departure, there is no collective moment of summation. No speech gathers the experience into something whole. What remains is individual, carried quietly, unevenly, without instruction. The return will not answer questions. It will simply begin another chapter, already shaped by everything that came before. What is carried home is not listed on any manifest. It does not appear in inventories or departure orders. It moves quietly, embedded in habit and memory, shaped by months of restraint, scrutiny, and endurance that never asked for recognition. As the division dissolves into transport schedules and reassignment lists, what remains is personal. The men leave Italy in fragments. Some depart quickly, eager to be done with waiting. Others linger, delayed by logistics that feel indifferent to urgency. The shared experience that once held the division together loosens its grip, replaced by the reality of separation. Bonds formed under pressure stretch, then release. Home waits with familiar certainty. There will be parades elsewhere. Headlines celebrating victory. Stories simplified for distance and comfort. The war will be remembered in broad strokes, its complexity reduced to outcomes and names. The work done here will not fit easily into that frame. For many, return brings dissonance. Authority exercised abroad is surrendered immediately. Uniforms command respect briefly, then less so. Service does not insulate against old boundaries. The freedom defended across oceans does not extend fully to those who carried it forward. There is no single reaction to this realization. Some respond with resolve, others with quiet withdrawal. Most carry it as weight, neither outrage nor acceptance, but something unfinished. The war asked for endurance. Peace offers no guidance for what to do with it. The legacy of the 92nd does not announce itself. It exists in records consulted later, in reassessments written after distance allows clarity. It lives in memory passed carefully, often privately. The proof was offered when it mattered most, even if acknowledgement arrived late, or not at all. You stand at the edge of this return and sense that resolution was never the point. The story does not close neatly. It settles instead, uneven and persistent, into the space between what was done and what was allowed to matter. The men of the 92nd move forward into a world unchanged by their service. But they do not return unchanged. The war ends the way it was lived, quietly, without symmetry. There is no single moment when everything resolves. No clear dividing line between what was endured and what is remembered. Instead, the story settles, layer by layer, into memory, into records, into lives that continue forward carrying more than they set out with. The 92nd Infantry Division did not fight a war of spectacle. It fought a war of accumulation, of ground held when holding was costly, of decisions made under scrutiny that allowed little margin, of endurance offered without assurance that it would ever be enough. Their service unfolded within contradiction. They crossed an ocean to defend freedoms not fully granted to them at home. They were trusted with responsibility abroad while being measured by doubt from within their own institution. They were asked to prove capability repeatedly, then asked again, even after proof had been given. And still, the line held. What remains after such a war is not triumph in the usual sense. It is something quieter and harder to name. A steadiness that resisted erasure. A competence that refused collapse. A record that endured long enough to force reconsideration, even if recognition came late. You stand back now, at a distance from the fighting, and notice how the absence of resolution becomes its own kind of truth. Not every story concludes with affirmation. Some conclude with persistence, evidence offered without demand, carried forward until it can no longer be ignored. The men of the 92nd returned to a country unchanged by their sacrifice. Structures remained. Boundaries held. Expectations resumed their familiar shape. Service did not rewrite the terms of belonging, but something had shifted nonetheless. Experience cannot be undone. Dignity, once exercised under fire, does not vanish upon return. Endurance, once tested honestly, leaves a mark that resists diminishment. The war asked these men to hold under pressure, and they did, long enough for the record to stand on its own. History often prefers simplicity, clear heroes, clean arcs. But the truth of this story lies in its restraint, in the absence of collapse, in the quiet proof that competence existed even when belief did not. The legacy of the Buffalo Soldiers in Italy does not demand attention. It waits. It waits in after-action reports once dismissed, in reassessments written when distance allows honesty, in names remembered privately, passed between generations without ceremony. It waits in the understanding that endurance itself can be an answer, even when the question was never asked fairly. If you listen closely, You can still hear the echo of boots on wet stone, the pause before orders carried forward, the steadiness of men moving through terrain that offered little in return. These are not the sounds of victory as it is usually told. They are the sounds of refusal, to be reduced, to be erased, to be defined solely by doubt. The war moved on. The world resumed. But the proof remained, set quietly into place by those who understood that sometimes the most consequential acts are the ones performed without applause. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land. Aftermath. What remains remembered? When the war ended, distance began to close. Ships returned across oceans. Divisions boarded transports. Snow melted. Jungles grew back. Maps no longer required arrows. But memory does not close in the same way. Some names remain large. Midway, a turning point spoken often. A decisive battle. A moment where the balance shifted visibly. Other fronts fade more quietly. The humid advance through island forests. The slow Arctic withdrawal between former allies. The mountain fighting of a division whose story rarely fills textbooks. Distance reshapes memory. Not all sacrifices echo equally. Some are folded neatly into national narratives. Others settle into local remembrance, into family stories, regimental histories, fading photographs. Yet during the war, these distances did not feel secondary. For the sailors at Midway, the ocean was the entire world. For the soldiers of the 25th Division, the jungle was endless. For those in Lapland, the cold was immediate and absolute. For the buffalo soldiers climbing Italian ridgelines, the war was measured in yards of elevation and hours of endurance. No one experienced the war as a map. They experienced it as weather, as terrain, as waiting. History compresses. It shortens the space between events. It tightens timelines. It favors decisive language, turning point, liberation, collapse. But lived experience resists compression. Distance stretches differently in memory. A week at sea can feel longer than a month at home. A single frozen march can outlast years in recollection. And some fronts remain distant not because they were small, but because they were quiet, because they did not produce spectacle, because their impact unfolded slowly. The war was decided not only in famous moments, but in sustained endurance across scattered landscapes. Ocean, jungle, snow, stone, separate environments, separate campaigns, yet converging toward the same conclusion. In time, the world felt smaller. Air travel shortened oceans. Alliances shifted. Borders changed. But memory still stretches unevenly across distance. Some fronts are revisited often. Others wait patiently at the edge of attention. Perhaps that is why we return to them, not to elevate them above the well-known battles, but to restore proportion, to acknowledge that the outcome of a global war depended on places far from center stage, on units who fought without certainty of recognition, on climates that shaped endurance as much as strategy. The war was vast, and its ending was not the work of one front alone. It was the quiet convergence of many distant struggles, each carrying its own weight, each shaping the same horizon. You have traveled across those distances tonight, across ocean and forest, across ice and mountain stone, and now, as the map folds gently closed, the distances remain, not as separation, but as scale, a reminder that history is larger than the headlines it leaves behind. You've been part of echoes of war, where stories rise on quiet wings, and the past still circles above us, refusing to land.